And we're here.
Hey, Jay, how's it going?
Great, Michael. How are you?
Hey, not too bad, not too bad. So we've got some
Yeah.
severe weather headed towards Indiana here. We've been waiting all day long for these storms to develop in Illinois and get to Indiana. And the good news so far, AJ, is that we're not seeing those supercells develop ahead of the line. So that's what we're
Right.
worried about, or one of the things we've been worried about today. Would they be able to develop ahead of the line? Because if so, those discrete supercells, that's where you're going to pose, more of the significant tornadoes and so forth that could that could occur. So we're really looking at this line of storms that's moving through Illinois right now. Now, the bad news to this line, it's not fully connected yet. So there are several discrete supercells within this line, and you can see that here on the radar that we're taking a look at right now. But before we dive into that, let me show real quick of kind of what we're looking at in terms of our severe weather today. And so the Storm Prediction Center has quite a bit of Indiana in the red here. That's a moderate risk for severe weather, meaning that it's a level 4 out of 5 on the scale here. And then northern Indiana, much northern Indiana, and the enhanced risk, and then the far northern and northwestern parts of the state and a slight risk for severe weather here. And what exactly does that mean? Okay. And so a moderate risk means widespread storms are likely to occur. Okay. These can be long lived storms, they could be intense. And again, they could cause damage in a wide area here. And so the southern half of Indiana is in this moderate risk for severe weather. And a lot of the state right now, if you're listening in right now, you're under a tornado watch. And what that means are conditions are favorable for a tornado when those storms get to you. Okay, it doesn't mean there's a tornado on the ground right now. That means the ingredients could be there for a tornado in the near future here as the storms get close to you. So it's not a time to panic, but it's a time to make sure that you are prepared. And we're expecting, as these storms get into Indiana, we're expecting to see numerous tornado warnings with this line of storms. So not only tornadoes, but we've got some very strong winds heading our direction and large hail heading our direction. So if you've got anything outside, now's the time to get yourself prepared. And especially if you're in northwestern Indiana, now's the time. Let's get prepared and make sure that we're ready to go for these storms here. So quite a bit of severe weather going on here that we're going to take a look at. I'm going to go back to the radar here before I kind of turn it over to you here, AJ, and we'll take it from there. So the storms, they're out west right now. Okay, they're in the state of Illinois, and you can see the line that's formed here. But you can also see that we've got multiple tornado warnings in Illinois. And so again, this is what's coming towards Indiana. Now in Indiana, what's a little bit different here is the atmosphere is a little bit more juiced up for stronger storms, for more rotation, and so forth. And so as these storms get to Indiana, okay, that's when they're getting into that moderate risk of severe weather, especially in the southern half of the state, from really, and maybe a little bit higher, from Lafayette down south. So we're really going to have to pay attention to this over the next several hours, but we're going to be here with you through it all. We're going to walk you through the storm. So if you're in western Indiana, you're going to be up first, all right, especially northwest Indiana. And then this line is going to, continue to move through the state from west to east. And so for those of you on the east side of the state, you're a few hours away still. And so again, now's the time to get prepared. It's not time to panic, but we're going to walk you through this right away here. And so we wanted to jump on right away because of some storms in northwestern Indiana. And as you can see, there's a tornado warning right along the border here. Let me get rid of the, there we go. Right along the border here. And so we'll see how this plays out as it moves into the Kentland area here in a few minutes. So AJ, welcome aboard here. What are you looking at for Indiana?
Yeah. Hey, Michael. Thank you. Yeah, that cell you mentioned. It's going right into Indiana now. Uh, right now it says radar indicated, but it said observed before, didn't it? Or was that the one
This one,
south?
no, this one has not
Okay.
been observed. The one further
Okay.
south is the one that was observed.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So there's these are already pretty nasty. The tornado watch now. The watch up there goes till about 10 o'clock Central Time. Now the state is like split, but it goes till 10 o'clock Central Time, 11 o'clock Eastern Time. So those storms are going to keep firing as we go through the evening, and eventually, we'll see some of those like cells there. The ones that are like cells that are discrete are the ones, as you know, are going to be most likely to be tornadoes. And then that'll continue through the early part of tonight, and then probably a squall line will develop and push through. So if you don't get the tornado, you might still get, you know, damaging wind gusts, much like the other day. So it's going to be, everyone's going to get something out of this. But yeah, that cell, and we're watching it real carefully here. That's moving into Kentland and Rensselaer. And then we were watching the one way out in southern Illinois that was tornadic. It may have weakened, but right now there's not many, if any, observed tornadoes occurring that I see. There's also ones down in Tennessee, tornado warnings, I mean. But I'm not seeing here anything that has been observed in the last like 5 minutes. So, but they're going to be. So they could pop up anytime. And like we were talking about, it was this morning, it was cold in Indiana. It was like in the 40s, and now it's 80. So that's that warm front that, pushed through. And the dew points are running now in the 60s. So, that's going to add fuel to the storm. So it's really now through, I'm getting up my future tracker here. I'm just timing this out. The storms will come through between now or in the next little while and clear Indiana, it looks like, by about 1 o'clock tomorrow morning. And then things will improve quite a bit. So it's really now till about midnight, 1 o'clock, that the threat of storms continues. And the tornado part of it will be most likely in the beginning of that, because that's when we have the greatest shear and instability. So we really got to, it could just take one that could blow through. We had deaths the other day in I think it was in northern Indiana. There was a tractor trailer and an Amish buggy that was blown off the road. So, that we want people to stay off the roads. It's getting near rush hour, is rush hour. So if you're in Northwest Indiana, that cell is moving through now, and right now hitting you in Rensselaer, and it looks like, was that Morocco, and moving up towards the northeast. Now, what do we have displayed here on our screen? Yeah, there it is. Okay, you can see all those cells, and they're all moving to the northeast. So it's really, Mike, sounds like it's going to be just like the other day, where we see a few possible tornadoes and a lot of winds, a lot, and hail too.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And we've got our first severe thunderstorm warning here in Indiana with possible rotation with this storm here. And so severe thunderstorm warning for Northwest Indiana along the line extending from DeMont to 6 miles northwest of Oxford, moving east at 50 miles per hour. So this has 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar size hail with this storm here. And so we're taking a look at these storms right here, moving to the north and east fairly quickly here. I'm also watching this storm right here. This is where the rotation is. Okay, this is where the rotation is right now. And so let's zoom in just a little bit and take a look here at the velocity. You can see in that Goodland area, there's some broad rotation with this storm. So broad rotation just to the south of Goodland here that we're keeping a track of. And so this is part of the where it says in the severe thunderstorm warning that that we've got going on here, that there's possible rotation here with this storm. And then real quick, another thing that I'm taking a look at here, AJ, is the flooding concerns that we have. And so the southern half of Indiana and the eastern central Indiana is under a flood watch here until Sunday. So quite a bit of area here. And I'm going to flip ahead here. Here's what it's looking like. We could get anywhere between 4 to 6 inches in central Indiana. And then in southern Indiana, especially along the Ohio River, we're looking at somewhere like 8 to 10 inches of rain falling today through Sunday. So we've got quite a bit of weather to deal with here. So this is actually, it's a life-threatening situation if you live in a flood zone. And so something you want to keep in mind here over the next few days here is we're going to get quite a bit of rainfall, possibly 1 to 3 inches today, depending on where you're at in the state and what we end up getting here. But know that we do have flooding concerns as the week goes on here. And so we're continuing to follow the storms here in Indiana, specifically Northwest Indiana, um, with these storms here. And then as you can see further back, we've got multiple tornado warnings in central Illinois. These are moving towards Indiana, okay, and they're moving into a more favorable location here where these tornadoes can thrive. And so again, something that we'll continue to pay close attention to. And as we kind of scroll down here, you see in yellow, that's tornado watches. Take a look at this all the way down to Texas, all the way down to northeast Texas here. Not only do we have tornado watches, but we've got multiple tornado warnings throughout this entire system here with this storm. And so we've got a long night ahead of us here, like you were mentioning, to about 1 o'clock in the morning with that. But right now in Indiana, if you're in Indiana right now, what we're taking a look at here, the storms have arrived in Northwest Indiana. Okay, so if you're in the Hammond and the Gary area, these storms have moved through. All right, they're now over, Portage, South Haven, Chesterton areas here. And so there's no warning with these storms. So nothing severe, at least nothing as of right now with these storms. And as we move further south here, this is where we've got the severe thunderstorm warning for Knox, North Judson, Monon, Monticello, at least the northern half, Wolcott, Rensselaer, the storm's on you right now. With that, and we're taking a look at some additional development down towards the Lafayette area. And so we'll continue to monitor this situation here and see what develops, all right, and see the kind of rotation and so forth that are with these storms here. But with this, we know we've got possible rotation here with the storms. We've got hail, 1.25 inches in size, $half size. We've got wind gusting at 60 miles per hour. And living here in Indiana, AJ, with that, about the temperatures earlier, is that the winds were howling today, 30, 40, 50 miles per hour all day long. And you could really, you could hear it and almost feel it inside the building and so forth, as those winds gust. And so it's been very windy across the state, temperatures increasing big time. And then we're going to see this cold front moving through here, bringing these severe storms through the state tonight.
Yeah, you're right. The sustained winds, even without the thunderstorms, are sustained over 30 miles per hour. So, and gusting over 40, near 50. So that's part of some of the shear that's ahead of the storm. So you're getting those winds even without any thunderstorm. So when you mentioned how those cells are forming. So any of those could conceivably spin up a tornado, even if just briefly. So people shouldn't be outside while this is going on and across, especially northern Indiana. And again, people should be off the roads because people died the other day just getting blown off the road with 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So a tornado will be a lot worse than that. And you can see, those cells, they're not very circular. At least I'm gonna talk about like over Rensselaer, so that there's not a confirmed tornado, but tornadoes or not, is you're gonna get some damaging wind gusts, and then we were seeing tornado warnings all the way down into South Central Illinois, where they're not being confirmed at the current time, but they're also way down in Arkansas. And why don't I just quickly change the source here for just a minute. I'll just put up my radar for a second because I have wanted to show the regular radar for a minute and see how broad this is because you can see you talked about the rain because the flood watches in Indiana go from tonight through Sunday. So now it's not going to rain continuously, but you're going to have waves of heavy rain, especially by Friday, I believe. So you can see it looks like there's a lot of tornado warnings, but really these are just radar indicated. So we're not as concerned about the radar indicated ones. But of course, if there is a tornado warning, that people have to get into a shelter or get somewhere just away from windows and things of that nature. So you can see we're seeing a lot of radar ones, but this is like turning into a line now in South Central Indiana. And Indianapolis is up here, and you're up here, right? You're Lebanon. So this stuff, if you're there, just giving a kind of like we did before, if you're in Lebanon, it's moving about 65. So it would get there. I don't know if it hides this, but yeah, you can see the towns there, coming up fairly soon. So it's headed in your direction, and there could be tornadoes with that, or it may just be like we said, the straight line winds, which will be, could be really plenty as bad, too. Now up here, now I was looking at some of the models, and they have some high instability up in this area here. It's probably because the warm front's there, so that's giving some added lift. So these could be tornadic up here too. And so if you're in Rensselaer, Logansport, Kokomo, you could have potential tornadoes. So, but I think the potential for really strong tornadoes is more to the south. So that seems like some good news. So it's unlikely we'd see F3 or F4 type tornadoes this far north. But if you head down to say Evansville, you could see stronger tornadoes, and the threat goes to about 1 o'clock. So the advice for everybody is just to stay inside, and and don't go near windows, and don't go driving anywhere, because that wind will knock you over. And here's that other activity. A lot of this will move over southern Indiana. This is where it's more hot and unstable. So that's why we're seeing tornadoes even way out here developing. But you can see these are all at this very second radar indicated. But you see golf ball size hail there, also being reported. So a lot of this may go like more to the south. I just want to find there we go. This stuff you can see, trying to get the direction right here. Yeah, it's all lifting up to the northeast. So yes, so a lot of this is going to go right across Indiana, but I think a lot of this stuff will weaken a little bit once it gets north of, say, around this area, because this is where the great instability is. But you can see it's a very long line. Even down to Dallas, they're talking about severe weather. Although I think it'll be east of Dallas. But this will continue. Now, once it gets dark, you lose some of the instability. So the tornado threat's going to diminish up where you are in northern Indiana after dark, after not too long. But these cells here are going to move over southern Indiana, where it's juicier and they'll last longer. So the tornado threat, as we've been saying, is greatest south. So yeah, so these are very heavy rain with this. There's flood watches down here over like the mid south. I mean, they're expecting maybe a foot of rain down to like around Paducah and this zone here. The same system. Like this area here, they're going to get. Oh, I want to get too crazy with it. They're going to get the flood watches up here. I mean, this area here, Michael, this weekend we could see over a foot of rain, and it could be very serious flooding. And up here in northeast Indiana was where those flood watches were. So I'll just zoom in one more time here. See if we see any confirmed reports. Not at this very moment, so that's good. But you see, we're gonna watch these cells too. They look like they are not tornadic, so that's good. But I would say, Michael, in the next, for if you're in Indianapolis or really anywhere in Indiana, I would say, the next several hours you're gonna get hit, and for anyone could get severe thunderstorms at any time. But at least it looks like the worst of the tornadoes, though. The greatest concern for tornadoes was down here. So that's where the high risk is. So at least in Indiana, we're not under a high risk. I mean, that would be, you have to, it's like life threatening. Well, and it's all life threatening, but that would be really life threatening.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, I'm gonna put up here. This is a traffic camera in the Remington area, north and west of Lafayette, along I-65 here, and you can see the camera shaking. It's very, very windy, as we've been talking about out there. The wind gusts 30, 40, 50 miles per hour, and you can see in the distance there the darker clouds. You see some lightning in the sky there as the cars are moving. Pretty normally, it looks like. Across the interstate there. And so as the storm moves through, going back to the radar here, as the storm moves through, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning here. It says here for the next hour, 8 minutes. Possible rotation with a storm. Half dollar size hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust with the storm here in northwestern Indiana. And so if you're in Knox, North Judson, Monon, Royal Center, Winnemac, Fulton, the storm is in your direction right now. And so again, containing some very gusty winds and hail with these storms here. And so one of the things I was looking at, AJ, that might be helping us out a little bit with this is there's a lot of rain out in front and so forth. That's probably going to stabilize the atmosphere somewhat ahead of the storms there with that. So that could be a saving grace as these storms get close to the Indiana border here. So multiple tornado warnings with these storms. We know that there's going to be rotation. The atmospheric conditions are favorable for that. But hopefully, some of this rain out in front here might stabilize the atmosphere just enough to weaken them somewhat. And so it's not as predicted a little bit earlier as it gets into the area that's under that moderate risk for severe weather.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think earlier the moderate risk was not quite that high, and then they expanded it. But yeah, so the high risk, it was down to the south. So yeah, so it really is going to be much like the other day, basically a repeat of the other day. So you'll hear the thunder, and then there'll be lightning in the distance, and then the storms. You'll get like gusty winds ahead of it. But yeah, like you mentioned, that rain area has stabilized the atmosphere a little bit, and it was cloudy for a good part of the morning across Indiana, and then we saw it clear. The temperature, skyrocketed. And those southerly winds kind of create some more of that low-level shear too. But if we get enough rain ahead of it, then what will happen is probably this whole thing will turn into a line of a big squall line where you won't see as many tornadoes as you would see when they develop on their own. But in those lines, though, you could get wind gusts 70, 80 miles per hour. Of course, not as strong as a tornado would be when you would get maybe 100, much higher than 100 miles per hour. Yeah, in that picture there, you can see, the storm is northwest of there. It almost looks like this, like a wall cloud forming up there, where the traffic is headed toward. Still, at the moment, I don't see a report of a tornado. Oh wait, no, now that says a possible tornado, Michael, there northwest of Lafayette, possible tornado.
Yep, and that's exactly what we're looking at here. This is the Remington area, north and west of Lafayette. I've had some rain here move through already. You can see some of the droplets there at the top of the camera, and traffic's still moving. Looks like it's moving normal there. That's good news there. And the next storm, within this line here is getting ready to cross 65 here, and that's where you see the dark clouds there and so forth. Wow. And we're watching on radar just a little bit of noticeable rotation there, but nothing, at least for me right now, I'm overly concerned about with that. But we'll see how that develops and how that continues on as it passes over I-65 here. And then so they'll go into the Wolcott area, the Monon area from there. And so yeah, we'll keep an eye on this. But yeah, definitely strong wind gust out ahead with these storms, 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1 1/4 inch hail as well with this. And so there's still a lot of energy here that we're going to have to watch these storms. They're going to move through here, and everybody in the state of Indiana is going to see some rain move through, some storms probably, and some severe weather with that. So all the threats are on the table with that. And so I was just trying to look here to see if we've gotten any new information with this. But yeah, so severe thunderstorm warning does continue for a large part of northwest Indiana. And zoom back out here with that. So a lot of broken storms within this line here. And then as the line continues southward here, as it gets, as we see here, east of St. Louis, still very well west of Vincennes and west of Terre Haute. So not in Indiana yet, we've got some time before it gets here, but we've got a line of severe storms that have formed. We've got multiple tornado warnings within this line. Okay, so it's getting towards the Effingham area, the Mount Vernon area in Illinois, and these continue to move to the north and east. So they're headed towards the direction of the Terre Haute area. And so again, we got to be mindful. We're going to pay close attention to this. We're going to stay on live here and walk you through it. So if the storms are affecting you, hop on board here. We'll walk you through it until you're in the all clear and you're safe there. And so going back to Northwest Indiana, so we've got a line of storms here. If you're in Gary, Valparaiso area right now, the severe threat has passed by you. So that's good news. I know you still got a little bit of rain still falling here. With that, Michigan City, you're seeing a good old-fashioned thunderstorm along the lake there, but nothing severe. There's no severe thunderstorm on top of you right now, and those storms are continuing to move to the north and east. So South Bend, Goshen, you'll be up next here in the time being. But we still have the severe thunderstorm, Knox, North Judson, Monon, Monticello. You're in this severe storm here, Rensselaer. You're about ready to get hit by a significant part of the storm here. And so you see the kind of those purplish colors here. And so that's where we're seeing a little bit more of the stronger part of the storm, where you're probably going to get the hail and some very gusty winds with that. I'm going to turn on the velocity here, AJ, and see if we can see anything around the Goodland area.
Yeah.
Still some very strong winds with the system here, as we were just talking about here. And we'll see if this continues to rotate a little bit. So I think this is where we're looking at that possible rotation that we've mentioned there in the severe thunderstorm with that. So kind of that bottom part of that storm here in the Goodland area. So if you're in the Goodland area, possible rotation affecting you right now. It's going to go over you here within moments. And so, be weather aware. And if you know anybody in the Goodland area, make sure that they are weather aware. Possible rotation in the area of Goodland here. And so zooming back out on the radar, again, we've got another storm. A lot of red here, but there's no severe thunderstorm warning with it. So it's getting ready to cross into the state of Indiana. So Fowler, Oxford, Attica area, you would be in the path of this storm here. As it moves northeast here with that. And again, close eyes for southern Indiana here. We've got a line of storms in Illinois that are rotating. All right, several that are rotating here. They're all radar indicated. So that's good news. Nothing observed here yet, AJ. They're all radar indicated with that, but they are moving into Indiana. Okay, and we've got conditions here, atmospheric conditions that are favorable for the spin ups, are favorable for very strong winds and large hail as well with that. And I see the note here from Sherry saying glad I moved out of Northwest Indiana. We had a lot of thunder and lightning with that. So yeah, thanks Sherry for sharing that information. And yes, we're glad too that it's moved through far Northwest Indiana. Here, I'll put the radar back on here. So there's still some rain around, in the area, Hammond, Gary, Portage, and so forth. But as far as the severe threat, it looks like it has moved on by as the stronger storms are moving off to the east here. So great news, Sherry. Thanks for being with us and being a longtime supporter of our page here. We do appreciate that very much. So we're still under a tornado watch for the next 4 hours until 11 p.m. Eastern time. So the county's highlighted in yellow here. So if we zoom out and you can take a look at Indiana, it's getting a little harder to make it out here. But if you can make out Indiana and find where you live, you can find where you live here and see exactly where the storms are right now compared to where you're at with this. And so again, really watching these storms here in Illinois as they get into Indiana here, where we're seeing some conditions favorable here. We've got AJ here, great meteorologist. Timmy's going to join us here in a little bit. Josh is going to join us here in a little bit. Joe's going to join us in a little bit. So we've got a lot of people. We'll move in and out. We'll stay fresh. We'll be with you every step of the way. So if you're in eastern Indiana, these storms aren't going, especially southeastern Indiana, these storms aren't going to get to you for a while. And so we'll be here throughout the hours and monitor these storms for you. And once they get over you, we'll talk you through them as they move through your area. And and then we'll get off once Indiana's in the all clear from the severe weather here. And then once we're in the all clear there, just know in the days ahead here, we're going to have flooding concerns. All right, we got quite a bit of rain today and over the next few days here until Sunday, where there are parts of Indiana could get anywhere between 5 to 10 inches of rain during this time. And so we got quite a bit going on here with this. AJ, are you noticing anything on the radar? Any thoughts here? What are you looking at?
Oh yes, yes, and you're right. And well, yeah, Rensselaer is getting really hammered now with extremely heavy rain, and there's another line behind that. But they're also seeing some cells trying to, more discreet east of there, west of Logansport, and that there's severe thunderstorm warning with a possible tornado there, and that goes until let's see, severe thunderstorm warning with possible tornado until 8 o'clock Eastern time, so another hour or so. And that means the areas that towns could be affected by that if you're in La Crosse or Tyner, Knox, Star City, Buffalo, Walcott, Oak Grove. So that's more people being affected. So yeah, if you're around Logansport, there's a severe thunderstorm warning just on the northwest side of you. And why don't I show that graphically here? I'll bring that up for you. There we go. Yeah. So yeah, we're noticing some cells developing ahead of that area. So like this stuff over here, there could be a potential tornado spin up in some of these here, and these are moving towards the northeast. So about 60 miles per hour. So if you're in these towns, if you're in northern Indiana, anywhere, I would say you could get hit by these storms with a potential, most likely brief, but a potential tornado. So that's going to continue. And then this over here, a radar indicator. Okay, so we're seeing a lot of hail too. An inch and a quarter hail. So and 60 mile an hour wind gusts. So if people driving up here are going to have a hard time of it, to say the least. And also over here by Fort Wayne, some cells are forming right just about into Fort Wayne now. So we're going to watch those. And farther to the south, again, watching this whole area here. This is the most area of greatest concern, I would say, for us in Indiana, northern Indiana, for the next 2 to 3 hours. And so that includes all of these towns and cities up here. Now, farther south, the other area that we're watching for Indiana is, well, I'm on the single site radar, but these are a batch of thunderstorms that are headed in the same direction. So like I mentioned earlier, really the whole state is going to be affected by this. No one's going to be left out. So if you love severe weather, I don't think you'll be too disappointed. But you can see there's still no ones that are confirmed down there. But watch it very carefully up here, that we could see, especially that ahead of this. That's where we're seeing, the tornadoes trying to spin up, and these more discreet looking cells here. Like there's one near Logansport, and let's see, Plymouth. You're going to get hit, and a lot of this is heavy rain, and we're just watching to see if there is some of that rotation that's happening. And of course, when you see the winds blowing away and toward the radar here, that's what this is. You see this here, that's straight line. That's not a tornadic right now. Again, radar indicated because this tornado warning, which is west of Maryville. If you're in Maryville, I think that's Maryville. I'm sorry, no, it's I gotta zoom in there. Medderville. I'm sorry if I butchered that. That you're going to get hit with a possible tornado in the next 5 minutes, and also up towards North Judson's up here. So this is all moving to the northeast. So the bottom line is really that this is going to continue, and it's going to get worse before really gets better. And you can see that whole area here moving to the northeast. So yeah, so definitely now where you are, Michael's down here. There's nothing happening, and there won't be probably for a few more hours. But however, I want to point out we could see some stuff develop ahead of this,
Yeah,
and we
exactly.
will. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we could see some development ahead of these storms here and some supercells develop here. Mitchell's asking in the chat here, give you an answer here. So the line for you, Mitchell, in the Greenwood area, about 150 miles away. And so you've got some time before this line gets to you with that. But again, we could see some development out ahead of this line like we're seeing in northern Indiana. And so we'll keep an eye on that for you. Keep checking back in with us. But you still have some time here, Mitchell, before these storms get to you. And so just kind of to back up a little bit with what we got going on here, for a good chunk of Indiana is in that red on the map there. That means a moderate risk for severe weather. That's a level 4 out of 5 on the scale there. And then in northern Indiana, an enhanced risk of severe weather. With that, northern Indiana, we're looking more in the with the winds and so forth. But I'm going to go here real quick, AJ. We've got a tornado warning. This is our first tornado warning here in Indiana. So let me zoom in on this. This is northwest Indiana. This is the areas that we've been looking at. This is just to the north and east of Rensselaer. We do have a radar indicated tornado warning here with this. So east central Jasper County until 6:30 local time. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Rensselaer, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. And so let me get the closer radar here. So this is our first tornado warning in Indiana for the storms this evening with this. And so we're seeing just east of Rensselaer some possible rotation with this system. So if you're in Moody, if you're in Newland, all right, Bailey's Corner, you're part of this tornado warning here. You're part of this tornado warning. And so if you're just to the north and east of Rensselaer here in the northwest Indiana, you're under a tornado warning for another 21 minutes here. This is radar indicated due to possible rotation that's gone through the Rensselaer area. And the storm is moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. So moving very quickly here. And so let's take a look here and see. We're just not getting a good read here on the velocity with that here, and see if we can get a better read here. Here we go. With that. And so possible rotation north and east here. So I'm kind of looking at two areas here, AJ. So one right in here and one right in here that we're seeing some of those reds and greens come together with this here, both northeast of Rensselaer. Tornado warning. So if you're in this area, you need to be taking shelter right away. Okay, tornado. So quite a bit of rotation here just to the west of is that Metairyville, maybe? I don't know how to say that one.
I butchered that one.
There we go. With that, so just pass through the Newland and Moody area. So you can see some very strong winds here. Very obvious rotation that we see here on our radar with this here. I'm going to check here. I'm going to leave the radar right here for a second, AJ. I'm going to check real quick for let me move here to see if we've gotten any cameras in this area here with it. Okay, so it's already passed here in Rensselaer. Let me double check. Okay, yeah, not seeing anything, any cameras in the area that are active right now. Okay, so we do have an extension of the tornado warning. Here. Let me turn it back to the reflectivity so you can see the outline here. And so if you're north and west of Rensselaer, you're under a tornado warning. This does include North Judson. It does include Knox here in this area. Denham, Clarks, Abilene, Bass Station, Beardstown, Ripley. You're under this tornado warning right here. And let's see what the National Weather Service has to say about this. And so Pulaski and Stark County until 7:45 Eastern time or 6:45 Central time. That's where we're getting the time difference here, where we switch time zones with this. The severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Metairyville, or 11 miles southeast of Wheatfield, moving northeast now at 65 miles per hour. 65 miles per hour. This is radar indicated. And so let's get the velocity back on here. And we're seeing some very strong rotation here. with this storm here. So it's starting to get into that atmosphere that we've been talking about, AJ, where the conditions are favorable for these types of spin-ups within these storms and the line that's coming through. And so if you're west of Tippecanoe River State Park, if you're west and northwest of Winnemac, all right, you need to be taking shelter right now. You need to be taking shelter right now because there is a tornado warning for your area here. Tornado warning for your area with this. So what do we do in a tornado warning? Well, we need to make sure that's one, we got to take shelter. All right, we got to take shelter right away there. That means tornadoes either been sighted or indicated by weather radar. And as you can see here, it's definitely indicated by the radar. I don't see any reports yet of any observation of a tornado on the ground. So take shelter in a sturdy building, basement preferably. If you don't have a basement there, get to the lowest floor there and get into the most interior part of the room that you can get into. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And if you've got a way to protect yourself with a mattress, thick blankets, helmets, bicycle helmet, whatnot, find ways to protect yourself. Stay in this right now. And so if you're in this area that you see here on the screen, here's our update. You need to be taking shelter right now. Listen to our voices. We'll walk you through this during the time here. So the Metairie-ville, you're part of this tornado warning right now. The rotation is on top of you. The rotation is on top of you right now. Checking here to see if we've gotten any information as far as the any observation, funnel clouds or whatnot with this storm. It's hard to look, AJ, for this information here because there's so many tornado warnings right now in the United States. And so everything's getting put together there. The last time I checked here, there were over 20 current tornado warnings, at least just a few minutes ago. And so we've got a lot going on here, including there's one in Arkansas, but tornado warning continues. Tornado warning continues here with definite rotation taking place here. Definite rotation that we're seeing here on the radar in the Metairie-ville area with the storm. And then we're also, looks like we're getting some an area of some very gusty winds, some large hail right behind it as well. So quite a bit going on here in this area. So we do have a tornado warning. I'm just going to back up a little bit, make sure we're not missing anything else. But we've got a tornado warning here with this storm, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, $half size hail with this as well. And so let's see if we got an update here on the velocity. Still looking,
it looks very strong.
Very strong here. I'm going to check one more thing. I'll turn it over to you in a second here. I was just seeing if we could see any damage here flying around on the radar. I'm not seeing that yet. But AJ, yeah, definite rotation here on the radar.
Yeah. And, no one has spotted it yet, but it is a tornado warning, so it's going to come through. And I suspect it might be rain wrapped, why no one's seeing it. So it's moving right along, about 60 miles per hour. And you can see more of those that develop. So yeah. And also if you have to take shelter, to take shelter away from buildings. I mean, I'm sorry, if go to a basement, go to the interior room of your house. So that means a bathroom is usually a good bet, not your bedroom or your living room, because the windows could blow out onto you. And of course, if you're in a high rise, they say a hallway in the center of the building is safe. So as long as you're in a well-built house, I think your house is not going to be destroyed, but it's still extreme. The flying debris is really the main concern, because that's how I think most people end up getting killed, is from flying debris, getting hit by it, or maybe by trees are falling. Be careful of trees, definitely. And there you can see that's from before. Well, no, that's now, but before we saw what looked like a wall cloud forming northwest of that location there. I forget the name of it, but up there we saw it, what looked like a wall cloud moving across the stream. So that cell is what Michael was talking about that's hitting you now. And I'm just going to check to see if there has been anything else updated on this. with the tornado warning. So yeah, North Judson we mentioned you're going to get hit momentarily by we're getting rain, and then the rotation if it is here is sort of down in this area. It's kind of loose, but there's still the potential for a tornado for the next little while. So the bottom line is we're going to see more of this continue, and I'm going to switch back just here. Okay, let me show this. So this is a broader view of what's going on. So it's really Northwest Indiana right now that's getting the lion's share of it, but we had some storms hit Fort Wayne, and although nothing terrible, and to the south, north of the warm front, some pretty good cells. They don't look too rotaty at this point. This one over here, but east of Kokomo, looked almost like had rotation. But yeah, Rensselaer, you've gotten hit extremely hard, and it's going to last for a couple more hours, and then things will improve. And again, this is the cell that we're watching real carefully, where there is a possible radar indicated tornado for the next half hour or so. And you can see the direction that it's headed in. North Judson about to get hit now, and Medarville, forgive me for that, but you're going to have the worst of it happening now for the next half hour or so, and then more storms will hit. To the west, or I'm sorry, to the east up here, this is all going to move this way. So really, anybody in northern Indiana here is going to get hit by this cluster of very heavy thunderstorms. So even if you're in Plymouth and you're up in the areas to the east, this is all going to head in your direction. So Goshen and North Webster over here, you're going to have to deal with this. In other words, it's going to be mostly severe thunderstorms with embedded possible tornadoes. We don't see any evidence now that we're getting these discrete, ones that'll spin up big tornado. If we still have time for that to happen, it will happen probably from these storms out in front, including, of course, as we mentioned, this one and anything else that might also develop out here. So, and then after dark, we'll probably see the tornado threat start to diminish. But the tornado watch, as we mentioned, was till 10 o'clock Central Time. So there's a chance between now and then to see tornadoes. And then there's other area down here we're watching. We see all these tornado warnings, but they are radar indicated. So that's encouraging.
Yeah, that is. And we got another question here, AJ, about Greenwood, Indiana. So just to the south of Indianapolis here. With that, you're in the clear for now. We're watching that line in Illinois. That's going to be moving through here in the next couple of hours. So we'll be monitoring that as it gets closer and moves through. There's a possibility of some development ahead of the line. So it might be here a little bit sooner than that. But Greenwood, for right now, all is good. And but just be mindful that the storms are heading your way here in the next couple of hours. And so I'm going to switch over here and just get an update here on the rotation here. So we do have a tornado warning for another 28 minutes here in the North Judson area, and putting the rotation on. It's getting a little bit tighter here, AJ. It's getting a little bit tighter with the system here. So just to the south and west of North Judson. So if you're in North Judson, you need to be taking shelter right now. Tornado warning for you. Definite rotation on the radar. And so there's quite a bit of rotation on the radar here. With that, it is likely, as you said there, likely rain wrapped. It's going to be very difficult to see this tornado with that, or at least this funnel cloud for the time being. But if it does touch down and becomes a tornado, then it's going to be very difficult to see. And so we'll continue to monitor this here. So if you're in North Judson, you need to be taking shelter right now. You've got a tornado warning with this. And so there's our update. There's our update there. And you can tell over the North Judson area right now. I'm going to kind of flip back and forth here with the radar. So you're getting quite a bit of heavy rain right now, North Judson, but you've got this rotation in the atmosphere that we've been predicting all day long here. This rotation in the atmosphere that's getting ready to go by you. And then after that, which is not conventional here, but after that, you got a very strong part of this storm with some very heavy rain, some large hail, and some very gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour behind this rotation here. And so it's going to be like that 1, 2, 3 punch type thing here, a left and then a right hook here for North Judson. And so if you're listening from North Judson right now, you need to be in shelter. You need to be in shelter right now. Definite rotation to your south and west here. And and then we've got some very strong winds and kind of that triple threat here with hail, winds, and possible tornado getting ready to hit you here in the North Judson area. And so, who would be next with this? It'll be crossing State Road 39 into the Aldine and the Toto area with that, and then it's going to move closer to the Knox area, just north of Bass Station, right there on US 35. And so we've got quite a bit going on, but you see right there on the screen where the reds and greens are getting tight there, and they're getting brighter. So it's a very strong, strong rotation aloft here. And I keep checking here, AJ. I'm not seeing any new reports of anybody seeing this tornado yet. Again, probably rain wrap, but it's that. And then I do want to mention real quick that a tornado watch has been issued for parts of far southern Indiana. So this includes Jasper, Salem, Madison, New Albany, Jeffersonville area. Tornado watch until 2 a.m. Eastern time there. But we do have the tornado warning that continues. Here, definite rotation over the North Judson area right now. You can clearly see that here on the radar. And then we've got multiple tornado warnings right now in the United States. We've got 24 tornado warnings right now with this. And so, AJ, are you seeing anything in terms of any reports or information from the storm here? I've not seen anything quite yet.
No, I was checking, nothing yet. But it's quite nasty, and it's also going to head up. It'll hit Plymouth. It's like a line that's about to hit Plymouth ahead of that. So Plymouth is going to get hit with very strong wind gusts soon. Not a tornado yet, but that tornado warned cell is going to move over Plymouth as well. So they'll get hit in about 30 minutes. Well, in about 10 minutes, I'd say, and then the next one in about 30 minutes, Plymouth will get the cell that they're having in North Judson. So they have to watch careful. So definitely, if you're in Plymouth, stay inside. And Culver, Argos, and Tyner, and around there. So it's going to be a rough, about 3 more hours or so, I would say, before we see, any kind of improvement. And there's that image. The Skycam still showing it very dark up in that area by Rensselaer, and because there's another band that's about to hit Rensselaer as well, not tornadic, and then things are looking a little bit better at that. And then like you mentioned, all of those cells to the south that are we've seen over a dozen tornado warnings down here. What we find is that none of these I've seen yet, although one might prove me a liar, I'm sure, but at right now, just radar indicated. But all of this is headed, of course, right now it's still a good distance away. And let's see if I do this distance right here. So if you're in Greenwood, let's say, and these are moving at 65. Pardon me. Yeah, it's allergy season, but you can see, those towns there. That's the timeline we're talking about. And as far as Greenwood, is going to reach you, I would say, within an hour or so. This whole again, and notice that here it's more of a line, even though they're tornado warnings. It's not. We're not seeing those discrete cells that we are most concerned about down at the south. If you look down here in Oklahoma, Arkansas, you see how these cells are circular. So when they're circular like this, you can see. Look at that. You see that? That looked like a real rotating cell here. I'm just going to zoom in quick. That's just how when we see tornadoes, and this says radar, but you can see how it's curled like that. Those are the ones that will produce the strong tornadoes that kill people more than anything. And as we mentioned, that the worst of that is expected to be across the past southern Indiana later tonight, and less of a threat farther north. But it is going to be a rough several hours. And again, we've been watching this cell especially really closely, like you mentioned, where we had the possible tornado here, rain wrapped, and extremely heavy rain too. Let's not forget that. You could get flash flooding. although that's not technically considered severe weather, but it is bad. And you can see one more big band coming through Rensselaer. There won't be, it won't shouldn't be tornadoes with that. But like I said, if you're in Plymouth, stay indoors now, and all across this area, and getting all the way to the northernmost part. We're getting into, I think we're in Michigan now, but everybody up here is going to get nailed with at least gusty winds and torrential downpours, and we've seen quite a bit of hail too, an inch and a quarter size hail. So that's I could do some damage too. And in southern Indiana, we haven't seen anything because we're in the hot air, the hotter, humid air. But all this stuff has to come through. So, like we mentioned, the tornado watch goes until 10 o'clock Central Time, and that I mean, actually, why don't I just show that quick? I had so you can see it visually here. Well, I have it on the Storm Prediction Center site. I'll bring that up in just a second here. But yeah, this tornado threat and severe threat will continue, and thankfully, it's more of a non-tornadic situation so far. I mean, if this were really going to be a terrible tornado outbreak, we would be seeing them by now. So that's a little bit of good news. And let me just show you here. I think that's it. Yeah, but this is the tornado watch from the Storm Prediction Center. Pop it up. Yeah. So this is well, actually, that's the one for Southern Indiana. That one goes till midnight, and then the other one I wanted to bring.
Yeah, and I'm going to take over here. It looks like we lost AJ here with that. And so, yeah, definitely. Tornado warning continues. Tornado warning continues here. The Toto area across the State Road 39. We see definite rotation here on the radar. So if you're in the Knox area, you need to be taking shelter right now. This rotation is heading your direction. I don't have any confirmation, any observation of seeing this tornado here, but just to the west of Knox here. We just got an update on the radar scan. So this is it right here. So it doesn't look as well defined as it once did with this, but still definite rotation there aloft. And something that's, if you're in the Indian Hill, if you're in the Knox area, you need to be paying attention to with this. So we're having a definite spin in the atmosphere and all over Indiana here. And so especially from this storm all the way down to southern Indiana, as this line of storms comes through, these storms are going to spin. And as AJ was talking about there in Illinois with this. So tornado warning continues. Tornado warning continues. And we've got a brand new tornado warning. Let me back out here. Brand new tornado warning with this storm. Let me move here so you can get our bearings straight. With this. And so just to the west of Knox here, tornado warning, and it goes all the way up to the South Bend area. This does include the Kankakee area, North Liberty area, Mishawaka area, this tornado warning here. And so let's take a look real quick together if we can here. So tornado warning until 8 o'clock Eastern time, 7 o'clock Central time. And just a minute or two ago, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Knox, moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. So this thing is flying. And so that's why the tornado warning goes all the way up to the South Bend area. So this is flying here. So let's get the velocity back on here. So here's our rotation. Here's our rotation just to the west of Knox here. So if you're in Knox, if you're west of Knox, north of Knox, you need to be taking shelter right now. Tornado warning for you. Definite rotation on the radar. And so get to the lowest level of a sturdy building as you could possibly go. If you got a basement, get to the basement there. If not, get to that first floor and get to the most interior room as possible. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you possibly can here. And so again, if you're just west of Knox, you need to be taking shelter right now. Definite rotation on the radar. And so these storms are just getting into Indiana for the most part. Northern Indiana, northwestern Indiana has, gotten through these storms here, but they're starting to ramp up a little bit as predicted here. You're getting to the enhanced risk there with that. But yeah, definite rotation here on the radar. Here. So if you're in the Knox area, you need to be taking shelter. You're under a tornado warning here, and looking to the northeast, Hamlet, Grovertown, Donaldson, Tyner, Tea Garden, La Paz, Harris, Walkerton, all part of this tornado warning here. And so now's the time you got to get to shelter. With that, we do have quite a bit of strong winds associated with the storm here. With that, and so yeah, lots going on here. With that, in the rest of Indiana, what's going on? All right, what's going on? South side of Indianapolis, what's going on? This line of storms that's going to hit you in the southern half of the state here. This line is still in Illinois. All right, this line's still in Illinois here with this, and this line's going to move through here. So yes, it's going to get into Greenwood. All right, it's going to get into Whiteland. It's going to get to Bloomington. It's going to get to Vincennes, Evansville, and so forth. It's going to get to your area. It's just trailing here a little bit, and we're monitoring some storms that are starting to develop out in front of this line. Out in front of this line here, and see if those start to rotate, if those start to become supercells in themselves. And so lots going on here with this. And so really the only difference right now is kind of what we've had forecasted all day long here, is that this line just took a little bit later, a little bit longer to get here with this, but everything else is still on track with this. And so as you can see, multiple tornado warnings in Illinois. All right, and this line is heading towards Indiana, where the atmosphere is actually more favorable for rotation and possible tornadoes, for large hail, for very strong winds. And so we'll continue to watch this here as this system starts to get into Indiana here over the next hour or so. But our main focus right now is in northern Indiana. Where we've got a tornado warning. This does include Knox, Walkerton, North Liberty, Mishawaka, to the southern half of South Bend. This does include you. And so let me turn the velocity back on here with this storm here. And so definite rotation now has just passed through the Knox area. It's in the North Knox area. Definite rotation here with this system. And let me kind of switch back here so you can see the reds and greens here, the pink showing some very, very strong rotation here with this storm. And so it's over the Knox area, the North Knox area. Right now, it's heading towards US 30 to the west of Plymouth. And so this storm here is moving 70 miles per hour to the northeast. It's got wind gust up to 60 miles per hour. And we've got hail up to a $50 size falling with this system here. And so big time warning here, but yet no reports of anything being observed. And probably the reason why, if there's something on the ground, is because there's a lot of rain with this. So that's going to be rain wrapped with the storm here. And so AJ, glad you're back here. With that, you probably just hit the wrong button, didn't you?
Yeah, it wasn't a storm outage. But yeah, I just exited the window. But so that Knox looks like it's just coming through, and then Plymouth is going to get hit with at least the edge of that. And like you mentioned, nothing. I didn't see anything reported that there was a tornado sighted. We were saying it's probably rain wrapped, and that's worse because you can't see it. Sometimes you can get even big tornadoes that are rain wrapped, but that's not what's happening here. These are probably, if any, weak tornadoes that are spinning up. So that's some good news. But yeah, it's going to be a rough several hours all across here in northern Indiana, and extremely dangerous to be out on the roads at all while this is happening, because your vehicle could be blown over on the road, and you could die. It happened the other day. So everybody just stay indoors. And as far as what else we're seeing, that's the main area of concern. And look, I'm just gonna look and see what else is going on. Let me just look at that cell one more time. Make sure nothing's. Yeah, radar indicated that continues. That tornado warning again will go for another 25 minutes or so, and we will also see a squall line come in as this eventually ends tonight. So what usually happens, or often happens, is we'll get these type of cells with really the strongest wind gusts, and then you'll get a squall line that will come in, and what that will do, we'll also get strong winds with that. But what you'll see is, oh, let me share this here. But you won't, it's unlikely that you would see tornadoes. Um, yeah, there we go. So you can see what's going on. Now this looks scary down here. And it is pretty scary, but I haven't seen anything that has, I have not seen any kind of confirmed reports of tornadoes from any of those cells down in Illinois. But as I, I'm going to now. Well, you see, like I said, sometimes I make it lie on you. But there has been a tornado observed. Now this is not. This is Illinois, down in Newton, around the Newton, Illinois. But it's getting near here, towards. It'll cross Indiana fairly soon. Let me just quickly look at this. Let's see. Tornado warning observed till 7:15 Central Time. Southeastern Illinois. That's not that far from the Indiana line. Moving at 60 miles per hour towards the northeast. So eventually this will cross the line over here in the vicinity south of Terre Haute. So I'm just going to, my radar here looks something like this. And then, yeah, there has been a tornado observed. I don't know if it's a strong tornado, but there has been one observed down there. And that's where it is. And here is, say, there you see Terre Haute up there. And it's just loading the radar here. Just back on. Maybe had a little data. Oh wait, I gotta open up this here. That's why. Yeah. So again, like we said, we're not going to be out of the woods with this until after about 10 o'clock or so, and then really not until maybe midnight. And I was trying to find some of these single sites here. I'm bringing this up. Well, anyway, you can see Indianapolis too. Nothing really going on at all. We've been lucky here, but all of this stuff that was out to the west that I just showed is going to be headed in your direction. Let's see here.
Yeah, definitely. Timmy, can you hear us? Not yet. All right.
Yeah,
with this, hey, I'm going to take a look here. Connor Croft. My stream's going by here. He's on a tornado right now. He's on a tornado in Arkansas with this, a fairly large tornado in Arkansas here, but I'm not getting the stream here very well.
Yeah, live tornado.
With that, so yeah, I'll keep monitoring this here with that. And so I do want to give an update here. So we do have a tornado warning in Indiana here, and it's to the north and east of Knox. So it's over the Groverton area right now, heading towards Walkerton and Tea Garden, La Paz. It's heading in that area right now. So you can see the possible rotation right over the Grovertown area. And this is moving to the northeast at 70 miles per hour. So it's moving very, very quickly here. Let's see if we've got an update here at all. Okay, we do. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Hamlet or 8 miles northeast of Knox, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. So tornado warning here. So if you're in the Walkerton area, the Tea Garden area, the Tyner area, the La Paz area, you need to be taking shelter right now. Tornado warning for your area. And we're seeing some definite rotation here on the radar. And this is moving to the north and east very quickly here at 65 miles per hour. So it's not going to be too long. It's not going to be too long here before the storm gets to you. If you're in the Tea Garden area, the Walkerton area, and points to the north and east. This tornado warning does include Lakeville. It does include Woodland. It does include Pine Station, North Liberty, Crumbstown, Mishawaka, the southern half of South Bend. This tornado warning here does include you. So the storm continues to move to the north and east very quickly at 65 miles per hour. And so I'm going to turn on the radar back on here, maybe. With that, looks like we lost the radar with this. And so tornado warning does continue here. And so I'm going to switch it back to Connor's stream here while we I know Radar Omega here, the radar that we're using. AJ they did send out a message a little bit ago stating with the high traffic they got right now that data's coming in a little bit slower than normal. So that's why I lost it here. I don't think it's anything that we've done on our end, but it looks like we're just it's getting overwhelmed right now. So we might need to switch radars to something a little bit different here with this. But yes, Connor Groff here on the TV screen. He's in Arkansas right now. He's caught up to a tornado in the area. There are currently 28 tornado warnings right now in the United States. So lots going on. We've got a lot of tornado warnings in Illinois. Those storms are heading our direction here in Indiana. And then we do have our one warning that we were just taking a look at here to the north and east of Knox with that. And we're still without radar here. And so I'm going to restart and see if this does anything for me with that. But yeah, we've lost our radar. So yours is still on. Okay, you still got yours there.
Yeah, and they mentioned a tornado emergencies now down in Arkansas. That's where that purple is down here. So this is really where the worst of everything's happening. That's gonna, that's not gonna affect us here in Indiana at for a while, if at all. But yes, this area here,
right there. That's it. You see it on the screen. The large tornado in Arkansas.
Yeah, I mean that is a violent tornado, and they mentioned that yes, there is a tornado emergency catastrophic threat down in that northeast of Jonesboro, and so yeah, that's where the worst instability and where everything really is going to town down here. I'll just bring it up, see what it looks like here. But yeah, we talked about how we showed how those cells are circular and are very clearly rotating. So that tells us there's, you see the pictures.
Look at that.
So thankfully we're not seeing this over, across Indiana anywhere. But that is a violent, it looks like F3 or 4 type of tornado. And they're driving in the rain. I guess the tornado is moving to their right. So, but yeah, it's a tornado emergency in northeast Arkansas. That whole area is going to get the worst of this. And what we'll see here in Indiana is these potential ones that spin up, for that may or may not be there. But if you hear a tornado warning, you have to take cover because it means there probably is one. But you can see this is what it's like to get close to a large and violent tornado. It looks like there's damage there. There is. And this is Lake City, Arkansas. Wow. So you're seeing it, live. This has just happened momentarily. Tornado ripped through northeast Arkansas, and it looks like it destroyed a home there. And they're out as the tornado ended. But yeah, this is the kind of damage, of course, we can see.
Can you hear me now?
Hey, Timmy.
Yes, we hear you.
Can you hear us? Take that as a no. Look at that. But yeah, this is Arkansas here. This is crazy. This is crazy. Look at all that damage.
That's unbelievable. Yeah, that's the area that's under the high risk. And that's why they put the high risk, because that's where all that instability was, just and shear together. Yeah. So that's where the worst of this is. It's not over Indiana, but we are kind of getting, bad. We're getting the severe weather, but we're not getting the large, violent tornadoes at the current time. But the tornado watch is Indiana until at least 10 o'clock.
Yeah, and we continue to watch the tornado warning here to the north and east of Knox, to the south of North Liberty, just getting into the Wilkerton area. With this, we're not seeing the rotation as well defined as we did a little bit ago. However, still tornado warning, including North Liberty, all the way to Mishawaka for another 14 minutes here with this storm that's moving 65 miles per hour to the northeast. And what you're seeing here on video is not in Indiana. This is in Arkansas, courtesy of Connor Croft in his channel here. And looks like he lost his feed here for us. With that, okay, we're back there. You can see power lines across the road. So it looks like he's done chasing the actual tornado there. But that's a very dangerous situation that he's in. Storm chasers take a lot of risk getting out and getting the coverage for us so we can see what's going on. Sometimes when we're just sitting at home, it's like reality TV with that, but this isn't TV. This is real life. That was a real home that we saw, and he's doing something very dangerous here, going off the road, trying to get underneath the power lines that have fell, or possibly driving over the power lines. That is not safe. I would not recommend that one bit here, AJ.
No, no,
What
they're
right
live.
there. Yeah, yeah, and
Yeah,
this
they
is
can be electrocuted.
yeah, this is Connor Crofthair getting through there. With that. And so we saw a large, very large destructive tornado there in the Arkansas area. So there are currently 25 tornado warnings right now in the United States. With that, one of them is in Indiana right now, and it's just moved through the Wilcoton area, moving just to the south of North Liberty, crossing State Road 23, moving towards the direction of Mishawaka in the southern South Bend area with that. And so if you're in South Bend, if you're in Mishawaka, if you're in Elkhart, you need to be paying attention to the storm here because it's headed your direction there. And I keep looking outside the office here where I'm located. We saw a very strong wind gust. I'm seeing some lightning in the distance here, so it looks like we've got possibly a storm that's developed here near me as well with this. But the line of storms in Illinois right now have multiple tornado warnings, and they're going to be moving through Indiana over the next few hours here. And we're going to be with you every step of the way as we go about it here. But we're looking, well, we got more power lines, it looks like, in front of the storm chaser here. So very, very, very dangerous situation that he's in right now. With that, and hopefully doesn't do anything out of wanting to get the pictures for us.
Yeah. We saw it like about 5 minutes ago. You saw the whole funnel as it passed after it hit there. So they caught it on camera. So there's a whole bunch of those cells in Arkansas. That's like the Jonesboro area. So they are getting the worst of this whole storm right now. And unfortunately, that's going to continue there for a little while longer. Now, as far as Indiana, I mean, we're not as under the gun as far as the worst tornadoes, but I'm going to just switch this. Can I switch this, Michael, just for a second?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, just on the radar. This is the storms that are southwest of Indianapolis, and yeah, as we mentioned, some of the data goes in and out. But these were observed tornadoes. So, or there was, down here in Newton, Illinois. So, this is headed towards the Indiana line, and that's going to eventually get to you, I'd say, in about 25 minutes. If you're now, it may or may not stay a tornado, but you could get this cell with a tornado embedded, say, in Sullivan and Shelburne, as south of Terre Haute. And in Terre Haute, this is a very nasty line over here. So you're going to get hit there in Terre Haute. You're getting rain, and then you're going to get, of course, the damaging wind gusts. I'm pretty certain over there in Terre Haute. As far as if you're going to get a tornado or not, you might. At the moment, it says it's radar indicated, so at least we don't. But it's very close to you. So if you're in this part of Indiana, just stay indoors now for the next, I'd say, 2 to 3 hours. And then again, the other cell we've been talking about up here, that has been moving up in the direction of South Bend and Goshen, and we've got these other cells popping up farther east. About Indianapolis, we haven't seen anything, but this is all headed your way. Will reach you in about 2 hours or less. If it holds together, again, the wind gusts 80 miles per hour possible, and this is the cell right now closest to Indiana that was tornadic. Now it says possible, but in any event, once this moves through here, you're going to get potentially tornadic conditions. So you really got to hunker down in Terre Haute, Harrison, Sullivan. Here's another radar indicated tornado, and I think it looks a little different on mine, but you can see if this loads up. Yeah, you can see not maybe just a small rotation here. That's actually weakened. So that's going to cross the line, but there'll be gusty winds with that. And Newton just got hit here in Illinois, and this is going to move to the northeast. So those areas, if you're there for the next couple hours, you're under the gun, and that's where we really have seen it. Now, again, the tornado watch goes to 10 o'clock Eastern time there in Indiana, and actually, I was going to pull that up before, and then that's when the stream went out, but let's see the. Well, actually, we got a lot of these going. All right. In any case, actually, I can even pull it up on here. I just want to show it real quickly where the severe tornado watch, the tornado watch is, and this all on the yellow here. That is the tornado watch. So if you're in those yellow boxes, um, this is the tornado watch that will go till 10 o'clock, and that covers most of the state. So, like I said, the whole state is getting hit by this. Um, the least, I suppose, maybe is out here in Southeast Indiana. Um, but it's going to be a rough night. Stay off the roads, and don't sit by windows if you're in your home because that can obviously be create a major problem, as in a tree falling on you or the windows being blown out as the storms are coming through. But there you can see them here. It's turning into more of a line type of situation. And I'll show you what's going on in Arkansas again. And look at this. These are tornado emergencies in purple. And so that is absolutely horrendous what's going on there. The threat is a little bit less for us here in Indiana, but it's still very dangerous. And we mentioned those 2 deaths that happened the other day. And right now, just tell about what's happening here. Terre Haute, you're going to get hit by this in the next half hour or less. And Paris, you're under this. Not an observed tornado, but a radar indicated one for at least till, let's see, 7:30 Central Time. And it is hauling. It's moving at 70 miles per hour. So there's
Hey,
no
Andrew, I'm
time.
gonna jump in and interrupt you real quick here. We do have a brand new tornado warning
Okay.
here in Indiana with this. And so let's take a look. This does include
go ahead.
Argos.
Yes.
Here, so severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Argos, or 7 miles south of Plymouth, moving northeast to 70 miles per hour. And so the Argos area, tornado warning there. And then we're watching the rotation to the south of North Liberty, headed towards the Mishawaka, Elkhart area here. So we got two tornado warnings right here in northern Indiana. And my radar is taking forever to load here with this, but it'll load here in a second. But for another 5 minutes here, the tornado warning for the North Liberty area here. And then we've got a 35-minute tornado warning here in the Argos area. And so this system here is moving northeast at 70 miles per hour with this. I don't know, AJ, if you can zoom in on your radar.
Oh, sure. Yeah, mine came back on. I'm using this mode here. So that tells the the southern one here. Argos, yeah, getting hit now. The tornado warning, quarter-size hail till 8:30, northwestern Kosciuszko County, southern Marshall County, in north central Indiana. Tornado, possibly large, quarter-size hail. And there could be a tornado in that right now. So if you're in these towns here that it's being shown, like Argos, Hoffman Lake, Rutland, and these other towns here, you could have tornadic wind gusts very shortly. That means to stay indoors away from your windows and all of that. So not observed at this time. That's good. Sometimes when there's radar indicated, it's a false alarm, but there's definitely some rotation there. And so we have to assume that there is a tornado that's coming through, as you could tell here. I'll try to bring up that this here again. You can see the rotation. It's rather broad, but there is potential rotation down here coming right through Argos right now. And Bourbon is going to get hit with that. And then you're going to get it up in Napanee and Milford and Leesburg. And it may even reach part of Goshen too in I'd say about 20 minutes or so. So yeah, that's a radar indicated one. The one that we've been watching up here is continuing to move up toward just south of South Bend. There's still some rotation here too. So that could get you up in Wakarosa and near Elkhart and Goshen. You could get hit by 2 cells actually in the next little while. So we got to watch this very carefully here. The tornado watch, like I mentioned, goes through another 3 hours or so. And then this stuff we'll have to watch. We had an observed tornado earlier in southern Illinois, and now it's not being reported and there's nothing else at the moment here. Indianapolis, you're sitting okay for a while. Southern Indiana will get hit a little later, and hopefully none of this other stuff in our Arkansas hits up here. So the threat isn't as bad where we are as it is places down to the south. That's fortunate. But yeah, that Michael, that video of that tornado was really crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
In Arkansas, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, in Arkansas there, yeah. Yeah, definitely. And so I'm not seeing let me show you here what it's looking like. So yeah, so the storm chaser here that was on that that large tornado stuck here on the road, power lines down all across the road there, and yeah, you don't want to be driving over any live power lines with this. And you can see the picture there on the right side, or it's a live video, not a picture. That you can see that truck driving over a power line, possibly, but you see the damage done to the structure there on the right, and you see the tree ripped in half there. There on the right side, and so very dangerous situation down there in Arkansas. We've got 28 tornado warnings right now across the United States. With that, we've got 2 tornado warnings in Indiana right now, one North Liberty area, and one the rotation over the Argos area. The North Liberty tornado expires in 1 minute. And right now we don't see, I don't see a whole lot of rotation with that storm right now. That's moving towards Elkhart, but we're continuing to monitor that. But I assume the tornado warning just be allowed to expire here, and no new warning will be issued ahead of that. Just to the south of that, in the Bremen area, getting ready to get hit with some very, very strong wind gusts, wind 60 to 70 miles per hour with this. So if you're in Bremen, you're going to be feeling that here very shortly, if you're not already. The rotation is still just to the north of Argos right now, heading towards the Bourbon area. Heading over US 30 here in a few minutes. And so if you live north of Walnut or Tippecanoe to the west of Warsaw, you need to be taking shelter right now. You got a tornado warning with possible rotation there. And then I do want to mention that if you're in the Terre Haute area, specifically north of Terre Haute, Harrison, Clinton, Rockville, you need to be paying attention because you've got a storm headed your direction that's under a tornado warning right now. And so that's going to be crossing the border here within the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. So it's going to be getting into your area. That's likely or could be our next tornado warning that we see. And the same thing, if you're south of Terre Haute, we've got a line of storms in Illinois right now. Many of them are tornado warned. Some of them have been observed. And I don't see any observed right this second. Yep, I just see one. One right this second here. To the west of Solomon. And so these are storms that we're going to have to monitor here. This whole line is going to be going through Indiana. So if you're in Indianapolis, for example, Bloomington, Columbus, Vincennes, Evansville, what's going on? What happened? I thought we were going to get severe storms tonight. It's been nice out. And so forth. Well, be patient. The storms are coming. And those storms that are coming, many of them right now do have tornado warnings. And so we want to make sure that we're prepared. Don't let your guard down. These storms are heading your direction there, and so stay with us, and we'll walk you through this, throughout the entire time here. But I do want to mention the tornado warning that was up in the North Liberty area has expired. So if you're in that area, you're now just under a severe thunderstorm warning. There's no tornado warning with that. So that's good news. Taking one threat off the table there, but you've also got some large hail. You've got some very strong wind gusts that moving through as well. So you still got a severe thunderstorm moving through here. And then just to the west of Bourbon, we do have a tornado warning in effect for you guys with that storm moving to the east, northeast very quickly. So it's now to the north and east of Argos, and there's still some rotation in there with that as well. With that, Timmy, I'm going to try again here. Timmy, can you hear us?
Yeah, how you doing over there?
Hey, there you are. We're doing great, Timmy. Just talking through weather here in Indiana, as well as keeping an eye on the 20 other tornado warnings across the United States.
Yeah, that's right. If you I've mainly been watching the ones down in Arkansas and Tennessee in that area there. Interesting though. When I used to work in broadcast, I worked right around the area that you're showing there. So it's interesting seeing those town names again. And it's Kosciuszko County. At least that's what I was told.
Yes.
That's how you pronounce that one. Anyways, yeah. So as far as stuff going down further down to the south is concerned, boy, that's kind of looking like the same line there, only quite a bit in the way of rotation. I don't know if you want to just swing it down there really quickly, or you can take
Arkansas,
my radar. You know what? Let me see here. I'll pull up my radar. It might be easier. Give me a quick second here. Let me get that up here, and I think there we go. All right, so mine's a little bit more of a mess here. Like I said, I've been watching these all afternoon here. But again, this is all part of the same system, the same thing that's producing those storms up in Indiana, same one that's producing this stuff down here, coming up on the Mississippi River here, just outside of Jonesboro. As you can see, quite a few tornado warnings. We got quite a lot of individual storms that have just kind of ran themselves into each other a little bit. And we kind of have more or less this somewhat segmented line going on here. And just a little bit ago, there was a tornado emergency that was in effect just outside of Jonesboro. That has since been downgraded back to a tornado warning. But based on some of the radar scans that I was seeing from that, certainly looked like a pretty decent tornado there. Pretty interesting one there. So be kind of interesting to see here. But again, that's just kind of what's going on a bit more down in this area. Certainly the atmosphere very unstable, but kind of, as we've been seeing though, as these storms, they're firing up and they are taking on some very interesting shapes, by the way, just given the amount of wind shearing that's going on here. But, nonetheless, though, they've become very well developed, but then they run into everything that's around it there. So as far as seeing, long track type of situations, so far it doesn't look like we've seen any of that down there, but certainly have at least had quite a bit of activity. And as you can see, most of those tornado warnings are pretty much in this area. If you want to go ahead and count them, I'm not going to bother, but I'd say there's at least
24 total.
24 tornado warnings total. What was it? 2 in Indiana, the 1 in Tennessee. So it looks like you're looking at about 20 right there. Mind you, the stuff in Illinois too. But I just thought I'd, just kind of bring that as an update. I am, keeping an eye on these. And like I said, I don't know why I can't talk this evening. Normally when I speak, it sounds good, but for some odd reason this evening, I just cannot words. Of course, that's all right. I was boring my students earlier today with, the setup of all of this. So again, certainly an active one down there. But like I said, we are kind of seeing them running into each other a little bit here. So it'll be interesting to see exactly how that might try to evolve. It might kind of become more of a QLCS type of setup a little bit there. But I will say, though, the one thing that is still pretty interesting here is, not interesting, but kind of expected is at least these storms firing up ahead of the line certainly will be ones to be watched. And looks like right now the only, one of the few ones we have observed is just this little guy down here. Coming up on Forest City here. Again, that is at least radar confirmed tornado. And again, we'll kind of keep an eye on to see how this thing develops. But not to take away too much from Indiana, but I just figured I'd give you guys a couple minutes to catch your breath there. You guys have been pretty busy up there in Indiana. Interestingly, where I am, it's snowing. And it's not just like a little snow. We got like quite a few inches up here. So, of course, that time of the year with these systems, always interesting there. Do you want me to keep talking, or you got some new stuff going on up there in Indiana?
Well, right now we're just taking a look at Connor Croft's live video there. I don't know if you saw a little bit earlier, Timmy, but he was on this tornado emergency in Arkansas. You could see a very large, strong tornado
Yeah.
There, and
horrific.
we'll put this picture there, and he's got stopped here because of power lines through the roadway there. And so you can see some of the damage to the structure there to the right side, and a tree flipped in half, and you can see the wires going across the road there with that. And so I know storm chasers, and you've done this, Timmy.
Yeah.
You put yourselves in dangerous situations. It's not easy, and it's not safe, unfortunately. With that, and you do everything you can to take precautions there, and that's what this storm chaser is doing right now. He's not, like you see the truck ahead of him driving over power lines, which is not safe and would not be recommended really by anybody with that. And so he's just he's stuck, and he's just taking his time there, knowing that he's losing possible video and so forth of that tornado. But you got to, safety comes first, and we all know that. And so that's what we're taking a look at on the video.
And I'll tell you what, not to steal from the video, but if you want, here is the, I can share it, but if you can put the video back up here, but I just want to show, so that tornado that we were just talking about, the one that the video and everything, this is not a live radar image. This was from just a little bit ago, but again, we saw very well defined signatures. It was coming just off to the west there of Lake City. It's probably where that video was. I'm assuming that's probably right around where that guy probably still is. That thing crossed the highway, 78 there. Depending upon the radar program you were using, had a little bit of an overlap with the velocity scans. We tend to see that sometimes, again, depending upon the program, without going into a lot of the radar physics behind it. But, typically you would expect to see the bright green on this side and the bright red on this side. But if the values get high enough, depending on the situation, the radar, it overlaps the color scale to kind of put it, I guess simply without going into, like I said, the hardcore dynamics with it. But and again, there it is right there on the precipitation radar. A little bit of hail with that storm, but again, there it was right there on the correlation coefficients there. Quite a bit in the way of debris as that tornado did develop, and it was on the ground for again a little while, but it looks like it's since kind of tapered off now. That parent storm itself seems to have run into some issues. So let's see here. We'll put Michael's video back up there for you. But I just figured I'd pass that along. So again, right now that looks like, at least, as of about at least the past hour or so, probably one of the stronger ones that we've had this evening down around that area.
Yeah, absolutely there. And so this is northern Indiana here, Timmy, where a tornado warning does continue. The rotation there is just to the northeast of the Bourbon area, so crossing US 30 with that headed towards State Road 19. And so this tornado warning lasts for another 20 minutes here. It's just radar indicated. We're not seeing that tight rotation like we did when this tornado warning got issued here. So that's really good news with that. And so here's an update as well. And so I'm not seeing a whole lot here in terms of rotation with this storm, but it would be over just past over State Road 19 now to the north and east of Bourbon there. Headed towards the Hastings area, Milford, Leesburg would be outside of the tornado warning, but kind of headed that direction there. So it's out in the country, not a heavily populated area with that, but we've got a severe storm here with some extremely gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour and quarter size hail with this system. And as we're just talking here, we got an extension of the tornado warning here. So let's take a look at it for the next 34 minutes here. Elkhart, Noble, Kosciuszko counties until 8:10 Eastern time. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles east of Bourbon or 7 miles south of Napanee, moving east at 65 miles per hour. And so northern Indiana here, let's get our bearing straight of where we are. So to the west of Kendallville, to the west of Auburn, northwest of Fort Wayne. We're taking a look here. This warning does include Leesburg, Milford, Hastings, Syracuse, Oakwood Park, Cornwell in this warning here. And so we're paying attention to this storm right here. There's a little bit of an indentation in this storm here. So for the next 33 minutes, tornado warning in this area. So if you're here in this area, you need to be taking shelter right now. Stay with us. We'll walk you through it, start to finish here. And meteorologist Timmy Albertson and I are here with us. AJ's going to join us again. He's taking a little bit of a break here. With that, Josh Gimbel is going to be joining us here in a little bit. So we've got several meteorologists here to keep an eye on these storms and to help people here in Indiana, here on Facebook Live on the Indiana's page. We can get everybody through these storms here with this. I'm going to zoom out here because we do have a brand new tornado warning. This does include Terre Haute. I'm going to switch over to a different radar here. So Terre Haute for another 18 minutes here. So northern Vigo County, southwestern Park County, southern Vermilion County until 8:30 here. So a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 8 miles west of Terre Haute, moving northeast to 65 miles per hour. So this is a radar indicated tornado warning. So if you're in Terre Haute, if you're in Harrison, if you're in Clinton, as we talked about just moments ago, you need to be taking shelter right now. And so we take a look at the velocity here. With this, we've got some bright colors here, some strong winds. Timmy, I don't know if you're able to see my screen here. I'm not seeing with this storm right now, so maybe that's why it's a very brief tornado warning in a small area here that's been issued by the National Weather Service out of Indianapolis since it just crossed over into their territory with that. But I'm not saying that a tornado might not form here in the next several minutes. What do you see here?
Yeah, well, I mean, you pretty much summed it up, at least from what I could see there. It looks like it was probably just kind of a carryover warning. Sometimes you will see that. And given the setup and everything, I guess, I'm not too surprised. And typically what we would see, at least in this situation, is, again, it looks like it's kind of on so I'm just looking at it here on my end. Give me a quick second here. Sorry, I had it up and then I was checking out another storm. Because I get distracted, there's so many storms right now. It's a fun evening for me.
28 tornado warnings right now in the United States. 28 tornado warnings. We're almost to the big 30.
Let's see. Yeah, I was going to say, let's see if we can get it to 30. So, yeah, kind of this, it's attached to this little segment here. Like I said, what you have it there as is probably just kind of one of those, at least right now, kind of a spin-up signature just with the amount of shearing going on. But, yeah, I certainly do think something to watch there, and especially since it's coming up on Terre Haute, so not exactly a rural. Well, I guess once you leave Terre Haute, it's kind of rural up in that area. But yeah, I mean, like I said, not really much to add with that, other than certainly keeping an eye on it here. I mean, like I said, on my end, again, I still see there's some of that rotation there, albeit it is broad. But we'll see if it tries to tighten back up again. Yeah, I guess I didn't really have anything. I didn't really have anything. Man, I'm 0 for 2 today.
0 for 2. 0 for 2. With
yeah,
that,
can't contribute.
There, and then far southwestern Indiana, you got a storm heading your direction there. Radar indicated tornado warning in the Mount Carmel area. So this will be heading to just north of Princeton and to Vincennes area, Washington area. So if you're in that area there, you've got a storm heading your direction here that's got a history of rotation. With that, I'm not seeing any, Timmy, I'm not seeing any observed tornadoes in Illinois right now. Everything's radar indicated with that. Okay. And so far southwest there until the Jonesboro area. That's where we see a PDS tornado warning, observed tornado for on the ground for another or tornado warning for another 14 minutes.
Yeah, and that's going to be of that same storm there, if my bearings are correct on that. Yes, hold on a minute. I have so many things up on my end. Let me quickly get it up here for you.
And as you did that, the tornado warning continues for northern Indiana. With that, not seeing the rotation like we did a little bit ago, but a brand new severe thunderstorm warning has been tagged on the storm here. So possible tornado, quarter-size inch hail, winds gusting 70 miles per hour with this storm here. And you can very clearly see the line here of strong winds headed towards the Syracuse, Benton area, North Webster. It's going to go right over the radar here. with that in northern Indiana. So just get our bearings straight. We're to the southeast of South Bend and northwest of Fort Wayne, just west of Auburn, Kendallville area with this. So we've got some very strong winds, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts headed towards you in the Syracuse area.
Yeah, and it's, part of it too here is wondering, well, I think we are expecting that eventually this will start to become kind of more of a straight line wind type of setup, at least in the Indiana part, if, everything holds up there. But of course, with those situations, yes, you can get those little spin up tornadoes. And again, given the atmosphere, maybe a little bit more than a spin up tornado. But, that, like I said, that rotation is still kind of hanging on there a bit. Obviously, it's very broad and it's not the strongest, but you'd also be looking for sections around that too. There's a little kind of a notch just slightly up to the north there, the edge of that triangle warning left over. And obviously there's that second one down just to the south there. And again, with these type of lines, this is not, we would expect to see this again, especially given the atmosphere, is you just get these little areas that'll kind of spin up for a bit. They'll, be decent for a few radar scans, produce maybe a quick little tornado. It'll weaken off. You'll see a new area somewhere else on that line trying to develop. And again, my guess is that's probably what we're going to start seeing a lot more of as we go through the evening hours, is, that cold front kind of begins to push its way a bit more to the east.
Yeah, absolutely. And Timmy, we were looking at a little bit earlier, quite a bit of rain out ahead that's developed in this line here. And so normally we would say, that's great news. That's really going to stabilize the atmosphere and weaken the storms that are behind it here. But taking a look at the dynamics of the atmosphere and the wind shear and the jet stream, everything kind of working together there, we still have this rotation here in southern Indiana that's still going to be there, even though that we've got this rain out ahead of the line.
Yeah, and I think, in terms of, it's, we talk about, we like to have tornadoes a lot of times. Yeah, we don't really want to see that kind of stratiform precipitation out there. But keep in mind, though, too, it's already starting to get dark. So the mechanisms that are going to be driving this thunderstorm, are going to be, ones in which that preceding rain might not make as big of a difference. Let's say if we were, trying to look for our classic type of supercell setup and everything along those lines. But yes, even in this case too. And it is, it just goes to show you, kind of the setup that we have, that even with all this preceding rain, we still have some pretty decent thunderstorms with some pretty decent rotation. And looking at that one in particular that you have up there on the radar, again, there's some pockets there of some pretty decent gusty winds. And even though that rotation itself is not really evident, keep in mind, with this type of a setup, any little, forward push there in some of these gusts can be quite enough to spin it up. And so that storm, even like I said, we don't see that rotation at the moment, still looks like it may be capable of maybe potentially spinning up again at least once or twice as it moves through. So, and keep in mind, when we talk about these spin-up tornadoes, you might hear that term used every now and then. Keep in mind that sometimes they can happen very quickly. You could go from having a radar image that looks just like what you're seeing now with the velocity, not really much, to having a very pronounced area of rotation. And the next scan, it could be gone. In fact, there were times where, at least I remember when I was younger, before we had the nice dual pol radar and everything, sometimes they would happen in between radar scans, and we would, we actually wouldn't know that it happened until you got a phone call or something about, a little bit of damage down, the next day or something like that. And I've seen that a couple of times. But in this situation, that's the thing about these type of storms is when these warnings are issued, it's unclear, okay, is this going to be maybe one that's going to be on the ground for a little while, or is this going to be, a lifespan of maybe only a couple of minutes? And so it's not unusual to see warnings issued this way sometimes, again, given that uncertainty. But yeah, like I said, from what those scans that you were looking at right there, showing again, doesn't look like there's anything, at least as of that radar scan. But keep in mind this type of a setup, and again, with some of the conditions that we're seeing, could very well see, a little spin up here and there, even along that line.
Yeah, absolutely there. And so, yeah, this tornado warning here continues here in northern Indiana for another 23 minutes. So that line's getting to the Syracuse area, to the Legionnaire area, north of North Webster here. So some significant wind gust up to 70 miles per hour with the storm here, quarter size inch hail with this and so forth. So if you're watching here and if you're in northern Indiana, don't hesitate to drop your location there, and we can take a look at your exact location and see what's going on there, and we can help you through this here. So we do have this tornado warning here in northern Indiana with that. And then as we go a little bit further south here, we do have the tornado warning that continues for the Terre Haute area. This goes for another 7 minutes here with that. And so taking a look at the velocity, it looks like kind of south of Clinton, we might have an area there with possible rotation with that, but we've got some very strong wind gust within here as well, and likely some good hail in there as well, as along with the heavy rains and the lightning and thunder that are associated with that. And so those are our two tornado warnings we currently have in Indiana. So we've got the storm up north in the northern part, including Goshen, that's making its way through the north and east here. So it'll be going through Kendallville area, the Auburn area, and far northeastern Indiana into Ohio and Michigan. And it will be nice to get rid of that storm, and then far northern Indiana be in the clear from that storm there, and then making our way farther south there. Again, we do have the tornado warning in Terre Haute, but if you're in Lafayette here, just good old-fashioned thunderstorms, spring thunderstorms there, just rain, lightning. You might get some wind gusts and some small hail with these storms as they move through here, but not the severe storms that we've been looking at a little bit earlier in the area as they move through Illinois there. And then in southern Indiana, we've got some big time storms coming your way. And so if you're in Princeton, if you're in Washington, Jasper, Bloomington, Indianapolis, these storms are heading your direction. And so we're going to watch for possible rotation with these storms, some very strong wind gusts and some large hail with these as well. 70-mile-per-hour wind gust with possible rotation with these storms that are headed towards the Indianapolis area. And speaking of the Indianapolis area, and on the south side, or just south of Indianapolis there, Josh, welcome.
Hey, thanks, Michael.
Oh,
Hey, hey guys, how's it going?
Doing great.
Oh, it's going all right.
Yeah, sorry, I had a few things I had to get to do this evening, but I'm telling you what, I've been just kind of even going through dinner and everything. I've been sitting, I'm like, where these storms are at. Obviously, I had the radar up, but it's like, man, these storms have just considerably slowed down in the last hour or so, and it's definitely the time frame for these storms coming in completely changed and kind of basically ruined the forecast, if you would, which it happens from time to time. But yeah, I mean, they've packed a powerful punch in Illinois. It looks like at least a little bit of Indiana. It's been packing a little bit of some issues here and there, but it looks like from what I can tell, just kind of looking at the radar recently, it looks like it's kind of died down a little bit, but not still, completely, because we obviously have still a lot of energy going on with that low level jet kind of coming in and kind of giving that extra oomph that these storms can stay kind of, basically stay together for a little while. And so that's why we're here, and why I'm also joining, because this is kind of starting to enter more and more into the state of Indiana. And so I'm kind of here to help out.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for joining here.
I'll tell you, as a side note,
has expired here, so no tornado warning there in Indiana. So the Terre Haute area, and we do have a new tornado warning in the far southwest corner here, Timmy, of Indiana. It does include the city of Evansville here. Is that where you're getting ready to say?
Well, actually, no, but talk about the tornado warning first, then come back to me, because I was going to mention something about that storm up north.
Yes. So rotation in the Shawneetown area with this storm here moving to the north and east here towards the Evansville area. So that does include Uniontown, Mount Vernon, Henderson, Evansville, Highland, Armstrong areas. This tornado warning here goes for 48 minutes. It says that's a long tornado here. With this severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Shawneetown, moving northeast to 60 miles per hour. This is radar indicated here, and it's over that Shawneetown area right now to the south and west of Uniontown here. So this tornado warning does include parts of far southwestern Indiana, including the city of Evansville here. And so we see some very broad rotation with this storm here as it's making its way towards the Indiana area. And then again, just watching here for some other tornado warnings in Illinois. But so there's a tornado warning in Terre Haute for another 2 minutes here, and then a tornado warning for Evansville here. And so we've got 2 tornado warnings right now. Timmy, sorry about that. I wanted to make sure I got that in there. Timmy, I think we're losing your connection there. We're not hearing you very well with this. So we'll cut you off there, Timmy, while you get your internet reloaded there with that. Josh, what are you seeing?
Well, right now I'm just kind of observing right now the radar and kind of looking at a few things. Obviously, we've got a few tornado warnings, specifically, obviously, in the central part of Indiana right now, with that one that's just right near Terre Haute. I've kind of monitored that cell as well. But what's been interesting is the fact that this line is sort of, you had a little bit of some outlier storms kind of ahead of this main line in Kentucky and Tennessee, and so they've kind of made their way up north, and that's the one where we got the tornado warning there for kind of the Evansville area now covering that. But those storms have now kind of congealed with that main line, so to speak. So it's been kind of, from what I can tell, even on the radar scope that I was using or watching earlier on my phone, that it's just been an absolute mess. I mean, these storms are, what's interesting, these storms have a lot of rain ahead of them, and then you've got the actual line itself where you've got all that wind embedded within those storms. So it's been really interesting on kind of how this is kind of shaped up with that. And it's still, again, it's a powerful punch. We just kind of had a few tornado warnings that kind of expired, but then now we've got some brand new ones that have popped up, and it's been, like I said, just kind of interesting watching this line kind of come together a little bit. In terms of, obviously, severe weather in general, I know that it looks like it's just a congealed line, but it's not giving up. As I mentioned when I came on here, we have a low-level jet, essentially the jet stream that's essentially a little bit lower in the atmosphere. And what's happening is these storms are kind of coupling along this jet stream, and because of that, it's kind of what I always like to give it and say is it gives it a boost. When I was teaching my kids this about jet streams, is that when you have storms hooked onto a jet stream, it's like a little bit of like a booster, kind of like what you would think of like in a Hot Wheels track, where you got the car going through that booster and immediately the speed accelerates. And so that's really what's going on, is that this storm system's hooked onto that and has gotten a lot more energy from that low-level jet, and it's able to kind of maintain itself, because obviously throughout the day here in Indiana, we've kind of seen on and off, peaks of sunshine, but it's been mostly cloudy. It kind of reminded me a little bit of November 17th, 2013, a little bit, when we had a tornado outbreak here during that time. And so it was just very cloudy, but kind of a warm day. This is a lot warmer today than it was back then, but yeah, it just reminded me a little bit of that. And of course, now this is going into the night, which is something I'm a little bit more worried about, just because the fact you can't see where the tornado is. And secondly, because of the fact that there's so much rain, I would assume if there's a tornado embedded within these storms, that it would be rain wrapped. And so that's kind of always something that's concerning as well. And so that's kind of what I've been noticing, at least my observations before getting on here. Again, we got various tornado warnings going on right now. The one that's on the screen right now, that's for basically it'd be considered Rockville area, right along basically State Road 36 there. in western Indiana. So I can't recall. I think it's I think Vigo and Vermilion counties. I think we've got that also in Putnam County as well. Parts of that. It's heading off to the northeast pretty intensely there. So that's kind of what's been going on there with that one.
Yeah, definitely here. And and this one
Am I
is
back?
hey Timmy, you're back. Yeah.
Oh,
And this one is
this whole time I've been sitting here wondering if I'm back.
you're back there with this. And so as we as we watch the storm here move into the north and east, this one is high alert for me here with the direction towards Boone County here where I'm located. So something that I'll keep a close eye on, obviously, with this storm here. And so let's just check the velocity again here. So just probably a brief spin up here in the line of the storm here. It is under a severe thunderstorm warning with 3/4 inch size hail, 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. With this storm here as it's making its way through Rockville right now, heading towards Roachdale area and southern Montgomery County. With that, so we've got this storm here, and then we're still watching in the Evansville area under a tornado warning right now. Switching radars here, so we've got some possible rotation to the south and west, and the storm is heading again towards Evansville here. With that, so we've got 3 tornado warnings right now in Indiana. Again, Evansville area. Oh, go ahead.
Can I jump in?
Yep.
All right. While we're doing the Indiana roundup, if we could go up to the northern part of the state, that severe thunderstorm warning that's there. I know you already mentioned it before, but it does have a little bit of a Boeing segment now to it too. So again, that's typically a good indication that we have some very gusty winds within that storm. We kind of have this rear inflow jet that's helping to kind of push it forward a little bit. Right now, they're tagging it for about 70 miles an hour. I could easily see that with this line. It does appear there may have been at least a little report here and there of some wind damage, but we'll see. Again, it's a very kind of a rural area. Northeastern Indiana is once you get out of Fort Wayne. So it might be a while before we get anything. But that particular storm, as it makes its way towards, Williams County, Ohio, eventually. But just kind of keep that in mind for right now. Even though we're talking about all these tornado warnings and stuff like that, there is still the potential, as we might see evolve later on, as these storms kind of form a bit more into a line later on. This wind, this wind probability will probably increase with these storms. Now, whether or not that becomes a factor, in the areas that we're talking about right now, still remains to be seen. But it could maybe develop into maybe something that we'd have to keep an eye on for the, kind of the east central and southeastern part of Indiana later on by the time those storms arrive. But I just wanted to give a quick little update on that up there. But now back to the tornado warnings.
And now back to the tornado warnings. And yeah, my phone.
Hey, we do have a question real quickly from Devin Morgan here. It was about 8:30, so 5 minutes ago. So hopefully they're still on here. But the question is, will there any possible tornadoes closer near Meade County, Kentucky, or Bradenburg? I kind of just decided to take a look a little bit into this, and it does look like, from what I can tell, there is a tornado watch that has been issued a little bit ago for that area, and so there is definitely a possibility for the chance of some tornadoes in that area. It's until 2:00 Eastern Standard or Eastern Daylight Time for that watch, but the possibility is definitely there still. And so again, it just really depends on how these storms hold up. From what we can tell, based off of what we know right now, it still looks like there's still some a decent amount of energy left within these storms. So even if it gets closer to, because it looks like it's kind of more of just a little bit, I'd say southwest of Louisville in Kentucky. And I know we're talking Indiana here, but still that question's there. But yeah, it does look like there is a possibility for some tornadoes in that area. Just be prepared. Doesn't mean that it will happen. It's just that's kind of what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we've got this line of storms right here that moving through Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee. Here, multiple tornado warnings here. Not as many as we had a little bit earlier. Timmy, I know last time we checked, we were at 28. Right now, I've taken a look here. We got 16 nationwide here. So that's good news. It's gone down here a little bit with that. So we didn't get that 30 that we were paying attention to. But who knows? It might pick up again as we move into the night here. So just watching this tornado warning storm here to the south and west of Evansville. We got some broad rotation with this storm here. It's just to the south of Mount Vernon, southwest of Evansville, heading towards Evansville. So if you're in the Evansville area, you need to be taking shelter right now. This tornado warning is heading your direction here with this. And then moving forward here a little, or moving up the map here a little bit, we still have a tornado warning for another 22 minutes here. The Rockville area approaching Russellville, Roachdale, and Lagoda areas here. Let's turn on the velocity here. Not seeing anything major in terms of absolute rotation here. But Timmy, as you've been talking about, there could be a brief spin up at any moment here within the line of storms as they're making their way into Indiana.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's about it. No. Yeah, but
Good
no,
chat. No, I was looking, my phone started going crazy here. I'm like, what's going on? And so, no, it's just a severe thunderstorm warning here for me in Boone County here as the storm gets a little bit closer here. So that's why I was taking a look at.
I'll tell you what, though, going back to that Evansville one, or the one near Evansville, it does look like it's maybe trying to get itself a bit organized here. So it might be something to watch here. Now, I say that with hesitation based on a lot of what we've seen tonight is they get really good and then they run into something or another storm or whatnot. But past couple radar scans have shown that thing may be trying to get itself together here a little bit. So obviously nothing imminent at the moment here. There's nothing on the radar that stands out that there would be something, majorly on the ground at this point. There was a funnel cloud report I did see come through. Let me see here. But that's probably a little while ago. Let me see here. From that storm. Yeah, back when it was about 20 minutes ago. And then it kind of lost its structure a little bit, but we'll see maybe here if it's trying to regain its structure. I do also have let's see here, update. No.
And if you're looking at that, Timmy, I'll show you what we're looking at here is a picture in Evansville, looking back to the west here at State Road 62. And you can see the lightning in the background here with that. So we're kind of more or less watching the storm move in from the southwest.
Good. Splendid.
And we might have.
Got a couple of wind reports coming up from that storm up to the north. You don't have to switch the radar, but we were talking about earlier that the kind of that Boeing storm just north of Fort Wayne. 70-mile-an-hour wind gust reported near Goshen. From that, 52-mile-per-hour wind gust at the North Webster office. So again, it does look like that storm does at least have some pockets of 70-mile-an-hour winds, so that'll be coming up on Angola here pretty soon. But other than that, no, honestly, just kind of waiting to see the next couple of radar scans with this storm as it gets ready to. Well, so it's. I think technically the rotation part is now in Indiana, but I think it has to cross through Kentucky once more, depending on its track, and then it'll be back in Indiana. Good old Mississippi.
Yeah, as I said, it just seems like these storms just have kind of congealed together in this line. Again, kind of the southern storms still kind of are holding on their own a little bit more and kind of slightly individually. But as you can kind of tell, with that storm that's closer to Evansville, it looks like that one's still kind of just slightly ahead, but it's still kind of congealed there. So it kind of has its own individuality, but it doesn't eventually it's going to be joining up with that line, and so that's going to be interesting. But you're right, Timmy. It does look like, especially in the last radar scans, that it does look like it's organizing there, kind of trying to see if it can tighten up a little bit on that bottom part of that storm structure, which would indicate that sort of curl, if you would, that hook echo, basically telling us about that sort of supercellular type of structure. Even though it's technically joined with the line, still it's kind of its own little, like I said, kind of its own individual storm cell, if you would. So it'll be interesting to see what's going on there. But shout out a little bit to my family members if they are watching, because they do live in southern Indiana around the Dale, Ferdinand, Jasper area, Santa Claus. If I were you, I would start kind of taking cover a little bit or getting prepared and ready to go. Because if this thing does go, it does look like it's moving a little bit more of the northeast, so it may skip out on that area. But we'll kind of have to keep an eye on that. But keep a watch in case there's a tornado warning in those area in your area. It's not the first time I've had to say that to my family, because it's southern Indiana seems to be pretty prone to it too. So I'm not. It's not surprising. It does look like there's a few tornado warnings as well that have seemed to have popped up a little bit recently. But yeah, it's the Evansville one looks like it's at least the most impressive to take a look at. But so far everything seems to be, yeah.
Yeah, and then take a look here at the radar here in Evansville. The rotation is actually to the south and west here. And so we're monitoring that, as well as monitoring the tornado warning here just to the north of this, including the Mount Carmel area just west of Princeton area. Not seeing anything jumping out at me where the rotation is. Also keeping an eye here on this camera here. This is in Evansville, facing the west, and you occasionally see the lightning in the sky here. So we'll keep monitoring this camera as a storm approaches the Evansville area. So this is just on the west side of Evansville here at State Road 62, next to the McDonald's there, as you can see. So yeah, we'll monitor this as we take a look at these storms, and then we also still have the tornado warning for another 15 minutes here to the east of Rockville. Headed towards the Russellville area, getting close to Roachdale and Lagoda, and so monitoring the severe thunderstorm here that's possibly rotating, 3/4 inch hail, 70 mile per hour wind gust with this storm here. So that's headed towards Roachdale, the Montgomery County area here, getting close to Hendricks County with that, and then $half size hail, 70 mile per hour wind gust. Just to the south of it, and a very large tornado warning, or excuse me, severe thunderstorm warning here. This does include Hendricks County, Brownsburg, Plainfield, Avon area, and it also includes Bloomington. It's a very large box here, includes Bloomfield, Sullivan, and so forth. So we're seeing some possible rotation here just west of Bicknell. As I'm taking a look at this here, west of Washington. And so the good news is, Josh and Timmy, you know this a lot better than I do, that these storms took a little bit longer to get here. So nighttime has fallen with this. I don't know how much of an issue that does have, with these storms as they get into Indiana here. But Indiana, the southern half of the state was under a moderate risk of severe weather for tonight. With that, it's level 4 out of 5. It was tornado driven. So a lot of the dynamics there in the atmosphere were there for rotation. And do you think the delay of the storms getting here, reduces the likelihood of seeing some of the bigger, stronger tornadoes, or do you feel like the conditions in the atmosphere are still there even though nighttime has fallen?
Well, I think as long as the forcing mechanism is there, which is the cold front, uh, you know, yeah, we'll have some impact, but there have been times where we've gotten pretty strong tornadoes that happen after sunset. Uh, One of the more recent, I mean, look what happened a couple weeks ago when we had that on that Friday night when we were tracking those storms. A lot of them happened at night or happened during the evening hours. And so as long as the forcing mechanism is there and the conditions are right, yes, it might kind of have somewhat of an impact, but as long as everything is in place, you could still get pretty decent tornadoes to happen. When it gets dark. I know, like I said, what we had a couple weeks ago out in Missouri and Arkansas, those ones happened during the evening hours, and yeah, there have been quite a few that have happened during that time, or well, during the evening hours here. I do think though that whether or not these guys develop ahead of that main line remains kind of to be seen here, but it does kind of decrease the chances, I think, a little bit. But as long as all the other conditions are still there, you could still get some decent tornado activity after dark, though not typically like late.
Okay, yeah, good news there. Good news, and we're watching a picture here, looking west in Evansville here. So that storm that's getting close to the Evansville area that is tornado warned. We're taking a look at that on the screen there. Northern Indiana, if you're in northern Indiana here, we still have that line of severe storms in the far northeast part of the state here, 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, quarter-size inch hail that are going through here. If you're in the Goshen area, the Elkhart area, South Bend, LaPorte, Michigan City, Valparaiso, the worst is through. So that's good news for you guys there. Severe thunderstorm warning that does include the city of Logansport, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust with 1-inch diameter hail associated with this. So Logansport, Rochester, Peru in this severe thunderstorm warning here. We'll switch the radars here. With this, we've got a strong line, 70-mile-per-hour winds with this line here. That includes the city of Crawfordsville and Rochdale. With this, there's still that tornado warning there. Let's take a look at the velocity with that. And I'm not saying anything tight with that right now, but we're seeing some strong winds with this storm here. With this, and we're starting to see the kind of that Boeing effect that you've been talking about, Timmy. With this line right here that it's moving to the north and east here towards the Indianapolis area with that. And just to the south of that, another very large severe thunderstorm warning, 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, 1.25-inch size hail. This does include with that. And so the storms have moved through Vincennes here, making their way to the east, northeast very quickly here with that. And then we're watching the two storm warnings here in that. Sorry about that. With that, and so we're got tornado warning still for 40 more minutes. That was a long one to me, including Mount Carmel, Louisville, Albion here to the west of Princeton. So we'll continue to monitor that, and then the storm that I know you've been keeping a close eye on, Timmy, to the south and west of Evansville. We'll turn on the velocity here with that. So some possible rotation here just to the south and east of Mount Vernon or south and west of Evansville here in this area here, and then the Mount Carmel tornado warning. We've got some strong winds, possibly a small tornado embedded in there. However, I don't see anything major here on the radar scan.
Yeah, there is a little notch in that if you go back to the velocities, right up near right about there, that might be something worth watching.
Yep. With that, so yeah, we'll watch that as it makes its way to the north and east here with that as well. So yeah, definitely take a look at that. And so here's the Evansville here, and here's the rotation just to the east of Mount Vernon here. Let's check in if you want to real quick, Timmy, on the video here. This is live video facing west. Here it's dark out, so really, all you see is lightning in the distance, and I don't see, really trees or whatnot to see the wind, but you can definitely see there's some rain falling on the pavement there in this area here. This is the west side of Evansville facing west.
And if nothing else, Michael, we know that McDonald's is still open.
That's right. That's right.
That's my smart aleck comment for the evening. Just continuing to watch this thing on the radar. It's trying. It's doing its thing here. So we'll see how this thing continues to develop here. Might actually be a little bit of hail with that storm. But
yeah, that's what I was kind of taking a look at as well. Is that first off, the it's starting to kind of tighten a little bit in the rotation, because we're really seeing that. I can start to see a little bit more of the reds kind of popping up a little bit more with that. But on top of that, you're right. It based upon just even looking at the structure, looking at the vertically integrated liquid, there's definitely what could be a hail core to that. So it's showing a little bit of definitely a structure of not maybe a typical supercell, but it definitely has that kind of it's trying to get that structure going there a little bit. So again, I know it's nighttime. I know we just talked about, I'd say about 10-15 minutes ago, about the energy of the sun is now gone, but that doesn't mean anything. As Timmy pointed out, you need to have that lift, and we still have that with the cold front, and that's kind of what's triggering that, along with the low level jet stream kind of hooking onto there, getting it that energy that's necessary. We do have moisture, warm, moist air coming from the Gulf of Mexico. I mean, it's been absolutely incredibly warm today, with the winds as well, kind of pulling up that from the south, pulling up all that warm, moist air. It felt great. I really wish we could have this every day now, but sadly we'll have to wait a little bit longer. But yeah, it's been just that, all those ingredients kind of mixing up, plus a little bit of shear. I mean, that's where we're getting these storms right now, and it continues. It'll be continuing through the night, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we've got an update here.
Yeah, it will be continuing.
Yeah. Sorry about that. So, the severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Kaysen, or 7 miles west of Evansville, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. And so, yeah, you're definitely kind of getting that signature hook type look on the radar there with that. And let's see here what the velocity looks like. So we got some broad rotation there. Would you agree with that, Timmy?
Yes.
Yes. Good talk again. Have a good night.
Good job. Hey, you ask, I answer. Everyone comes to the answer, man. I'm like the magic 8-ball. You just shake it, and I'll give you an answer.
There you go. I know you're just wanting to talk about the snow that you're having up north.
It's snow. I mean, these systems are not small. I'll tell you what. Hold on a second here. Let me see if I can pull it up. Do I got it? Yes, I do. If we took a look at the latest weather map, I mean, again, here's the parallel pressure all the way back up here in Minnesota. So again, we kind of have that overrunning there a little bit. It's running into kind of that more stable air that was lifted over it. And it's snow, not just a little bit, but
I think we lost you again, Timmy. Nice try, though. We lost you. I'll let you get your internet fixed there with that. And so I'm going to steal the screen here and show you that. Yeah, we're taking a look at severe storms that are moving through Indiana right now. So we do have a line from northeast Indiana all the way back to southwest Indiana moving through here. I don't have the northern radar on at the second. That's why
Yep.
you're not seeing anything up there at the moment. But we do have severe thunderstorm warnings in far northeastern Indiana. There's your radar. With this 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, quarter-inch size hail. With that storm, we've got Logansport area, severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust with this. And then zooming in closer into the Indianapolis area, again, 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, quarter-inch size hail with this system that's getting ready to go through the Indianapolis area. And then in the southwest here, a couple of tornado warnings. Here, zooming back into the Mount Carmel area, we haven't really seen actual tightening of any rotation, but as Timmy was talking about there, something could spin up very, very quickly with this storm here.
Michael, kind of to interrupt here a little bit, it does look like we do have a new tornado warning that is just a little bit north of Vincennes, just kind of issued. I'm not sure if it if that has updated on Radar Omega or not, but I do know there's one for Radar Scope that I'm just seeing right now. There it goes. There it is right there. Needed to take a little bit, but there it goes. But we do have a tornado warning, it looks like, for that area.
Yep.
Which does make sense. You can easily see that rotation right there for sure. That's heading to kind of northeast towards the Bloomfield area, Linton, just a little bit north of Bicknell, definitely heading northeast for sure in those areas. So if you are in those areas, please make sure that you take cover immediately. It does look like it definitely has that rotation there for sure. So it's a decent amount of rotation there. So just continue. Basically, if you're in that area, make sure that you take cover. Make sure that you adhere to your plan and go for it, because that's kind of what's going on right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thanks for that, and shouting it out there. So yeah, definite rotation there just to the north of the Bicknell area with this. So this tornado warning goes for another 16 minutes. So it's not a long-lived tornado warning that has been issued here, but these storms are moving pretty fast. Let's see how fast this one's moving here real quick. With that moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So this goes till 9:15 local time. Another 16 minutes tornado warning just to the north and east now of Bicknell area here, heading towards the Bloomfield area. So if you're in Bloomfield, between Bicknell and Bloomfield, you need to be taking shelter right now. You got a tornado warning in your area where we've got some broad rotation with that system there. We continue to watch the other two tornado warnings, one just to the west of Princeton, and then one that includes the city of Evansville. It looks like the rotation is due west of Evansville right now. Let's check in real quick with our camera facing west with this here. And so the rain has moved through that area here on the west side of Evansville, again facing west. They're seeing some lightning every once in a while with that system as well here. So back to the radar with what we got. So we got kind of that supercell storm here just to the west of Evansville. That's still under a tornado warning for another 15 minutes. Let's see if we've got any kind of an update here. So about 7 minutes ago, thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Cassandra, 8 miles west of Evansville, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. With that, and let's see if we got any kind of an update here with this. So that's been about 25 minutes ago with that. So 2 tornado warnings here, southwest Indiana, and then here to the south and west of Bloomington. We still have a tornado warning. Let's check again here. And so we see rotation here just to the north of the Bicknell area. Let me switch to a closer radar here with this. So the possible rotation here in this area here, south and west of Bloomfield here, State Road 2, or not 2, State Road 67. So if you're familiar, going down towards like Vincennes area, so it's just past Bicknell. So if you're on familiar with there with 267, or excuse me, not 267, with 67 as it goes north there, past Bicknell, going up towards the State Road 54 to make the turn to Linton or Bloomfield.
Yeah, eventually it'll be making it its way. If it holds together, it'll be making its way toward Bloomfield, eventually crossing 231, which is actually a very busy road that goes pretty much, I believe, the whole entire state, if I can recall. because it's State Road 231. That's the route that I would, at least the old route that I would take with my folks when we'd head down to southern Indiana, because I'm originally from Hendricks County, so we'd take that all the way to 70 west all the way to 231 all the way down to down south towards the Santa Claus and Dale, Indiana area. It's a longer drive. It's a lot quicker now with 69 connected. But yeah, that's that's kind of, if it holds together, it'll eventually cross in that path and eventually make its way, actually kind of following, if you would, 69, if that continues on from what at least the tracker putting that track there. But as you're pointing out right now on the screen, it does look like that line, if you would, is sort of bowing out a little bit. So that's why we've got the severe thunderstorm warning there extended all the way out quite a bit, because it looks like the winds are definitely packing a powerful punch out there right now in that area, at least right around the Indianapolis metro area.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll continue to follow this here. My phone's going crazy because we're under another severe thunderstorm warning here in the office with that. And so we kind of continue to monitor the situation here, tornado warnings in southwestern Indiana right now. And we've got some severe thunderstorm warnings with this storm just to the west of Indianapolis. There's one in the Logansport area. And then again, there's one in the severe thunderstorm that's in the far northeastern part of the state of Indiana and the Angola area, where we got 60-mile-per-hour winds, hail 1 inch or quarter size in diameter here. So the storm continues to move to the north and east, and it'll be out of here sooner than later, hopefully, with that. So we got some strong winds associated with that. Moving back down here, so the Logansport storm. With this here, so this goes for another 27 minutes, 60-mile-per-hour wind, 3/4 inch size hail. With this, taking a look at the velocity, some strong winds associated with these storms here. As we take a look at that, and then here at Indianapolis area, we've got this storm here, 70-mile-per-hour wind gust and 3/4 inch hail. And this one, we've got 80-mile-per-hour wind gust. So possibly some damage going on here. So at 9:02, a severe thunderstorm was located near Danville, or 22 miles west of Indianapolis, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Saying it's a destructive storm here, 80-mile-per-hour wind gust with this. So some very, very strong winds here, Danville, Clayton, headed towards Mooresville, Plainfield, Brownsburg, west side of Indianapolis. So a very populated area with this here. And so monitoring these winds right here from Danville to Clayton, these winds right there, 80-mile-per-hour winds heading your direction there. So if you're in Hendricks County, the east side of Hendricks County, Plainfield, Brownsburg, Avon, and if you're in the west side of Indianapolis here, you've got a severe thunderstorm warning for you right now for 80-mile-per-hour wind gust just to your west here. So pay close attention to this. That could cause quite a bit of damage as it makes its way through here with this. And then in Boone County, my phone keeps blowing up here because of these 70-mile-per-hour wind gust here. I'm hearing thunder out right now and seeing lightning outside as I speak here, but I don't, luckily, Josh, I don't hear the strong winds or anything going on outside. So, but if I do, I might have to, I might have to run for cover if I do, if we get those 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this. And then back further down here towards southern Indiana here, again, watching possible rotation here to the south and west of Bloomfield, where we got a tornado warning, 1 inch size, 1/4 inch size hail with this storm here and some very strong winds. So the system's headed towards the Bloomfield area. So tornado warning here. And then as we make our way, we still have the Mount Carmel area. We haven't got an update on this one in a while. In this tornado warnings, seems like this lasted for an hour. So if you're in this area, we still got some strong storms around and still some broad rotation, but very, very strong winds just to the north and west of Evansville now, into the Evansville Highland area between Highland and Armstrong with that. So we got some extremely, extremely strong winds with that. I'm going to check here, Josh, see if it says what we got going on here. So Let's see if they gave us the winds on that one. Don't see it right off the bat there with that. So multiple tornado warnings right now in Indiana, and some severe thunderstorm warnings as well for winds, especially west side of Indianapolis here at 80 miles per hour as they get closer now to the Plainfield, Avon area, Brownsburg area, as it gets into the western side of Indianapolis.
It's definitely been interesting because, you know, I'm sure a lot of people who are just joining us, I'm sure some of you are just scratching your head saying, where are the storms? Well, we've been talking about storms all the last couple of days. What's going on? Well, it's just taking a good while. The system really did slow down in Illinois, and it's just been a huge crawl. Since pretty much I'd say probably about 3-4 o'clock, it just started slowing down, and it just kind of kept slowing down. So that's why it's taking a good while. So it's going to be a long evening, really, and getting into the night for these storms to cross the state. Obviously, they're moving quickly, but at the same point, they're kind of moving slowly. And the biggest key to that is that the movement is northeast, and it's almost a complete not so much a complete north movement, but it's just a northeast flow, to where it's just moving east is taking a while, but moving northward is it's actually quite quickly. So I mean, with that, it's just taking its good old time to getting across the state, really. If you would, Michael, if you could zoom in back on Hendricks County and go onto the velocity scan. I just wanted to real quick take a look at that, because there's a slight, maybe just a little bit concern for me just looking at that. If you kind of look at that little notch area that's just a little bit north of Danville, that's something to kind of keep an eye on, just because of the fact that when we look at different aspects of velocity scans, which again, winds inbound and outbound from the radar, especially with lines, we look at little notches because we call them inflow notches. And when we see those, usually that indicates that maybe some winds are kind of coming into trying to spin up the area a little bit. And so that's something we kind of need to monitor, just in case if that actually turns a tornado warning. Not saying that it is a tornado warning. We don't have that power to say that, but it's just something to keep an eye on, just in case. I know there are obviously very strong winds moving through, but with that little notch there, it's a possibility that if it tightens up a little bit more, we could see a tornado warning for that area for Hendricks County. So just right now there is none, but it's just something to keep an eye on, just in case if we have some issue. And I know that's familiar. This is a I-74 right out there, just right outside of the Croplettsville, basically road interchange there in Speedway, Indiana, kind of where the racetrack is. So this is looking west towards the Brownsburg area. So that obviously you can see a lot of the lightning there, with this storm coming through, or getting closer to this area. But this is the kind of the Speedway area. So I'm very familiar with this. Traveled it quite a lot in my time. Again, originally from Hendricks County, so I'm very familiar with that area. But it does look like a lot of lightning associated with these storms as well. That's something that you always want to make sure you stay away from windows and everything like that.
I'm going to interrupt you real quick, Josh. We have a tornado warning now. Tornado warning for that exact area that we're just taking a look at here. That does include the city of Brownsburg and Zionsville. Tornado warning here. And so let's take a look at the velocity real quick.
Yeah,
that's exactly what you're just talking about there. That indention right there. So the national.
Yeah, if you're living in the Hendricks County area, Pittsboro, Brownsburg, Maplewood area, Tilden, you're in this area. So if you're in Hendricks County as of right now, in that particular area, the northeast Hendricks County, please take shelter immediately. It does look like that this amount of rotation does look like it's going to sort of beeline, if you would, kind of following a little bit. It'll go in between Pittsboro and Brownsburg, at least from what I can tell, based upon the movement of the storms. But we'll kind of have to keep an eye on that. But yeah, if you're in the northeastern portions of Hendricks County, you're under a tornado warning, please seek shelter immediately, along with also the northwestern part of Marion County as well. So be prepared in case if this holds together. But we just got done talking about this with this little inflow notch, and once it started tightening up, I kind of figured that this would go tornado warning. So again, if you're in this area, if you're in Hendricks County, I'm sure you're hearing the sirens outside. It's good if you're hearing them outside, but you probably seeing your phones light up or whatever you have, weather radios going off. Hopefully that you have those. Please seek shelter immediately, as this does look like actually it's really starting to strengthen quite a bit with that tightening. So I wouldn't be surprised that if it continues, that there would be a pop-up, a spin-up tornado in that area. I'm not saying there is, but it definitely, radar's indicating a pretty strong, starting to get strong tightening there.
Yeah, absolutely here. And so
This
let's
is
take a
a-
look here.
this
Hey,
is a
Timmy, you
side-
there?
Yeah, hey, just as a side note, that tornado warning down near Evansville has been extended, but we can get to that here in a moment. But I just wanted to just put that out there now. That tornado warning, it's been extended all the way up to Petersburg and Winslow. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that. But
Absolutely. Thanks for that.
Can't
Thanks
still
for that.
wait to see that rotation tighten up down there, but
Yes, for another 48 minutes. So a long winded here with that. And so we're taking a look at some broad rotation here in the Armstrong, just north of Highland area. So yeah, includes Oakland City, Winslow, Otwell. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, well, yeah, but going back to the Indianapolis one, as Joss was mentioning, there may that has kind of tightened up a bit there.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that there may be something there.
Yeah, so we're looking at a camera here. Josh, you know this better than us. I don't know if it's going to be in the direction of exactly where we're wanting to look at here, but might maybe find a better one.
Not necessarily, but I do know that if it's so where that camera is located, if you look at where Speedway is and kind of see where the line for 465 is, just right outside of there. If the camera was tilted a little bit more north, or a little bit more, if it was spinning a little bit towards the right, it's a possibility that it could it could see that, but at least where the rotation is right now, it's being aligning directly actually towards the main street of Brownsburg, basically along 136 as well as 267, being lining directly into the main portion of Brownsburg, and that rotation is definitely tightened quite a bit. Is that Brownsburg then themselves, or where's that at?
Yes, in Brownsburg at 74 and 267.
Okay, so that wouldn't be too far off from where that area would be. So if we stuck around with this camera for a little bit, it probably will show, show something. Obviously, the camera itself is pretty drenched, so it's going to be a little difficult to see, but it's a possibility that it could head that way. So we'll have to keep an eye on to make sure that that's going on there. But again, a tornado warning in effect for Hendricks County, northeastern portions of Hendricks County. The rotation is quite tight in that area, and going to be crossing pretty much the middle portion of Brownsburg and going across I-74, heading towards, I'd say, the northwestern parts of Marion County eventually here. So if you're in that area, please seek shelter immediately. I know quite a few people who live in that area. So just please seek shelter. It looks like the rotation is now right over the middle portion of Brownsburg right now as we speak. So again, take shelter immediately as this is crossing into that area right now.
Yeah, definitely with that here. And so I was checking to see if we've gotten any information from any spotters in the area. Not seeing any there. And so, yeah, both of you jump in if you see something with that. And so, yeah, definitely rotation over Brownsburg right now, moving to the north and east. So probably in the Zionsville or south of Zionsville area would be up next here. With that, again, my phone's going crazy here right now because a new severe thunderstorm warning for Boone County and Hamilton County, 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, 3/4-inch hail with this. But yeah, if you're in northwestern Indianapolis area, you're definitely hearing the sirens going off right now, northwestern part of Indianapolis. So if you're driving, I know the Pacers are playing at home tonight and at the field house with that. So if you're driving soon from the game going north and west on 65, might want to stay put in Indianapolis for a bit to let these storms move through before you get off and get out on the interstate here. So yeah, definite rotation here. I don't know if you can hear the thunder behind me here. So definitely, I'm getting a brunt of a storm right now, and I can hear the winds howling as well. But we do want to keep in mind, Timmy, I don't know if you've seen anything here in southern Indiana with the tornado warnings.
No, nothing yet. Still keeping an eye on it, waiting for that circulation to tighten back up if it decides it wants to. Yeah, we're looking at that little notch there. I can't see what that highway is, but yeah, right around that area. That's kind of what we're
41
watching. But it looks a little disorganized. So if it was going to do something, probably not immediately, but we'll see here. Again, it's still out ahead of that line. Now, keep in mind though that the life of that storm is probably very limited here because it's going to run into that line here eventually. And I'll tell you, that one is still looking really good. That thing right there.
Yeah, that's what I've been kind of looking at as well. It's just it's kind of held together pretty well in terms of just keeping the rotation. There's the camera itself. Go ahead and kind of play it and see where we're at here. It's kind of very close to it. You can, definitely tell it's raining. That's for sure. There.
Well, at least the radar's working.
Yep. That proves that.
You definitely see that for sure.
So quite a bit of rainfall there, and gusty winds. You can see some of that rain hitting the interstate there. Cars going very slow.
It looks like a lot of cars are kind of slowing down a little bit as well. So my brother's he lives in the Brownsburg area, and it looks like they're actually the cars are slowing down considerably. My brother lives in Brownsburg area, and so he's kind of checking to see and making sure that everything's okay. But man, that rotation is just absolutely just skyrocketed in terms of just the amount of I mean it's definitely strengthened for sure. There's a way we can find eventually here, I would say on the north area, either Zionsville or 65 Interstate 65 type of camera of some sort that's on the west side of Indianapolis. We might be able to get a peek at what's going on there. Right now it hasn't crossed there, but it does look like eventually it's going to cross over 65 and eventually head towards the or at least 65 and then cross over kind of the northern part of 465, as well as I think it's called a 865 that joins up with 65.
Yep, exactly.
Eventually leading up to Lebanon. That's where you're at.
That's all right. That's right. With that, and so I'm kind of trying to pull up, see if we got a camera view that would show what we're taking a look at here with that. But yeah, definitely you can see there. Trying to get so maybe if we go a little bit further east here. Most of the cameras want to face to the north or the east, so that's where I'm struggling with here. But very, very strong winds, as you can see there on the velocity. I know both of you can see that there. It looks like maybe the tightening is not there as it was just a little bit ago with that, but we still see the reds and greens coming together there. And then again, these bright colors there indicating, the very strong winds that are moving through the area here. So it's moved through Brownsburg. And so if you are just south of Zionsville from, I-65 to 465 there, 865, this at least very, very strong winds. Winds have been clocked at 80 miles per hour. Say that again.
Oh,
it's observed.
Observed.
Oh my goodness! So there has been looks like a tornado observed for that area.
You can see it on the CC. It's not major, but you can see a little bit on the CC, just right near that cross between 65 and I don't remember that. But yeah, it's a little
Yeah,
notch right.
65, and just north of 74 there with that. So yeah, definitely. You can see the debris there just to the east of Brownsburg. So it's moved through the Brownsburg area. You can see that there very clearly. With that, you still got that notch that you've been talking about, in this storm right here. And Josh, you saw this before tornado warning was even issued here. And so this is really developed here. So if you're in the Zionsville area right now, you need to be taking shelter immediately. You need to take shelter immediately. You've got a tornado warning, an observed tornado on the ground here just to the south and west of you here with that. And so the velocity is still showing some very strong winds here. The reds and greens coming together with this. And with that, I'm going to check and see here if we've got now we're in the Indianapolis market here. So let me switch to that and see what if we've gotten any new information with this. Now it's an observed tornado, Hendricks County. That's moving now through Marion County. And you can see the reds and greens kind of coming together there in the northwestern part of Indianapolis there. Just crossed 65, and there's our updated tornado warning. And so let's take a look at this real quick. Updated tornado warning, observed tornado on the ground here. So this tornado warning includes parts of Hancock, Marion, Boone, and Hamilton counties until 9:45. And so just a minute ago, a tornado-producing storm was located near Zionsville, or 9 miles northwest of Indianapolis, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour with this. And so it says a tornado is on the ground here. Tornado is on the ground. So an observed tornado on the ground northwest Marion County right now, where you can see the reds and greens coming together in this area right here. Tornado warning on the ground, moving to the northeast. So if you're just south of Zionsville, you need to be taking shelter right now. This also includes the cities of Carmel, Fishers, and Noblesville. So I know, Timmy, you're not from this area here, but I know you've been
that area
many a time, so you know this area well. This is a very heavily populated area. And we've got an observed tornado on the ground here just to the north and west of Indianapolis. It just went over I-65, heading towards 465, heading towards the Carmel, Fishers area.
And I will mention, I know we're focused on this, but I will mention I've got a small storm that's actually coming through right now and pelting us right now with a little bit of hail. So there's definitely some hail down here in the storm that's kind of right around the Franklin area, if you would. Which is interesting. It kind of has a little bit of a darker area to it. So interesting to watch to see what goes on with this storm as well. Just because, so it'll be interesting to see because it is a lone storm. And I know it sounds small, but with all this energy, I could easily see this for sure eventually, maybe tightening up, but we'll see. I just wanted to mention that because
it's funny that you say that. It's actually funny that you say that because I was watching a couple of another storm not too far out. That briefly, it was a small one, but it briefly had a little bit of low level rotation in it before it got kind of absorbed. But yeah, it was not too far around where you're talking about. So
yeah, and so we just got a report here, northeastern part of Hendricks County, 81 miles per hour. 81 mile per hour wind gust. So if you're not going to see a tornado, just know that we've got some very strong winds headed towards a very, very populated area here. And so it's going through Zionsville right now. It's going to be in Carmel, Fishers area very, very soon here. And so if you're in Carmel, Fishers, you need to be taking shelter right now. You got a tornado warning for your area, very strong wind gust, and what's been an observed tornado on the ground here. Let's take a look. I don't know, are we seeing anything in the CC here, Timmy? If it loads,
it's very faint.
With that. And so very, very strong storm headed your way. Carmel, Fishers, Noblesville need to be taking shelter right now. Again, a very heavily populated area. I'm sure the tornado sirens are going off right now. And it's something that we need to take seriously here, because this is not a time of the day, obviously at night, but also with the rain here, you're not going to see this tornado. So going out to the window and peeking outside and and seeing what's going on, I want to see a tornado. You're not going to see it anyway. if the tornado is still on the ground here. And so you can still see that notch here just to the east of Zionsville, south and west of Carmel. You can still see the notch in the storm here where we've, I don't know exactly at this moment here, but there's been an observed tornado on the ground. So it's been confirmed an actual tornado here. So this tornado warning here lasts for another 19 minutes. Again, includes very populated areas here on the north side of Indianapolis, including Zionsville, Carmel, Fishers, and Noblesville.
I will mention that it does look like, based upon what I'm seeing, because I put my radar on my phone in motion, it does look like that the winds inbound are slowly but surely kind of fading away from that, and it's becoming more more outbound dominant, if you would. And from what I can tell, it's I think it's just that notch is getting absorbed into that main line, because it's starting to, the line, if you zoom out a little bit, is starting to really bow out considerably through the Indianapolis area. You kind of see it a little bit there. It's kind of that top area. I mean, we do have that, again, tornado warning, but it does look like that those winds are where it once was are now kind of getting absorbed into it. Now, that doesn't mean that the rotation's still not there, but it's definitely kind of died down, if you would, of the tightness of that of those of the rotation itself. So, but you're still going to go ahead.
And there is also a new tornado watch that includes east central and southeastern Indiana. I just wanted to throw that out there, but you can go back to that.
Oh no, it's good that you said that, because that it just solidifies that these storms are not done yet. Even though they've taken a good while to go across, and we've got notes. It's now dark. These storms are not done yet. We've still have quite a long ways to go throughout the rest of the evening for these to kind of trek across the state here in Indiana.
Now, I will say it does appear that
go ahead.
That signature has gone down quite a bit. It's entirely possible there's not one, whatever little spin up there was. And again, that's a great example of a spin up, by the way. You saw kind of how quickly that could happen. It looks like it's just not as pronounced, and I haven't really seen any signatures there. We'll see what they end up doing with that warning. But as Josh did say, yes, it's becoming more outflow boundary, and now that's going to continue that and even more so, that section is bowing out, and there's going to be some pretty decent gusty winds, obviously, that has just gone through Indianapolis, but now making their way through some of the east suburbs. Be interesting to see some of the wind reports we get from that. Like I said, you said that there was 81 mile an hour wind gust. I saw that too. So certainly a potent little line there.
I will mention that my power is starting to flicker a little bit. So it's the winds and the storms are kind of heading my direction now on the south side of Indianapolis in Johnson County. So we're going to be, hopefully I'm not going to go out here, but if I do, just understand that that's what's going on, is the power will be going out if that's the case. I would be surprised if it did. It seems to always go out whenever some of these things occur, but yeah, that's kind of what's just letting you guys know that's what's going on there.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep yourself safe, and if you need to get off here, make sure you do that with that. And so, watching this, the storms blowing out here. So we, like Timmy said, there 81 mile per hour wind gusts reported just east of Brownsburg right there. So these storms are continuing to move to the north and east here. And this bow right here signifies some very, very strong winds with this as the winds are blowing out here towards the east, northeast here with that, and a little bit farther south with a 70 mile per hour wind gust. So if you're in the Greenwood area, the Barkersville area, Martinsville area, you're getting that bottom part of this bow echo that's moving through the area here. And so, Mooresville, you're getting the brunt of the storm right now with some very heavy rains and some strong wind gusts and possibly some hail as well. Martinsville going to be getting into the action here with that. And so, again, watching like this cell here to the south and west of Sugar Creek, With that, some possible rotation showing up now with this little cell. It probably won't last long, so probably get caught up here with the Bow Echo. The storm will catch up to it here and more or less suck it right in, right? With that. And so we're watching this area. So a line of strong storms, 70, 80, 70 mile per hour wind gust with these storms here as they're making their way through. And I don't want to forget those of you watching from southern Indiana here with this. We still have this tornado warning here for another 28 minutes. Includes Oakland City, Winslow, Otwell, Linville, and let's take a look at the velocity here. So the rotation would be kind of in that Linville area with this, but again, we've got some very strong winds associated with this here, $half size hail with this as well. The storm's moving northeast at 50 miles per hour with that. So don't want to forget about the Evansville, excuse me, the Oakland City area, Linville, here to the north and east of Evansville with that. And then back to the south and west, we've got another line of storms coming through southwestern Indiana here soon. Many of them are rotating right now with that. Radar indicated. So that's good news there. They're all radar indicated, but we're continuing to watch this here. So some possible rotation in the Linville area. So you can see the outline of the storm there with the hook there at the end. We still show observed tornado here. Do we have an update here on this one? So at 9:30, a confirmed tornado was located over Carmel, or 11 miles north of Indianapolis, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. So confirmed tornado located over Carmel. This is a heavily populated area as it's moving through here. And it's probably a little bit stronger than what it's showing with the storm on top of the radar right now. But let's take a look at the velocity in that. It'd help if I got to a closer radar.
Yeah, it's you can see it on the CCs. On the CC, you can see it right.
Yep, you can do. Yep, absolutely.
So confirmed tornado in Carmel right now. Carmel, Indiana.
It looked like it rotation tightened up just a little bit. Bring it back down again.
And now
Wow.
it's let's see here. Yeah, the next CC scan, it's still on there. It should be popping up in a second. It hasn't already on that program there. But again, it's not very big. I mean, this is not the sign of a massive tornado, but it's still a sign there's at least a little one there on the ground.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we saw this back in Hendricks County over Brownsburg, where this tornado touched down. And again, we saw that on radar as well with this. And now we're getting the same thing here with Carmel. Mine's not loading here. I don't know why with that. But yeah, so still definite rotation there in the Carmel area. And so we need to be taking shelter if you're in Carmel. There we go. With this, so just east of Carmel here, northwest Fishers, heading into the Noblesville area. So if you're in Noblesville or anywhere in between Noblesville, Carmel, Fishers, you need to be taking shelter right now. Confirmed tornado on the ground. Confirmed tornado on the ground. Like you said, doesn't look to be like a large one. That's good news here. But not only do we have a small tornado on the ground, we've got extremely strong winds associated with this storm here. 70 mile per hour wind gust. We've had reports of 80 mile per hour wind gusts with this storm as well. I'm going to put this into motion here and kind of see as the storm makes its way through here. So it was, yeah, so it hit there just over Carmel and it's still going here. So there you see it forming just on the south side of Carmel with that and makes its way as we see it right now. And so, yeah, definitely strong thunderstorm here with this. So if you're in Fishers right now, the actual tornado is to your north. So that's good news, but you're getting very, very strong winds, hail, and a lot of lightning, thunder, and some very heavy downfalls of rain there with this. And so this whole area, again, the Boeing effect here as the storm's moving outward here, this Bow Echo 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So extremely strong wind gust here that have gone through now the Indianapolis area with that. And, we're talking like the Pacer game started at 7 o'clock, probably just getting out with that. Hopefully fans were able to stay inside the stadium there. And until the storm blew through, so they weren't out, walking to their car in a parking garage or whatnot with that, because you get 70, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, extremely, extremely dangerous situation. So very heavily populated area here, Noblesville, Fishers, the east side of Indianapolis here down to Greenwood. We've got this strong storm here moving northeast very quickly here. So Greenwood, you're in the mix right now with that. Franklin, you're just kind of on the south end of that, but you're getting another storm that's going to be coming up from the Spencer area right now. So give it a little bit of time there. But yeah, if you're in north of Shelbyville, if you're in the Greenwood, Knightstown, Newcastle, Pendleton, Anderson, you've got some very, very strong winds heading your direction here. And again, let's go back to the Carmel one. If you guys see anything, feel free to jump in.
I'm going to pop off for just a little bit since the winds are about ready to hit my area. I just want to make sure that my family's okay. I'll be back on here shortly once I feel like it's safe.
Absolutely. Take care of yourself there. Yes, absolutely there. And so, so yeah, Timmy, we still see on the CC drop here some damage.
Very faint
debris, up in the air, and the radar is picking that up here just to the east of Carmel, north of Fishers here. And so it's good. It's just crossing 100. The CC is usually delayed a little bit, as we pick it up here. So it's past 146th Street, and the updated one does not show it. So hopefully that means the tornado has lifted and is not on the ground anymore. We can't be certain. So 146th Street, State Road 37, south side of Noblesville here with this. And so if you're anywhere like around the Stony Creek Golf Club, 156th Street, really anywhere north of 146th Street up to State Road 38, Pendleton Avenue there, very, very dangerous situation here. I'm sure the tornado sirens are sounding and with legit reason. We've had a tornado on the ground, right?
Yes, that is correct. Now, mind you, brief little spin-up type tornadoes, with these type of lines there, we've been talking about that, as Josh pointed out too. As I mentioned earlier, again, when you have this type of situation, it's not unusual to see these little spin-up tornadoes that happen along. And again, you saw how quickly that happened and how it went from, we had one on the ground and then it looked like it dissipated, and then a new one came up very briefly. So again, these we call them spin-ups. They happen very quickly. In the old days, I say, back before we had some of the really good radar that we have now. There are times it would happen in between radar scans, and you wouldn't even know about it until the next day. So they tend not to be overly strong. They generally tend to be short-lived too.
And I'm going to interrupt you here for a second, Timmy. We got a brand new tornado warning with the storm here. Does include the city of Anderson here with that. So includes parts of Madison, Hamilton, Tipton County until 10:15. So at 9:38, so about 2 minutes ago, a tornado-producing storm was located near Noblesville, or 13 miles west of Anderson, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. So we've had a radar-confirmed tornado with this storm here, but we also have some extremely, extremely dangerous, strong winds here with this Boeing effect right here. Wind gusts that, as we talked about earlier, have clocked at 81 miles per hour. So it's moved through. So it's gone through Hendricks County. It's gone through Marion County. Okay, it's getting ready to go to Greenfield, Pendleton, Anderson, Alexandria. You're next in line with the storm here. And so, sorry, Timmy, I just wanted to kind of cut you off here that we do have an updated or an extension of a tornado warning here, including the city of Anderson. So again, very, very populated areas here on the north side of Indianapolis.
We also have a new tornado warning that is going to be in effect. So here we got two things going on at the moment here down around Evansville. That circulation does look like it has tightened up with that original storm. There
yeah.
have been at least one funnel cloud report, though I'm not quite sure. It was just about a couple minutes ago from that. Obviously pretty hard to see though at night. The circulation has kind of tightened up a little bit with that. And so I've been looking at that on the radar, and there may be something. I'm going to wait one more scan, but there may be actually something on the ground just to the east there of Spurgeon with that storm that we were originally watching down around the Evansville area. We also have a neutrino warning that has been issued, and that's for kind of this other group of storms just outside the Mount Vernon area. And again, right now that appears to be, let's see here. That is also going to be radar indicated for right now. We'll keep an eye on that though. So yes, thing is getting a little active down around Evansville. Again, both still radar indicated on my end. Like I said, I don't see any striking features though. Yeah, the part just east of Spurgeon, though, bears a little bit of watching as that circulation has kind of tightened up a little bit. And obviously that activity coming out of Mount Vernon actually looks like there's a couple of notches there, including the possibly one on the grounds here. I think as I'm looking at it here, yeah, there may be something on the ground just outside of Upton, albeit it does not look strong at this moment. But I'm going to flip on my radar here so that you all can see what I'm talking about. And let me go ahead and get this thing up here. So we are looking way down here in the southern corner here. So there's Mount Vernon. And what we're looking at is this little section right here of the storm. Now, on the latest velocities, it doesn't appear to be quite as defined as it was. So it might have been something very brief. But that area that we're watching is just outside of Upton, tracking its way to the north and to the east there. So a little bit of a tightening here of some of that circulation, albeit not quite as defined as it looked the previous radar scan. But regardless, it looks like there is a little drop off there in the CC, so that could very well be some a little bit of debris. Obviously, this does not appear to be an overly strong tornado, if it is indeed one, but still something that bears watching. We also had kind of another area of rotation also within that storm, but this whole warning is extending itself all the way up towards the actual radar site itself. It is now observed, by the way.
Yeah, Timmy, I think we're losing you again a little bit there with that. So I'm going to interrupt you there. I've been watching the storm here just north of Indianapolis. With that, we still have some very broad rotation to the north and east of Noblesville. So if you're anywhere between Anderson and Frankton, the storm is heading your way right now. And just to get our bearing straight, making our way down to Pendleton, but you can see this field here through Greenfield. So we've got some very, very strong winds here, winds 70, 80 miles per hour moving to the east here. So moving eastward. So if you're anywhere, Greenfield, Knightstown, all the way up to Anderson and Yorktown, the storm is heading your direction with that. So some very strong wind gusts moving through here that have been clocked previously over 80 miles per hour. So we've got some confirmed reports there. We do have several power outages being reported right now in Hendricks County, Boone County, Hamilton County due to these winds and tornado that has been confirmed with that. We're starting to get some pictures coming in of trees down, limbs down, power lines down, and so forth. So we're starting to get some of those damaged pictures once the storm has passed through there with that. And so we've got a brand new tornado warning just to the north of it, we've got another little spin up here, Timmy, with this, and it's just to the east of Atlanta, west of Frankton. This includes the city of Elwood and Alexandria. So we've got some broad rotation here with it. This is radar indicated tornado warning here. So it includes Madison, Hamilton, Tipton counties until 10 o'clock. So a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Elwood, or 13 miles northwest of Anderson, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour with these. So that's the good news. These things are moving fast. So they're going to come through the area very quickly here. And so you just have to bear with it for a certain period of time. So we're watching two areas of rotation to the west of Anderson here. That once was a confirmed tornado. And now we're watching some rotation here just to the south and west of Elwood. Both storms here are moving to the north and east with that. And so let me take off the writing here, switch it over.
Hey, real quickly, Michael, let me interrupt you real quick on this. I'm just kind of looking through X, or former Twitter, and I just decided to type in Brownsburg, and it does show basically that there was a large warehouse that collapsed in Brownsburg amid ongoing tornado outbreak. People are trapped under the rubble of this, according to what I'm seeing now. Of course, again, it says one person unaccounted for under a large pile of concrete, upgrading to a work rescue. So there's it looks like that the tornado may have hit, not saying confirmed by any means, but it may have gone through a warehouse and kind of destroy, or at least damaged a warehouse, and it looks like there were people in it while that was going on. So I figured I'd pass along that message.
Yes, absolutely. And we got a brand new tornado warning now too, as well. This includes the city of Jasper. So if you're in the Jasper area, you need to be taking shelter right now. Dubois County in South Central Indiana until 10:30. 9:45, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 7 miles southeast of Winslow, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. And so we've got some rotation here just to the south and the east of Winslow, headed towards the Jasper area. So if you're anywhere from State Road 64 to 231, 162, so forth, you need to be taking shelter right now because you're under a tornado warning here, a tornado warning for your area with this. So we've got 3 tornado warnings, again, including Mount Vernon, Princeton, Oakland City, Jasper, Huntingburg here in southern Indiana. And then we've got 2 tornadoes warnings here in the in central Indiana. Let me switch that over. There we go. So we're watching 2 broad areas here, includes the city of Elwood. It's getting close to Elwood, Frankton area with this. And then in Anderson here, we're taking a look at really a couple of areas right now where we're starting to see some possible rotation here with these storms. And we've got a dangerous situation going on. Very strong winds at 70 to 80 miles per hour with these storms. And as I'm talking here, we've got a new tornado warning. This is radar indicated, but it's really encompassing all of the possible rotations that we're seeing here with the storms here with this. So that includes Madison, Delaware, and Tipton counties with that. And so this severe thunderstorm was capable of producing a tornado, was located near Anderson, moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. So very, very, very quickly there. Question there, Greenwood. Let's take a look at you guys real quick with that. And so Greenwood here on the south side of Indianapolis with that. So you're in a thunderstorm here right now. You're just on the bottom end of a storm that has moved through. But you also have some storms back to your west and southwest here that are moving your direction here. So if we put this in motion, so we've got a kind of the line here that's getting ready to get you again. So you see this line right here moving up and into the Greenwood area here with this. And so let's take a look at the real quick, and then I'll toss it back to you guys with that. Let me stop the motion here and turn on the velocity. And with this,
okay.
We're actually looking at some possible rotation here in the Ellettsville area south of
Martin. Michael, sorry. I've been actually monitoring that as well because it's kind of, I've been monitoring it actually for the past, I'd say 10 minutes that I've kind of popped back on here. what concerns me is this kind of takes a little bit of the same sort of route that happened about 2 years ago on basically, I think it was the end of March in 2023 when we did have a tornado touchdown in the Whiteland area. And it's kind of taking the very similar path as that. So it doesn't have a true like good tightening there, but it's something to keep an eye on just in case. I'm hoping nothing happens. But that's something that we gotta keep a lookout for because it's interesting because this top part has bowed out considerably ahead of that, and then the rest of the storms are kind of just moving northeast, kind of taking the same trajectory path that it's been going through the past couple of hours. So it's just been interesting on how that works. But let's toss it back to the tornado warning.
Yeah, absolutely. Here and trying to see if we can get any good videos here of what we're looking at here. Timmy, are you still with us?
I'm just away there.
There you go. Awesome. So two big areas here, Anderson, Muncie area here, tornado warnings here for the next 23 minutes. And then in southern Indiana for the next 38 minutes, we've got tornado warnings, Jasper, Oakland City, Princeton. You're under tornado warnings right now with this. And we're starting to see this storm here in the Evansville area bowing out here. Let's take a look at the velocity here with the storm with this. And so some very, very strong winds moving into the Evansville area again. I might pull up that same camera that we had up earlier if I can get access to that one again. And that way we can see what's going on in the area. See if the McDonald's is still open, Timmy, with that. And there it is with that. So yeah. With that. So yeah, definitely storm moving through right now. You can see the rain falling, some very gusty winds with that. In the bottom left, you can kind of see the pine tree there that's really blowing right now. And so this is the Evansville area, another strong storm moving in with this here, and not tornado warned, at least not at this time with that. But yeah, some significant winds moving through there right now. The tornado warnings still continue for Princeton, Oakland City, Jasper areas. And I think I just got an update. Hang on one second. Let me go back to the radar here. I just got an update. We got an observed tornado here. This includes the tornado warning with Princeton in it. So at I haven't updated that part yet. It's observed tornado here. Timmy, are you able to see where we're looking at here? Exactly where this is located? Anybody there? Hello? Hearing none. I'll take it from here with this. So very dangerous situation here. We've got a couple of tornado warnings now, including Boonville here. So Warwick County, Vandenberg, Spencer County, Gibson County, and Posey County until 9:45. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage were located along a line extending from near Cusson to 6 miles southwest of Evansville to near Henderson, moving northeast at 70 miles per hour with this. And so that's the storm we were just looking at. This does include the city of Evansville here with this storm. So extreme winds here as this is bowing out right here. But we've got several notches here. That we're taking a look at where we could possibly see some tornadic action here with these storms. And that's why we're under a tornado warning right now. So Evansville, tornado warning for you there. And then moving back up, we still have the tornado warning here that includes the city of Muncie, city of Yorktown, Alexandria, Anderson, and so forth. So we're looking at some areas potentially rotation here, some potential rotation with these areas here. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, I need to give me a quick second here. I'm going to steal the radar very quickly, but let me get it. Up here. We actually, I think
I think we lost you again, Timmy. Yeah, I think we lost you there with that. And so, yeah, so we're watching a couple of areas here. And so we're still see the storm right here moving through Alexandria down. It's getting ready to get into Muncie and Newcastle. Some very strong winds with this storm here. Winds 80 miles per hour with this storm here. So take this severe thunderstorm warning very, very seriously. 80-mile-per-hour winds. Extremely dangerous situation going on that could cause quite a bit of damage. It could cause power lines down and so forth. And so it'd be a good idea if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning right now. So Newcastle, Muncie, Winchester, Richmond, Cambridge City, Knightstown. It'd be a good idea if you go ahead and take shelter as the storm arrives in your area. So 70, 80-mile-per-hour winds, no joke. All right, these are no joke here. And so we need to be taking this very, very seriously. So if you're in this area here and you're still breaking up to me, I can't understand you there with that, but kind of two areas.
Right.
So there's an area there of rotation.
There you go. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes, we got you.
Yes.
We're breaking up again. Breaking up. I'll continue on here. So we're watching some areas of rotation still just east of Elwood in Alexandria area into the north and west of Yorktown here in the this area here. With that, let me turn on the radar. So again, we're still watching this band right here with extremely strong storm here. And so the tornado warning does continue. It does continue here. Here in the includes the cities of Muncie and Anderson. Okay, and this is the same system that has gone through Brownsburg and Carmel and dropped a tornado there. Lots of emergency situations going on in both of those areas that have gotten hit with this. And so we do have severe thunderstorm warnings with this with the storms here. I forgot I wasn't showing my radar there with the storms here. Here, so Muncie, Newcastle, Knightstown. It's about ready to get you there. We're starting to see again some notches within this line right here, where we could see some spin ups again in the atmosphere there. So that rotation is going to be there, and so something that we're going to pay close attention to with that. If you're in Indianapolis right now, good old fashioned thunderstorm with you right now. You're still under severe thunderstorm warning, but the worst of it has moved through with that. But you're still getting some good thunderstorm there with that. And just got a note here of a tornado on the ground near Evansville area. So let's take a look here. Observed tornado in the Evansville area with this storm here. And so let's take a look here with this. And so we're taking a look. So here's Evansville. All right, in the Evansville area right here with this, we've got an observed tornado here. So at 8:56, so about 4 minutes ago, tornado producing storms are located along a line extending from near Cosson to Evansville to near Henderson, moving northeast at 75 miles per hour with this. Tornado on the ground. This is an observed tornado on the ground here. So if you are in the Evansville area, if you're in Newburgh, if you're in Chandler, Boonville, you need to be taking shelter right away. Take shelter right away with this. And so, you there, Timmy?
Yeah, the Darmstadt area. That is where that tornado is likely on the ground.
Okay, gotcha.
There's also a second area. There's also a second area of rotation that I have noticed right around Highland. So the tornado on the ground Darmstadt. The second one that's also starting to tighten up is right near Highland. So that one right now does not appear. The one of Highland does not appear that it has anything on the ground at the moment, but it could very well do so. And then potentially, if this wants to have more fun, Melody Hill later on, we'll see if that maybe tries to tighten up too. But the one that's on the ground is just outside of Darmstadt, at least according to my radar scans here. It did look pretty defined for a few radar scans. Looks like it might still be on the ground, but that's going to be coming right up on Darmstadt or just barely passing it to the northwest. But again, quite a bit of activity within that small section there of this, of that storm. So I just wanted to point that out. That's what I was just trying to say. That section,
And yeah, you're breaking up there again. Yeah, breaking up there again with that. So yeah, so definitely the Darmstadt area. You can see the rotation very tight there on the radar. And so if you're anywhere in Darmstadt, Warrenton, Elberfield, Mackey, this storm is heading your direction here. So you need to be taking shelter right now if you're in this area. So we're really watching, like you were talking about there, Timmy, 2 areas of rotation with this system here. And you can see it very clearly here on the velocity. Josh, you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still with you guys. Sorry, I'm just kind of surfing the radar on my phone and trying to check out something. Just checking around, just kind of seeing what I'm observing. Obviously, we got 2 tornado warnings, observed tornadoes on the ground there in the Evansville area. But just kind of, if you would scoot up to real quickly to the Martinsville area, just real quickly, I'm kind of monitoring again this storm that was kind of over the area. There's a little bit of twisting in that area, and it looks like Martinsville kind of has it's kind of lightening up a little bit. There's some red, just something to monitor as it continues heading to the northeast. I'm just again just observing how things are kind of curling a little bit, and just trying to figure out exactly, it looks like it's organizing a little bit. So again, I'm not a psychic person, but just in case if something would go as a warning, I'm just kind of observing that. So just kind of worth mentioning that, if this does get organized, I could easily see it because there is a little bit of some spinning going on a little bit in that notch area. Again, it's those inflow notches with this line that continues to trigger these tornado warnings. And so I think just something to keep in mind as we continue going through the night, because that's heading towards, right now it's a severe thunderstorm warning, and it's heading towards Johnson County and eventually heading kind of northeast there. So just something worth mentioning. I know obviously not the most important right now. The most important is obviously down in the Evansville area where we do have those observed. Real quickly, let's take a look at that to make sure it still says observed. I don't know if it fully is on the ground at this point still or not. Starting to get a little bit. It's already in that Muncie area.
So
Man,
yeah. Just 3 minutes ago there, Josh, we got an update here. Confirmed tornado located 7 miles south of Matthews or 8 miles northwest of Muncie, moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. So yes, still confirmed tornado here on the ground.
That's crazy. Absolutely crazy going on right now.
Yeah, so let's check here the correlation coefficient. Oh man, look at this. With that, it just went away there. Timmy would be proud of this one if he was on here.
I think he was trying to say something here. I think he said.
Yeah, with that. So a couple of times here you can see the just to the north and east of Moonsville. Here you see right there. You could tell the tornado drops there with that, and definitely tell that. So in the Anthony area, Royalton area, Eaton area, you're up next here, so you need to be taking shelter right away. Confirmed tornado on the ground, so likely we're going to see an extension here of this tornado warning here in the next few minutes with this. And so quite a bit going on here. As we predicted, we're under a moderate risk for severe weather. They did extend it up to the Muncie area earlier today at the noon update with that. And so I'm going to go back down here. Radar indicated, and okay. So we're still, this storm here is still confirmed here. Let me see if we got an update on this here. So at 8:56, so 10 minutes ago, the storm's moving 75 miles per hour. So very fast moving storm. You can see that here with the that bow echo kind of coming out there with that. And so the velocity here showing those strong winds with it, and the rotation, a couple areas of rotation right up here on the north side of this, so north of Highland there. And so we have the rotation now just to the west of Linville here on our new update here. So that's where rotation is, and we've got some very strong winds. Chandler heading into the Boonville area. Very, very strong winds here. And if you're not taking shelter already, you should be taking shelter here very quickly here. So observed tornado on the ground just to the west of Linsville here. It'll be south of Oakland City, south of Princeton. And this storm's moving northeast 75 miles per hour. So a very, very quick moving storm. We also have other tornado warnings that include Jasper and Winslow, Princeton. Tornado warnings for you guys here with that. And taking a look here, still have some broad rotation here south of Lagodi and southwest of Shoals here that we're taking a look at with the storm here. Excuse me. And again, in the Muncie area, 7 more minutes of this actual tornado warning, but we've got an observed tornado on the ground here. Some very, very strong winds associated with this storm here, estimating 80 mile per hour winds. I just saw a report just a second ago that's potentially 91 mile per hour wind gust here. So very dangerous situation if you're in line of these storms here. So we've got a storms here from Knightstown to Newcastle through Muncie right now, going up to Hartford City area with that. And so that's something we're paying attention to. We've got a severe storm that does include the cities of Greenwood, Franklin, just north of Nineveh here, 60 mile per hour wind gust, 3/4 inch size hail.
Yeah, we've had a decent size. Well, we've had some hail. It's been hitting right now my window currently because I just live a little south of Greenwood right now. So it's been interesting. The winds are definitely cranking for sure. Definitely been a lot stronger storm in the last, I'd say, 10 minutes or so. So definitely a strong storm hitting through the Johnson County area currently.
Yes, definitely. You can see that here with a little bit of the Boeing echo here in the Franklin area, just to the south of Greenwood with that. Bloomington, good old fashioned thunderstorm right now with that. And we've got multiple tornado warnings here, making sure. So we still have an observed tornado here in the Evansville area with this. Let me look at local radar here with this and track on the velocity with this. And so very strong winds, straight line winds with this storm here. So Boonville, you're getting the winds about right now. So take shelter if you can, and monitoring this area right here to the west of Linville for the rotation. That's earlier where the tornado came from with that. And so if I put it back into motion here, you'll see here from the southwest here, the spin up that took place as it went over 41 here. So lots going on with this, and seeing if we had any new information there. Lots of power outages in Indiana right now. Let me refresh my map here with this, and I can actually put it on the screen if you want to see this here with some power outages screen. Hang on one second. Here we go. So power outages here, and so about 10,000 people in Hancock County without power, about over 27,000 in Marion County without power, 12,000 Hendricks County without power, about 5,000 in Boone County without power, Putnam County, Park County, Greene County, Posey County, and then up north, Marshall County, about 4,000 people without power. So we've got quite a bit of power outages around here with this. We've got a couple of tornado warnings that we're taking a look at with these with the storms that are moving through here. And so unfortunately, quite a bit going on here, and we're here to follow it. So put things in perspective here as far as where we're at with this. So if you're in Gary, South Bend, okay, down to Kokomo, through Boone County, through Hendricks County, back to the west of Bloomington, including Terre Haute, you're in the all clear here. You're in the all clear. You're not under a tornado watch anymore. The storms that move through, you can take a deep breath. You can go to sleep and know that you're in the all clear with this. And so you see the yellow outlines of your county have gone away with that. So the danger of any severe weather is through. It doesn't mean that you're not going to see rainfall, lightning, hear thunder, that sort of thing. You'll still get some thunderstorms here, like you're still getting in Lafayette and Logansport and Terre Haute right now, but it's not going to be severe. The severe threat is through you right now, and it's on top of Fort Wayne. It's on top of Muncie and the east side of Indianapolis, including places like Greenwood and Greenfield, and such, and then down through Bloomington and all the way down to Evansville. That's where we're seeing the strongest of the line here with that. And so as it moves through Fort Wayne, as it moves through Muncie and then Richmond area, we'll get that part into Ohio. And so the northern part of the state then will be clear here, hopefully in the next hour or so. And then our focus then would be on the southeast part of Indiana. And so we'll continue to follow that here. But we do have multiple tornado warnings in Indiana. The severe weather event is playing out. Not as bad as we once thought, because we didn't get those discrete supercells out ahead of the line a little bit earlier, like we thought there was a chance. We didn't know if it would or not, but there was that chance. It was a possibility, and luckily that did not happen. So we didn't see those very large tornadoes like we were seeing in Arkansas, and we got to see live with some of the storm chasers as that was taking place. So we're lucky in that regard, but not as lucky. We still have this line that's moving through. It is severe. Tornadoes have fallen. We do have damage. We do have power outages. Hopefully everybody stayed safe and will stay safe throughout the remainder of the storm here. But that has occurred. And this line now in the southern half of the state is moving through that moderate risk of severe weather, where the conditions are favorable for these storms to be severe and for these very strong wind gusts and heavy rainfall. We're getting lots of lightning with these storms. And there's still a lot of spin in that atmosphere, Josh, that we're taking a look at here, as we see here with the multiple tornado warnings that are ongoing here with that, and a couple of them. So there's 1 minute left of the Muncie warning right now. Okay, so that got extended a little bit here. So 16 minutes left of this one here. So at about 2 minutes ago, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Hartford City, moving northeast to 70 miles per hour here with this storm. Let's take a look at the velocity on this. So it's over the Eaton area, hitting to the Red Key area. So if you're in that area, need to be taking shelter right now. And then let's go back down to southern Indiana here and take a look at the tornado warnings down here. We still shows observed tornado. That includes the tornado warning here in the Boonville, the Linville area, Oakland City, Winslow, all part of this warning here. And taking a look at the velocity here with this, we're still seeing that notch right here, just to the northeast of Boonville here. With that, the Linville rotation looks like has died down a little bit there. We'll take a watch here in the south side of Oakland City to see if something is developing there with that storm. And then moving further north here, these are radar indicated tornado warnings here. And so we got some very broad rotation with the storm here in the Wyndham area to the east of Alfordsville. With that, and again, further south there. So if you're in Hillman, Norton, Cusco, Crystal, Ellsworth, you're still part of this tornado warning here for the next 14 minutes. This is radar indicated tornado warning with this storm. And you can see here, Josh, we still see that Boeing effect with this storm that went through Evansville. So I'm sure we've got some very, very strong winds associated with this over 60 miles per hour.
Yeah, it's still packing a powerful punch, even at this time at 10:16 p.m. or 9:16 p.m. Central daylight time here. And it just continues on and on and on. Real quickly, I did want to share with kind of my screen real quick on a couple things I did see. I was just kind of searching through social media real quickly. And I noticed a couple of pictures have been posted now in the Brownsburg area, since that was kind of the most notable area of where that tornado warning really started and where that tornado touched the ground. This looks like I confirmed a little bit earlier. These are from apparently John Force Racing. Angela Ganote posted these things, crediting her as well as John Force Racing here. It looks like there is definitely warehouse destruction, some destroyed things here. Looks like a couple of videos kind of describing a little bit of the damage of those warehouses as well. As well as some videos out there. Looks like that Paul Scanners, I've seen them quite a bit posting things. And again, kind of driving by, it looks like Northfield Drive there in Brownsburg, the warehouse there. And I mean, there's a whole bunch of different pictures. It looks like I saw on X. I can't pull up my X account here right now, but there is a picture that somebody has taken of the. You can go ahead and share the radar back if you want to, of the actual tornado itself. The actual, you could actually see it, very, very thin. Very thin tornado that it looks like from that picture, but it still packed a powerful punch nonetheless. So there's definitely with these observed tornadoes, and there's another picture that you're sharing right now. It looks like Lindsay Monroe from Channel 13 must have shared that from a viewer, but it's called the Sherlaw Table Warehouse there in off I-74 near Brownsburg. It looks like quite extensive damage. Reminds me very similar of what was going on down here towards the Whiteland area, where you would where we saw some damage about a little over 2 years ago, actually in 2023. So our condolences are hopefully everyone's okay, not injured, but if we hope everyone is safe. But our condolences and our thoughts and prayers are with those who have been affected by the storms already, and again, storms continue to roll on through the rest of the evening tonight. So let's hope and pray that everyone's okay and not injured and everyone's safe, because it's some intense stuff, especially with pictures like that. You just don't want to see that at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for sharing that information there. So yeah, we'll continue to monitor the line of storms moving through Indiana right now. We've got multiple tornado warnings that have been issued right now. A couple have been observed here, and we've got severe thunderstorm warnings as well. We're seeing 60, 70, 80 mile per hour wind gusts with these storms here with that. So it's all the way from northeast Indiana down through Muncie, east side of Indianapolis, almost in the Columbus area, and then all the way down to the Evansville area here. So we've got this line moving through here. We're seeing some rotation with these storms here with that. And so we've got 5, 6 tornado warnings right now with these storms. And so if you're in this line right now, you know that that these storms mean business. Almost the entire line now is under a severe thunderstorm warning. With that, there are a couple areas that are not, at least not yet, with that. And then we're watching possible rotation with many of these storms here. And so the one that's or two of them that are really standing out to me right now is this one right here. I'm getting ready to get into the north of Richmond area, and then into Ohio. We're seeing wind gusts of up to 80 miles per hour with this storm. This also has some rotation with it, and we've seen some tornadoes on the ground from this little storm right there. And then the other one we're paying close attention to is through Evansville right now. But both of them have that Boeing effect. So there's very, very strong winds there, and we've got some notches in there where there's possible rotation, and some brief spin ups can happen. It can cause damage, like you were talking about, Josh, there in Hendricks County, and the same thing that we're hearing about in Hamilton County. We've got power outages throughout the state of Indiana with power lines down. We've got trees and tree limbs down. So we're getting pictures starting to come in of some of this damage that's taking place here. And so this will continue to move to the east, northeast throughout the evening here with that. So we've been on for almost 4 hours now live, and we'll continue to be on with you here as these storms make it through Indiana here. And so if you're still either in the storm right now or the storm's going to hit you a little bit later, we're here, we're live, we're going to walk you through it with this. But know that, if you're in Northwest Indiana, if you're in Logansport, Lafayette, Kokomo, Crawfordsville, Brownsburg, Terre Haute, your severe threat is gone for tonight. You still might have some rain around, some lightning and thunder around, but the severe threat is gone for you. So we're still watching Fort Wayne, Richmond, Columbus, New Albany, Jeffersonville area, and so forth. We still have a lot of area here throughout the state of Indiana that's going to be affected here by this line that continues to move eastward here. And so we've got not only those two that we're paying attention to, but we've got, several storms that are blowing out here. In this one, I'm going to zoom in on this one real quick, Josh, and see if we got some rotation with this, because you're starting to see kind of that famous hook, if it was its own supercell here. But we're getting some rotation here just to the west of French Lick, southwest of Mitchell, Indiana here. And so we still have that rotation. So we got the tornado warning here for northern Orange County, central Indiana here until 10:45. And so just a minute ago, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Shoals, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour with that. And so, so definitely watching here. We've got some rotation. We're watching here. We've got some rotation further back that we're watching to the south and west of Lagodi with this storm here. Moving northward a little bit, we got some very, very strong winds over Hoosier National Forest right now, crossing State Road 446. With that, Nineveh, you just got some major winds going through there. Franklin, some major winds going through here with these with the storms that are pushing through with this. And then to the west of Richmond, we're getting some very strong gusty winds, as you can see it blowing out there. As we're talking about Winchester, seeing that severe side as well. So quite a bit going on the radar here. Let me go back to the tornado warnings with this. Radar indicated still, making sure everything's still good.
Yeah, and just kind of noting a little bit of the movement. The movement is kind of going more towards in a sense, the northeast. And what's crazy is the fact that again, the top half of those storms have bowed out and kind of just pushed eastward, just directly eastward. But this is kind of like a train, if you would, right now. It's moving up basically northeastward. And so even though, like, say, for instance, where I live, I've gotten hit with already several different storms, and it's going to continue on, and it's going to continue raining because this part of the section of the storm is moving northeast. And so it's just this line of train of just rain, thunderstorms. And of course, with these tornado warnings, down south, these are moving up to the northeast as well. And so even though we've had places that have already been hit tonight, if these storms do hold together, these storms will affect places that are up north, like in parts of maybe Johnson County and down the road, or perhaps a little bit eastward, eventually maybe into eastern Indiana. So it's something to to kind of look, continue to think about as we continue going through the night, is that some of these areas that have already been affected will see that again. So it's been crazy.
Yeah, absolutely here. And I'm trying to get my bearings straight on here. Let me go back to the radar. So we do have a brand new tornado warning. Oops, there we go. We have a brand new tornado warning here. This does include the city of Mitchell and Orleans here. And you can see the broad rotation here just to the west, northwest of French Lick with this storm here. I'm going to check the CC real quick with this. So yeah, tornado warning here with the storm here. So includes Martin, Lawrence, Jackson counties until 11 o'clock Eastern time. So just a couple minutes ago, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Shoals, or 17 miles southwest of Bedford, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So we see some very broad rotation here. We were just talking about kind of starting to see that hook, the indention there over the Orangeville area here, just to the north of French Lick. And so, yeah, paying close attention to the storm here. So Mitchell, you're now under a tornado warning here for Mitchell. You need to be taking shelter right now. So get to the lowest level of a sturdy building that you're in there. Likely you're home, but if you're at work or if you're somewhere else right now, get to the lowest floor that you can get to there. And if it's that first floor, make sure you get to an interior room. Try to put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible, staying away from windows, and find a way to protect yourself. So if you've got an extra mattress or thick blankets, helmets like a bicycle helmet, find ways to protect yourself as you take shelter there. So I know you got your plan, and we've been talking about this for days now, and especially all day throughout the day, and giving hourly updates and so forth. And so I know you're ready to go. So now's the time, if you're in Mitchell, if you're in Orleans, to enact your emergency plan. Get to shelter right now. As we've got this rotation heading your way with this storm. And so it's just to the west of Orangeville here in this area. And going back to the radar, you can definitely see it kind of with that hook there. You got the inflow.
We are actually under a tornado warning and right now as we speak. Well, actually, no, the northern part of our county is the Greenwood area. Is under a tornado warning, as well as the northern part of Johnson County, as well as going into Marion County. There is a tornado warning for your area. It just went off for my area, but it doesn't look like the rotation's near us, so we should be good to go in terms of where I live. But yeah, there's a tornado warning that just been issued for again, the northern part of Johnson County, as well as parts of Marion County and Shelby County. And the storm is moving to the northeast. If you're in these areas, please take shelter immediately. Yes,
definitely. I'm pulling up some cameras here with it. And so quite a bit going on. So yeah, keep us posted.
That kind of scared me to death there. It just kind of, you got to love those iPhone alerts, or those alerts in general.
Absolutely. Yes. And
Scares
everybody's got a way to get those alerts there. So yes, tornado warning now for Greenwood. If you're in Greenwood, you need to be taking shelter. Take shelter right now. So here's a traffic camera in the Greenwood area on 65 at Main Street, and so it's looking north right now with this. But you can see some very heavy rain. Traffic's moving slow here. And you can see at times here the wind's really gusting, and you can see the rain really blowing across the road and so forth. And so let's get back to the radar. Let's get right back to the radar here so we can see exactly what we're looking at here with this storm.
It's a little tough to find exactly where that rotation is. Generally speaking, it looks like actually more the northern part, and rather than the Greenwood area, it looks kind of more of the top area. But this was like I said, it was probably about 20 to 30 minutes ago. I was talking about this exact same storm because I was telling you, right around Martinsville, that it had that type of curl to it, and I just said, hey, let's monitor it, and really didn't show its indications until pretty much right now that it has that. But it's really tough to see. I'm not going to lie, it's really tough to really pick out that rotation. So It's radar indicated, so there's nothing observed, but it's definitely something to worth to make sure that you're taking shelter for, no matter what. Because again, with that, it might be there's definitely some rotation there, but nothing, I guess, in a way that it would be full on. But again, take shelter if you're in this area.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And so you can see there on the radar where the tornado warning is. It does include the city of Greenwood there, and just to the northeast there. And with that storm too, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning that includes Greenfield and Knightstown as well. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 3/4-inch size hail with this storm here. And so, yeah. Monitoring here, Greenwood. So Southport, Greenwood, just north of Whiteland. In this tornado warning here. New Palestine, you're not in the tornado warning, you're just on the outside of it right now. But yeah, so 65. The worst of it's right now is between 65 and 74 there. So it's east of Greenwood. So Greenwood, even though that I wouldn't say you're out in the clear yet with that, depending on where you're living at. Yeah. Yeah, storms moving through here with that. So London, Sugar Creek, Brookfield, you're in the path of this storm here. Zooming in a little bit more here. The part where probably lots of heavy rain, some strong winds, and some hail here. Just getting to the Pleasant View area, Acton area. With this again, heading towards the New Palestine area with that. So let's turn on the velocity and see if we can see anything there. So it's tough to see, but likely we got some very strong winds, and we've got some possible rotation with this storm that would be northeast of Greenwood right now. Getting ready to cross Interstate 74 with that. And so we'll continue to watch this here. But we've got strong winds with this, and I was just checking to see it's moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So this one's a very, very slow moving storm here. And so, yeah, you're definitely, I'm sure your phones were going off in the Whiteland, Greenwood, Southport, Beech Grove areas due to this tornado warning. And so we've got some very strong winds associated here with the storm that we're taking a look at. That you can see here on radar as well. And I was just trying to look. If you got any feedback or anything on Twitter or something, Josh, don't hesitate to jump in here with that. But yeah, we're not seeing that tightening on the radar like we saw over Brownsburg and what we saw over Carmel. But that doesn't mean that there's not a tornado here, because we're just looking at one piece here, one resource that would be showing it. And so I'm looking here to see if we've gotten any new information so we can pass that along here to you. But we got a lot of severe weather going through Indiana right now. Tornado warning here. It does include Greenwood. It does include Beech Grove area, parts of Whiteland. And so, yes, quite a bit going on here. I'm not seeing any new information on this 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. Davies, Greene, Jackson, Knox, Lawrence, Martin, Monroe counties as part of their severe thunderstorm warning here. I'm taking a look at traffic cams in the area of where this storm's moving through, and trying to see if I can get one that we can really see much with. Due to the heavy rain, everything's very blurry right now as it moves through.
Absolutely.
Which
Yeah, that's one of the biggest things. It's not only that it's night, but also a lot of these tornadoes would be most likely rain wrap, which is really tough to see. And so that's something, especially with these back end storms compared to the first storms that kind of pushed through the Indianapolis area the first time. The back end storms are now there's just a lot more rain that's with to this. So it's definitely a lot more risky if there is anything in this area. If there is a tornado in there.
Yeah. And so the good news, if you're in the Greenwood area, if you're in the Whiteland area, you're no longer in the tornado warning. So you're no longer in the tornado warning. If you're in Greenwood, if you're in Whiteland there, the tornado warning has been canceled for your area there. The tornado warning does continue. It does continue for the Sugar Creek area, just to the east of Beech Grove. and to the west and south of New Palestine there. And so that's where the tornado warning is still going. And you've been hearing the sirens, your phones have been going off and so forth. But the good news is if you're in, Southport, Greenwood, Whiteland area, you're no longer in a tornado warning, so that's good news for you. In that regard.
From what I can kind of gather, it looks like that the rotation is just centered a little bit more on the of that storm. Looks like it's centered more over. I was trying to think. I was looking at it. Now I can't seem to find it. Let me see here. It looks like it's just slightly south of 74. You can kind of see it a little bit if you look at where 465 and 74 can join up. You can kind of see a little bit of that darkish red right where your hand is. Yep, right
Yep.
there is where that rotation would be. So that's heading off to the northeast, and so that's probably crossed 74 by now and heading off there. So that's why the warning is there. So it's barely there. And it's really hard sometimes, especially with the radar going more over to the other side of the radar location site, which is right by the airport. But you can see that, and we usually refer to it more into the grays and such section. But yeah, that's kind of where that rotation would be if there would be anything there.
Yeah, absolutely here. And so taking a look at a picture here of I-74 there at Acton Road. With this, lots of lightning with this storm, and I'm sure you're seeing that where you're at in your area there, Josh. With that, luckily light traffic outside and so forth, and so yeah, still monitoring this here with this tornado warning. With this, so to the east of Southport, east of Greenwood, northeast of Whiteland. Just to the west of New Palestine here. So this is the area just crossing 74 here that we're watching some possible rotation with this storm here. And then the other storm I'm keeping an eye on here amongst all of these with this is the storm here just to the northwest of Mitchell. We're seeing some tightening of the rotation here. I'm going to click the radar. It still says radar indicated, but we're starting to see some of the tightening here of the reds and greens coming together in the Mitchell area. So if you're anywhere in Mitchell, north of Mitchell, northeast of Mitchell, between Mitchell and Bedford, you need to be taking shelter right now. Take shelter right now due to the tornado warning that you've got issued for your area. And then the and you can see the rotation here for this. So we've got a severe thunderstorm in that direction right now. And let's go back here to southern Indiana. Been busy. This has been busy, and we've got some very, very strong winds here, Josh, with this system here. So Jasper area, you're seeing this storm moving through right now with this. So some strong winds with this. Everything's radar indicated, what I keep seeing. So that's the good news there with that. And then further south here, south of Tell City, again, yeah, radar indicated on that one as well with that. So quite a bit going on. I want to focus here. Indianapolis area has seen its share of weather this evening with that. So Hendricks County, Brownsburg, likely getting hit by a tornado with that. Carmel, likely getting hit by a tornado tonight. And further northeast, likely hit by a tornado with that storm as it made its way through here. And now the other side of Indianapolis, the southeast side of Indianapolis, Marion County here, under a tornado warning with that for, it says another 21 minutes. I doubt it lasts that long with that. But taking a look at the velocity here, just not seeing as the rotation that maybe we saw a little bit earlier when this tornado warning was issued. Back when it included Greenwood area and the north side of Whiteland with that. And so lots happening as this line is moving through here with that. And trying to see if there's anything on the traffic cameras I was trying to take a look at in the area. Again, you're seeing the cameras blowing around in the wind. So still some very, very strong winds moving through I-74 there at Acton Road. The roads are clear. People heeded the warnings today, staying off the roads tonight as much as possible due to the severe storms that are moving through here. With that, we've been talking about having a moderate risk for severe weather. And when we're seeing that kind of pan out here as these storms move through, and then there's a high risk of severe weather to the south of us with that as well. And at one point we saw 28 tornado warnings at once in the United States here. Right now we're currently at 15 total tornado warnings, several of them here in Indiana right now. So
looks like there's another tornado warning to add to the tornado warnings that are for like Huntingburg and Santa Claus down on the southern end of Indiana, or sorry, not Indianapolis, Indiana. So it looks like there's an additional warnings that have been extended out to include Birdseye, Ferdinand, Leopold, English, Paoli. Those are all indicated now under a tornado warning.
Yes, awesome. I'll get to that in 1 second here. The tornado warning there that we're just talking about, just to the Greenwood area and northeast of Greenwood, has been canceled. That tornado warning has been canceled. The storm's now moving through the Greenfield, getting close to Morristown here, Knightstown, Shelbyville's getting it right now. Rushville's next. So we're seeing winds 60, 70 miles per hour with the storm here as it's making its way through the eastern part of the Indianapolis area with that. So that's good news there. And I notice we got some questions coming in with some different locations here in the Danville area. Your severe threat is done and over with. We're just getting some good old-fashioned thunderstorms, some rain, lightning and thunder, and that's where you're going to get there. But the severe storms have moved away from you, but you just got this round of storms in your direction right now. This tornado warning here that includes Bedford, includes Mitchell. Let's go back to the velocity here, and you can still see some broad rotation there right over Mitchell right now. So if you're in Mitchell, making sure you're taking shelter right away. I don't know if it's just a gut feeling, but storm seems to be moving a little bit slower than some of the others, or if maybe the entire line slowing down. Maybe something we can look into here with that. But yeah, Mitchell, you're seeing the rotation above you right now, going across State Road 37 here, and then farther south where you're talking about here, and includes the city of Paoli. Let me get to a different radar with this, but we've got some storms here. It's hard to make out these colors here with that, but let's get our bearings straight with this. And so Paoli are included in this tornado warning here, and we've got a line of storms that are moved through the Jasper area and the Dale area here that are moving eastward here, again getting close to State Road 37 with these storms here. So we're just north of Tell City, and so this line's moving eastward here. And let's go back to the velocity with this. And so we're seeing some areas here where we could see some possible spin ups with this line of storms that are moving through here. We've got some very strong winds a little bit further south of the storm as well. And so with this line, and you can correct me, Josh, here, but this line, you've got some little indentions here within the line that could cause these quick spin ups. Same kind of thing that we saw, for example, in the Brownsburg area into close to the Zionsville area, to the Carmel area.
Yeah, absolutely. No, these are called what we would call inflow notches. Essentially, what they are, little notches within the storms that allow winds to, inbound going into the storm versus the winds that are going outbound. And so what happens is essentially you get that curling. And again, very similar to what we talk about with the Henderson County one, that it eventually curled to a certain point where eventually it produced that tornado that hit over in Brownsburg. And then skipped into Carmel and then just continued going north up towards the Muncie area. So it'll be interesting to see what the National Weather Service will be kind of calculating tomorrow on their surveys. So that's kind of what's been going on there. But that's kind of what we look for with these storms. And that's really what a lot of these storms have really produced throughout the night, since this is just a big, huge line. As we mentioned previously, the original thinking was there was going to be some supercell thunderstorms that we're going to produce ahead of the line. And there was a few of those, but not to the extent of what we were expecting. But what happens is that the line eventually started forming, and again we had those inflow notches, which is why, like for instance, right now we're taking a look at a tornado warning currently right now for the Knightstown area, along with also Newcastle area. And I guarantee it's for that little inflow notch right there. That's just right a little bit north of 74 there. If we go to the velocity readings there, we could probably see tornado, if you would, probably, or where that rotation would be. Yep, right in that area right there. You'll easily see that's that inflow notch then that we're talking about. But anyways, that's kind of what we look for. But there's that new tornado warning for the Hendry County area, and that covers Knightstown and Newcastle for that. Just real quickly, I've seen a couple of former students of mine getting on here, wishing me, thanking you, or saying, "Hey, how's it going? I miss you guys. I appreciate your support as we continue there." So just wanted to shout out there. Thank you for supporting the stream. Hopefully you guys are safe. I know a lot of them are from Plainfield from last year. Hey, you guys are good to go for there in Plainfield. So don't worry about the weather. You guys will be good. Just a lot of rain now. But thanks again for support on this. But again, looking straight at what we're doing right now, this is a tornado warning, brand new for Hendry County, including Newcastle area, along with Knightstown area. We can see that rotation right there where the blue circle is, and that's what we're kind of focusing on there. And again, it's coming from kind of very similar, that storm that kind of pushed through a little bit north. It's kind of regained itself a little bit. Again, it's actually the storm that it was a little bit ahead of the one that went through Greenwood a little bit, but it looks like it's gained some strength for the storm previous ahead there. So definitely some rotation there. You can see that. Whether or not there's a tornado there, we don't quite know. It's not observed from what we can tell. But it definitely has some good rotation there, and it looks like it's sort of beelining for Newcastle. So please take shelter if you're in this area. Make sure that you're enacting your plan because there's definitely some things going on there.
Yeah, we're taking a look here, I-70, kind of in the Newcastle area, looking back towards the west here with that. And so lots of rain's fallen up to this point here. And again, it's dark out, so we can't see the sky and what it looks like there. But we'll continue to monitor this camera view here with that. And so taking a look at the radar here, we still have some rotation, definitely viewable right here, making its way towards Newcastle. So if you're in Newcastle, you need to be taking shelter right now. Take shelter right now in Newcastle due to this tornado warning here. And losing my camera with that. And so definitely Newcastle, you've got this rotation right here. We're going to monitor this and we're going to follow this. So if you're listening to us in the Newcastle area, Hendry County, you need to be taking shelter right now, lowest level of the floor and such, that we need to make sure that you keep yourself safe first and foremost with this. And so quite a bit of rotation there. Is probably getting on top of you right now, Newcastle, with that. So be sure that you're taking shelter with this storm here as we're going through here. So getting lots of questions coming in here with this. And so if this line has gone through, likely you're in the all clear. So Greenwood, the severe threat is past you now. With that, Bargersville, the severe weather has passed you. Martinsville, it looks like it's past you here with that, but we're going to monitor what has already gone through because some of you are seeing it now for the first time. And one here is Newcastle under a tornado warning right now. Under a tornado warning, so it's over the Westwood area right now. So Newcastle will be taking shelter immediately. Let's go back here to still radar indicated real quick here, Josh, the Mitchell tornado warning, and we can still see rotation here, definite rotation to now the east of Bedford, moving to the northeast. So if you're in the Norman, the Clear Spring area, be taking shelter right now. This tornado warning is right on you. And then we're still monitoring this large tornado warning that includes the city of Paoli and the east side of Jasper here. And so we got some broad rotation in this area as well. So we've got multiple tornado warnings in Indiana right now that we're following with this storm here. Definite rotation now over the Newcastle area. And so if you're in Newcastle, I'm going to turn on the CC if we're seeing any damage yet here, Josh, with this. And so some possible something starting to get picked up here with this storm here that's now moving through Newcastle right now. What looks like to be a dangerous situation here with this. So it still says radar indicated with this storm. I'm going to check our camera here and see if we got any new information on that.
We did have a viewer. I will say we just kind of answering some of these questions real quick. One of our viewers, Michael Aries, basically asked, how's Crawford County looking? The winds are picking up. Crawford County is down towards the southern end of Indiana. You are going to be seeing some storms here shortly, or if not, you are already experiencing storms right now. There are some tornado warnings in just to the west of you, or if not, there's tornado warnings right now. And so that's kind of what's kind of going on right now is that's kind of happening. So you will be experiencing some storms and perhaps maybe even some. It does look like there's tornado warnings kind of for English area along with Birdseye. There's to the west wherever you're located, but that you might experience some tornado warnings as well. It does look like that tornado warning did flash, so I'm wondering if maybe that's an observed. I thought it looked like an observed, but never mind. That was just probably the screen itself. So there you go. So anyways, that's kind of what's going on there. In terms of that, again, down south, there's quite a few tornado warnings going on there as well. So yeah, just kind of taking that, and it does look like that Bedford one continues. It looks like it's been extended. You can again we've talked a little bit about this one. You can kind of see where that rotation is. Again, it's right along that edge where it's hard to see that rotation a little bit. It's towards that edge. I always hate that, where those radar just has those edges, and even there, I mean, it's hard to pick out. I call it no man's land. It's one of the hardest things, I think, when looking at radar and focusing on things, that you get that radar crossover, and that's something that I've always been frustrated with. I really wish we could have some smaller radars that could like extend in those no man's lands, because that would be so helpful right now.
Yes, absolutely there. And so, yeah, so tornado warning continues for Newcastle. So stay in your shelter if you're listening to us from Newcastle here, as we got a strong storm moving through right now. A tornado warning for another 21 minutes here. Tornado warning with some large hail and some very gusty winds here. And so let's take a look at the velocity with this. And so we still see some definite rotation in the Newcastle area. It's moving to the east, northeast there of Newcastle. So it's going to affect going across 36 here very shortly with this. So we're just to we're west of Hagerstown there, north and west of Cambridge City. But we still have some rotation here and some strong winds that are moving through now just to the north and east of Newcastle as this storm continues to make its way through the state of Indiana here with that. And then behind it, we've got some very gusty winds now hitting the Whitestown area. Excuse me, not Whitestown, the Knightstown area with that. And so severe thunderstorm warning here, winds up to 60, 70 miles per hour with these storms here with that. So we're seeing lots of wind with these storms and some rotation here now north and east of Newcastle, with this storm here. Going back, I'm just going to check real quick. I know it's tough to see in this spot here, but still some possible rotation to the east of Bedford And so US 50.
I'll be right back, Michael. Give me just a moment. I'll be right back.
You're good with that. So just east or going across US 50 here with that, and State Road 446 here, and then further south as we get closer to Kentucky here. Paoli still under a tornado warning for another 19 minutes here. Let's check and see if we've got any kind of an update here. So 10:39 was our last update with that. So Jasper to Santa Claus there with that. So I'm not seeing the rotation like we saw much earlier with that, but we still have some rotation embedded here in this storm here to the east of Jasper, the east of Huntingburg, and the east of Dale as it goes through there. Big time rotation here in the Kentucky area, the Patesville area, Victoria Crossroads. Definitely lots of rotation there with this storm here, and kind of in there with that. And I was just gonna make my way down here real quick. So lots of rotation, Kentucky area, in Tennessee, also Western Tennessee there, tornado warning for you there. But let's go back to Newcastle here. All right, not seeing the rotation like we did a little bit ago, but we still have some rotation north and east of Newcastle. So Moreland area, the Bluntsville area with that. Let's take a look while we get a chance here for the, let me share what we got going on here for, there it is. So we still have power outages across the state of Indiana right now with that. So Southern Indiana, Posey County, Vandenberg County, Warwick County, Spencer County with power outages, Gibson with power outages, Greene, Owen County, Morgan County with some outages, Hendricks County, over 10,000 people without power, Marion County, about 45,000 people without power, Hancock County, over 8,000 people, Madison County, Delaware County, Boone County, Carroll County, Marshall County, in Benton County. Lots of power outages across the state here, and so it's important to keep that in mind, that we've been seeing reports of damage, power lines down, tree limbs down, and structures damaged, especially in the Brownsburg area where we had a possible tornado touchdown, or likely tornado, I'll go ahead and say, touchdown there in Brownsburg, as well as in Kokomo. Continue to monitor this tornado warning here. The Newcastle area, it's now north and east of Newcastle. We got some very strong winds associated with this storm with there. I'm going to check here and see if we've gotten any new information on this storm here with that, and it's tough to see. Yeah, nothing's going northward here with that. And so let's, I was just taking a look at some traffic cameras. This is the Richmond area. So storms are approaching there. As I did it, it looks like the camera has gone out on us. Resting for the night, I guess. I don't know. There it comes back. It woke up with that. And so you see the traffic flowing. They're just fine, but you get some lightning in the background there. This is I-70 at Indiana 227. And so watching, the storms make their way through the area into Richmond, and then into Ohio here as well. And so multiple tornado warnings with this line of storms that are moving through Indiana. I'm going to go back to the radar here in a second and kind of give you an update from northern Indiana to southern Indiana, and so you know exactly where we're at with this. And so here's our radar. So northern Indiana here, northern Indiana, Fort Wayne, you're now in the all clear. Fort Wayne and your area there, you're in the all clear. The severe weather has moved through. Okay, so you're done. All right, you're done here. So we just got some good old fashioned thunderstorms on top of you now, and it's going to last here for another hour or two. So it'll be a while. So lots of good rain. So Gary, South Bend, Fort Wayne, Logansport, Kokomo, Lafayette, Crawfordsville, Lebanon there, Plainfield, Indianapolis, Franklin, Greenwood. You're in the all clear. You're in the all clear. The storms have moved through your area. No more severe weather for you. You'll still get some thunderstorms moving through at times here, and quite a bit of rainfall. And I want to show you that here in a second of what we expect with some rainfall. But you're in the all clear. You're no longer in the tornado watch. You're in the all clear here. Terre Haute, all clear. Bloomington, it looks like you're now in the all clear. All right, Bloomington now in the all clear here. Vincennes in the all clear. Washington in the all clear with that. And so if I didn't name your place here, you can either let me know, or if you can see here, we still have this line of storms here moving through. And so like Decatur, Bern, Portland, you're in the all clear. These storms have passed by you here. Winchester, you're getting some weather right now, 60-mile-per-hour winds. You've got another storm heading your direction from the Newcastle area. And the good news, look at what happened to that tornado warning there at Newcastle. It's now expired. All right, that's been canceled. No tornado warning now for Newcastle or anywhere to the northeast, at least right now. We'll continue to watch that, and if things rotate again, I'm sure the National Weather Service will reissue a tornado warning if needed. So Winchester, you're not out of the woods yet. You've got this severe storm that's capable of producing a tornado heading your direction. So you need to be paying attention. Stay awake here. Stay with us. Winchester, Union City, and get through that there. And so Newcastle, I'm just going to turn on the velocity real quick here. And again, hard to see here, but some very strong winds associated here with the storm that's moving through Newcastle. You're going to get hit by a round 2 here very quickly here that just went through Knightstown. It's going through Rushville right now. So we've got some severe storms here, winds up to 70 miles per hour, 3/4 inch size hail with these storms that are moving through right now. Columbus, good old fashioned spring thunderstorm right now. For you right now, but you've got a severe storm to your west that's going to be heading your direction. 70-mile-per-hour wind gust with this, and some 3/4 inch size hail with this. This storm has just moved to the Bloomington area, but again, very gusty winds with this storm as well. The tornado warning does continue here for another 12 minutes for Lawrence and Jackson counties, and the latest update. A thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Bedford or northeast, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour with this. And so I'm not sure we're going to get a good view on this either with that. So still some very broad rotation here with this storm that's moved through. So again, we're northeast of Bedford. We're west of Seymour in this area here. And so if this storm continues, it'd be in the Columbus area. The Springs, not immune from tornadoes in the area. We learned that not too long ago with that. And then moving further south here, Paoli, for another 12 minutes. You're still part of this tornado warning. That seems like you've had for an hour now with that. And so no new recent update here with this storm there. Let me just turn on the velocity. All right, some very broad rotation, but very strong winds here with this storm that have moved through State Road 37 and so forth. So this line here continues to move eastward. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, 3/4 inch size hail with this storm here. So if you're anywhere between this storm right here that's moving to New Albany, Jeffersonville, Charlestown, Scottsburg, Salem, Austin, we've got this line moving through here with that. And then we got this tornado warning that's heading towards the Corydon area. And I do want to take a look at this velocity with that definite spin there. That looks like the Cloverport area, definite spin up there with this storm here. So that'll be making its way towards Indiana here with that, the Corydon area. So something to really pay attention to if this storm doesn't get sucked in by the rest of the line here with that. So it's south and east of Tell City here, Cloverport area, going up State Road 66 with that there. So yeah, quite a bit of quite a bit of a mess here on the radar, Josh, with this.
Oh, absolutely.
Tornado
I mean,
warning.
there's just tons of tornado warnings just embedded within tornado warnings. It just constantly continues. Obviously, a lot of them are now heading into the Kentucky area. They are moving northeast, so a lot of these storms will eventually hit more of the southern part of Indiana into basically the northern part of Kentucky. Eventually, they'll make their way into Ohio, which is something that is going to be concerning as well for those folks who are in Ohio. And so it's going to be a very long night for a lot of people as they continue to wait out for these storms to finally kind of to sort of just move through their area. So especially with the middle of the night for those who are in Ohio. Again, just kind of looking at the overall radar, everything seems to have, for the most part, in the northern part of the state, have calmed down fairly well because, of course, all that stuff is kind of bowed out. You've got, of course, a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings for central Indiana. We did have a tornado warning for that Newcastle area that since has expired. There is still kind of a little bit of rotation, but it's not as good as it once was in that storm. That's moving off to the northeast. And then, of course, we've got tornado warnings now for, of course, the Bedford area and whatnot, kind of centered in that central part, just a little bit west or a little bit south and east of Bloomington. You can kind of see those two tornado warnings. And actually, I think that was just a brand new warning that was issued as well. Those again will be those are kind of heading off in the northeast as well, and then you just get these slew of tornado warnings towards the Ohio River area. A lot of those are for those inflow notches that I talked about. That's kind of where the winds are coming in. From what I could tell, based off of that, some of them are just kind of dying out and turning more into more of a wind area that's pushing off to the east. But there's a few that are in Kentucky as well as a little bit towards the Ohio River that have some type of spin in it. Again, we were looking at the one that's just a little bit north of Cloverport and heading towards the Corydon area. It's going to take a bit, but it's kind of heading off there. It's been crazy. This whole system was kind of planned to exit the state by midnight, but we're here almost 11:15 p.m. and we're seeing still storms tracking through the entire state. So at least timing wise, this was a little off because it really just slowed down in Illinois. It was really interesting how that all kind of worked. And then the top half of all of those storms kind of pushed off to the basically really, really fast off to the east. And then you had a couple of storms that are then the lower half just took its good old time across the state, but of course it was moving northeast, and so at that point, again, you're kind of seeing that there, and so right now we're taking a look at a new tornado warning that has kind of popped up a little bit just above the Bedford one.
Yeah. Let's take a look at this here real quick. Hoosier National Forest, kind of over that direction right now. And so this includes Monroe, Brown, Bartholomew, Lawrence, Jackson counties until 11:30. And so just a few minutes ago, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 12 miles northeast of Bedford, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. And so, so we're monitoring. That doesn't look very distinct here on the radar, but we could also see that, one, we're not getting great radar coverage here, but two, there is some broad rotation there over the Hoosier National Forest that we've got going on here with that. And so we got quite a bit of rain going on as well. I do want to show one thing real quick, Josh. And let me pull it up here if we can find it. Okay, there it is. With this. And so we do have a flood watch, and you can see on the map there on the right side, that does include the city of Indianapolis, Bloomington, Evansville, New Albany, Jeffersonville area. We've got a flood watch that's going to last until the end of the weekend here. So over the next several days. And so flooding's possible with this. And so if you live in a flood prone area, you need to be ready to take action, find higher ground, have a plan in place to be able to move quickly. This is not like a flash flood, warning or flash flood watch. This is a legit flood watch. And you can see a picture there of exactly what that looks like. And so what are we expecting? We're expecting a lot of rain between now and Sunday. Joshua, we got Evansville could see over 10 inches of rain. Same thing in the Louisville area. Bloomington could see around 7 inches of rain. 4, 5, 6 inches in the Indianapolis area. This is a lot of rainfall. I mean, it'll be a lot of snow, with that, but a lot of rainfall in a short period of time here, and so that's why we've got this flood watch. And so we've got a lot of rain falling right now, and we'll give updates tomorrow on how much rain has fallen. But we've got rain in the forecast for the next several days here, and so especially down by the Ohio River, very, very serious concerns here regarding the flooding here. But I don't want to dwell on this right now because we've got some important weather information to cover here with these tornado warnings and going through Indiana here. With that, we've got severe storms east now of Muncie, just going through the Newcastle area, Cambridge City, almost in Connorsville, Rushville, Greensburg, Columbus. And we've got severe storms that have just gone through the Bloomington area and the Bedford area, Mitchell area. But we do have these 2 tornado warnings here. I'm going to continue moving the radar down south a little bit further here to where we're watching this guy right here heading towards the Corydon area. And so we'll need to monitor this. And so if you're there in Corydon or Georgetown, New Albany, Jeffersonville, Sellersburg, Charlestown, we need to be paying attention to this storm right here. So if it continues to hang by itself here for a little bit, it's been observed. Now it's radar indicated, but it's been an observed tornado with this storm here. But you can definitely see the reds and greens coming together with this. So we got to keep an eye on this storm right here. But let's go back here, just west of Seymour here. Again, it's hard telling with the location here where we're taking a look with this velocity here. I'm going to switch the radar to Indianapolis here. And again, not really making it out here, but that doesn't mean there's not rotation. We've got tornado warnings here. Hoosier National Forest area points eastward over State Road 135, and tornado warning again to the west and north of Brownstown, west of Seymour, including the small town of Freetown there. And so we do have these tornado warnings. This one lasts for 2 more minutes. With that, again, not seeing rotation, on the velocity here with that. So hopefully this is just allowed to expire, and we just have the severe thunderstorm. With this severe thunderstorm, winds up to 70 miles per hour, 3/4 inch size hail. So considerable damage being done with this storm here. 17 more minutes for the tornado warning just to the north here, including Pikes Peak here, Grandview Lake, New Bellsville, Beck's Grove, Story, and so forth. So again, not seeing on radar there on the velocity there. I'm not seeing that rotation with that, but we're kind of in between radar sites anyway. So it's going to be kind of that, I don't want to say that dead area, but that dead area with that. And so monitoring those 2 storms there, going back to the radar here with that. So we got several severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, Richmond still in the warning, Newcastle still in the warning, Muncie still in the warning, Rushville, Winchester, Connorsville, Cambridge City still in this severe thunderstorm warning. Greensburg, severe thunderstorm warning for you there. Flash flood warning for Indianapolis here. Flash flood warning includes Franklin, Bargersville, Martinsville, Bloomington, and so Greenwood. You're in this flash flood warning here. And so if you've got to go out tonight, pay close attention to that. Don't be, turn around, don't drown, the old saying there with that. And so the tornado warning just to the south and to the west of Seymour has been allowed to expire. So that's good news right there. And so we're left right now, Josh, with 1 tornado warning in Indiana, several severe thunderstorm warnings here. And so we just need this line from just north of Richmond, all right, back to Bloomington, and then kind of cutting down here and out we need this line here to get through the state so we can give the all clear to everybody who's watching us tonight.
Yeah, absolutely, and hopefully this again, kind of looking at that tornado warning, you're basically kind of on the right in the sense of it's really hard to kind of pick out exactly where that could be. It just looks like now it's more of a straight line winds, if you would, of where that would be. And so I think it needs to say that here shortly we're going to probably see that tornado warning expire or get canceled, and thus we'll have at least right now no tornado warnings for the state of Indiana. But again, the one that we're monitoring is the one that's in the south, right in Kentucky, but could eventually get into the Cordon area. And there's a few others as well that we're monitoring in Kentucky, but it's been a very rough night for a lot of people across the state. We monitored pretty much from the start to finish that storm that eventually turned tornado warned in Hendricks County, and that kind of followed up through Hamilton County and all the way up into the Muncie area, and just several different tornado warnings and several confirmed tornadoes throughout the state. So the National Weather Service will definitely be having their hands full tomorrow going out, whether that be the Indianapolis office or the Paducah office or even the Louisville office. If there's any observed tornadoes, they'll be very, very busy trying to find different things that are going on there. Looks like we're looking at images in Brownsburg. Looks like there's some damages to some neighborhood homes near 56 and Raceway. I'm very familiar with that area. So that's kind of a sad thing to see, damages to homes. So obviously that definitely follows the trajectory and pathway of what looks like there. And there's Jenny Rinovich from Channel 13 posted these images, probably from the crews that were out there. Looks like several different structures that were inside or in yards or even from homes. Looks like have been damaged and moved away. So definitely good sign, or definitely signs, not good signs, but definitely signs of proof that there was in fact something, if not a tornado there. And again, as I surfed through the data, I couldn't share it with on here, but there is a picture somewhere on the internet of the actual tornado going through Brownsburg. Very thin funnel, but definitely sort of proof that, hey, there was in fact something that was there, and so it does make sense with the damage that we're seeing right now. Again, our thoughts and prayers are with those who are affected. Hopefully, there's no injuries or deaths. That's something that we never want to see, never with these things. Weather is something that it's something. I mean, us humans, it's hard to fathom. We're weather forecasters, we're meteorologists. We try to predict the weather the best we can, but Mother Nature always throws us a curveball. That's something that I firmly believe that we will never 100% figure out the weather. It is just something that's just, it will always be mysterious, but it's awesome to try to figure it out the best we can. But we never want to see damage and injuries and deaths from these things. And we were just talking about the flooding in Indianapolis right now. Again, Channel 13 looks like this is near Southeastern Avenue and South Sherman Drive on the east side of Indianapolis. Completely flooded. The water's completely flooded. Looks like a bunch of cars are underneath water right now. So it's definitely very treacherous roads. So as Michael pointed out, turn around, don't drown. If you see water, try to find another alternate route. It's a little bit easier nowadays with GPS. We can tell Siri or tell anything, whatever the device is, to, hey, seek alternate route. They'll give you the route and you can go for it. Back in the day, not so much, but now definitely something we can definitely take a look at. Looks like
warning here, Josh, with this, and it does include the cities of Salem and Scottsburg with that. So for 25 minutes here, so it includes Harrison, Clark, Floyd, Scott, Washington counties, until 11:45. So just a few minutes ago, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage. We're located 13 miles south of Salem, moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. And so here's the storm right here. So it's going through Salem right now. And so we've got some straight line winds here with this storm moving very, very quickly here. Oops, I didn't mean to click that again. With that, so let's pull up the velocity here. And you can see where the straight line winds are located here out ahead of this storm that's moving through here with that. And so there's some possible rotation there in the Salem area. So if you're in Salem, if you're in New Perkin, if you're in Austin, Scottsburg, Vienna, you need to be taking shelter right now. You got a tornado warning for your area. So this storms will be moving through here moving through State Road 135 here into Salem, New Perkin very quickly here. And so you need to be in your safe place. If you're in bed, you need to be getting up. I'm sure the sirens are going off. Your cell phone's going crazy. And you're getting the warnings, hopefully, waking up, you're turning us on. All right, what's going on? What's going on? Tornado warning, Salem, New Perkin, Scottsburg, Alston, tornado warning there. This is going to move through here, State Road 135. It's going to get to I-65 here with that. Josh, anything you're seeing, Josh, with this storm in particular? And I'm going to see if I can pull up an NDOT camera.
Not too much, in a sense that these are just kind of along the line here. There's a few maybe notches here and there that kind of just look like where you could see maybe some spin ups, if you would, very small spin ups. But rotation wise, not really too much in the way of that. I think they're just issuing it just because there's strong winds and these notches could kind of rotate just a little bit. But nothing really too in the sense of hey, there's a tornado here, or hey, the rotation's pretty strong here. It's just essentially just kind of a straight line. Really, mostly it's going to be wind damage. So I'm thinking that eventually this will eventually advance into just to a severe thunderstorm. And you can see again, it looks like the maybe again a little bit of the notches like right around Salem and maybe right a little bit south of there, just right along State Road 135. There's just these little inlets here a little bit that could easily trigger a spin up tornado. But again, it's nothing that really stands out like what we were seeing earlier. So that does kind of tell us that these storms are weakening just a little bit, just a hair. But yeah, I don't really see too much of there here. But anyways, I actually need to get going. But yeah, I'm glad I could be on here to help out as always here for Weather Valet and America's Weather streaming channel tonight. So everyone that's watching, please take care. I hope you guys were not affected by anything, but if you do, again, I hope everything's okay with you guys. But then again, thanks for tuning in. We love doing this to help you guys out. That's the main reason why we're here. Our goal as meteorologists is to help everyone out, to protect everybody from the weather and to inform people the best we can. So thank you very much, at least for me. I will be, I'm going to head out right now, but you guys take care. You take care, Michael, as well, and have a great evening. And we'll be talking here soon. Okay.
Will do. Appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Not a problem. See ya. Take care.
Yeah. So we're looking at a camera here in the Henryville area. Here off the interstate. The flags, as you know, the winds have been gusting, been blowing very, very, very gusty throughout the day today. Went to having that coat on this morning. Getting up, going to work, all nice and cold. Going to work there, and then by the time going home, probably not wearing that coat, feeling good outside. It was in the 70s, almost 80 degrees outside with this, and so but those winds were howling and really bringing up the warm, moist air. You could feel the dew point, almost like we were in summertime here. We could start to wear that there with that. And so, as Josh was saying, we still have this storm here, the Salem area. We got a tornado warning for the next 20 minutes. tornado warning here. So if you're in Salem, New Perkin, Scottsburg, Vienna, you need to be taking shelter right now. Tornado warning for you. So if you're just waking up out of bed because your cell phone's going crazy, the tornado sirens are going off, this is why. This is why we've got straight line winds that are extremely dangerous right now. Extremely dangerous with the straight line winds here, 60, 70. We've seen 80 miles per hour with some of these storms here. And so we'll continue to follow the situation. If you're not in Salem here, you're wondering, okay, what's going on in my area? What's going on in my area here? And so if you are anywhere from Lafayette to Kokomo to Marion, any points northward, you are in the all clear. Okay, Fort Wayne, all clear. Auburn, all clear. Elkhart, it doesn't mean there's no rain. You still got some rain and storms in Fort Wayne and Auburn and Kendallville and Huntington and so forth with that. But you're in the all clear in terms of severe weather with that. So that's good news for you guys there. If you are in the Tipton area, the Frankfort area, Lebanon, Noblesville, Carmel area, Crawfordsville area, Attica, back out towards Danville, Illinois, you're in the all clear. All right, even though you're getting a lot of rain and thunderstorms and so forth, you are in the all clear with that. Indianapolis, you're in the all clear in terms of the severe weather, like with hail, winds, tornadoes. You're in the all clear here with that. However, you're under a flash flood warning. We just saw some pictures of some flooding taking place and cars underwater. And so you need to take that very serious with that. And the same thing if you're in Bloomington and Franklin, Martinsville, flash flood warning for you guys as well with that. However, with the severe storms, the hail, the wind, the tornadoes, you're in the all clear from that there. Terre Haute, you're in the all clear from that. Washington, Vincennes, all clear. Princeton, you're in the all clear there. Evansville, you're in the all clear with that. And so we're following the tornado warning here in Salem. Okay, with that, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings in the Seymour area, 70 mile per hour winds, possible rotation. So Columbus, Seymour areas, you're going to be seeing some strong storms move through as this cell makes its way eastward. And so we'll continue to follow that there. And then we're continuing to watch some storms here. Connorsville in a storm right now. There, Richmond getting ready to get hit by a storm here. I might pull up that camera again in Richmond. If you give me a moment, I'll do that. And so we can see exactly what's going on there in your area. Let me find the one that we were looking at. There it is. With that, and so let me excuse me, let me fire this up here from the NDOT camera here once it wakes up again with that. But we'll monitor this as that storm gets close here to Richmond. You're seeing the lightning there in the background here. So this is I-70 at 227 area, so the Richmond area. So quite a bit of lightning going on. Luckily, not a lot of traffic. It shouldn't be at 11:30 at night, right? With that, so not a lot of traffic here with that. But you're seeing the lightning, and the winds will start picking up here pretty soon. And so monitoring this. This is looking west from Richmond. You still see some of these the semis on the road here with that, and so looking at the radar there, the storm here is getting very close to the area on the camera that we're taking a look at with this storm here. I'm going to go back to the tornado warning here. Let's turn on the velocity with this. So very strong winds with this storm here. It's getting closer to the Scottsburg area. So if you're in Scottsburg or anywhere in this warning here, you need to be taking shelter right now. Take shelter right now with that. And then let me see here. It looks like Harrison, Crawford, Perry counties, part of this new tornado warning that was just issued. Let me switch radars to a little bit closer here with this. So Tell City area, Cannleton. There's rotation over Cannleton right now. Moving to the north and east towards Corydon. And so we've been talking about that. And so it's important to follow this through here. So now it's getting into Indiana's territory. And so, yeah, we need to monitor this storm as it gets from Kentucky to Indiana here with this storm. And I was just trying to look to see not a whole lot of rotation showing here in the what we'll now call the Scottsburg tornado warning with this. And so so this line continues to move to the north and east here very quickly with this. And so again, we've got quite a bit of rain on the backside. We've got flooding concerns, not just tonight, but all the way tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday to the weekend here. So we could see 8-10 inches of rain here in this area that we're looking at right now. So basically, I'll just say what it is. It's a life-threatening situation, especially if you live in a flood-prone area with this here. And so the storm's getting closer here to Richmond. And so we'll continue to monitor this here. We've had very active weather in Indiana. We've had observed tornadoes. We've had damage, lots of damage. We've got power outages. And the storms continue to roll through here. So if you're waking up and wondering what's going on, thanks for joining us here. If there's a specific place you want me to take a look at on the radar or give you an update, don't hesitate to put that in the chat. And then we can, when we get a moment, we can take a look at those. So don't hesitate to put your location there in the chat, and we can follow up with you to give you that personalized weather that I'm sure you're wanting and needing, especially if these storms haven't affected you yet. You want to make sure that you're doing the right thing here and keeping yourself and your family and so forth safe with this, with the storms moving through here. So lots of lightning, lots of rain, all right, lots of wind, all right, hail with the storms that are moving through here. And so you can kind of see a little bit, some of that there on the radar. New tornado warning just to the south here of what we're just taking a look at with that. So it'd be the southwest of Louisville here, but it does include, Harrison, Perry counties in Indiana here. And so multiple tornado warnings here. I'm going to switch over to the velocity and what we can see here. So again, we've got some broad rotation with these storms here moving northeast of Tell City. And I'm going to see which and see if we can get it. There we go with this. So a couple areas that we're looking at here just to the east now of Tell City. And we've got some broad rotation to the south and east of Tell City, northeast of Hartford, here along 60 here. We've got tornado warning here, and now it does include Corydon, Indiana here. And you can see some broad rotation over Corydon right now. And so if you're in that area, Georgetown area, New Albany area, Charlestown area, we're getting into a heavily populated area here outside of Louisville. Tornado warning for you, and we see some decent rotation. Excuse me, we see some decent rotation here with the storm. Quite a bit of rotation here, as a matter of fact, with this storm here, and some very strong winds as well with that. So we've got a dangerous situation here with that here, and lightning flashes going along everywhere. We got 10 tornado warnings currently in the United States, and 5, 6, 7 of them right here in the Louisville area with this. And so this is an area that we're going to pay close attention to for the time being here. We're 5 hours into our coverage of the severe weather moving through Indiana. Again, a lot of Indiana's in the all clear with that, and so we're thankful for that, and we've made it through. Some areas have damage, some areas have power outages. We'll get through those. We'll get through those. We'll get things repaired. We'll get things back in order, right? But the main thing is you got to keep ourselves safe. We got to keep ourselves, our family members, our friends, our neighbors. We got to keep everybody safe with that. And so monitoring some tornado warnings here with that. I don't see any rotation that's standing out to me in Austin or Scottsburg with that storm there, but we do have some very strong wind gusts with this storm. We're seeing winds over 60 miles per hour with this storm here. And again, broad rotation now over the Corydon area with that. Broad rotation east of Tell City, and broad rotation here south of Cloverport in Hardinsburg. And these storms are moving here to the north and east with that. So quite a bit going on here. Let's check our camera here and see if we've got anything new. So the storms arrived there in Richmond. The storms arrived, so we've been watching this camera here in Richmond, and we'll switch it over and we'll go down south with our next camera with that. But you can see the rain falling, the rain ponding up there on the roadways. You can see that wind blowing the rain across the road there. So pretty cool picture. It's a live picture there, the Richmond area, the east side of Indiana, here on I-70 at State Road 227. And so the camera keeps going out, but that makes sense. You've got a severe thunderstorm moving through with that, but you can see that the wind just blowing the rain there. Cars are going slow. You see the flashing lights on the cars, the hazards on there, but quite a bit of rain, making it, I'm sure, very difficult to see there. So the cars, the semis, again, you see the hazard lights on. You see the vehicle slowing down, or should be slowing down. With the weather that's going through here, and so most of you saw this at some time tonight. Saw this kind of weather that's going through here. Exactly what we're seeing here probably happened, at your house or at your work, or wherever you might have been tonight with that. So so very active day with our weather with this. So it's always fun to watch live cameras here. And be able to see exactly what's going on, what's, with the radar and so forth. And it's one thing just to stare at the radar, which gets awfully boring, doesn't it? But it's good to be able to see some live pictures to know, okay, what exactly am I looking at? What does that mean? What's all that red on the radar mean? This is it. This is it right here. The red on the radar, that very heavy rain, the very gusty winds. Looks like things are coming down just a hair, at least from the wind standpoint, and cars are moving a little bit faster with that. And so, but yeah, severe thunderstorm moving through the Richmond area right now, and that's what we're taking a look at with that. But let's go back to the radar here real quick, and let's see here. We've got multiple tornado warnings in southern Indiana here with these with the line moving through here. The Louisville area, northwest Louisville, New Albany included in this tornado warning here. So you probably woke up wondering what's going on. Floyd's Knob, St. Mary's, Sellersburg. You're like, hey, what's going on? Your phone's freaking out, right? Tornado warning here. So it's just to the east here of Corydon, and I'm wondering the New Middleton area. Let's pull that velocity back up here. Yeah, there it is, New Middleton. So yeah, definite rotation here. Definite rotation has crossed State Road 62 here, headed towards the Lanesville area. And I'm going to switch out here with the cameras and see if we can get somewhere close to what we're just looking at there. Let's see here. So it's dark out, so things are difficult. It's difficult to see, and even that camera is not going to work for us here. Yeah, things are tough. Things are tough to see here. So this here is at I-64 at I-265. On top of the trees here, so you can see the sky and so forth, as much as you can in the dark. It's got the night vision on here. With that, you got traffic moving just fine. You see the flashes of lightning in this area here on Captain Frank Road with that. And so we'll continue to watch this here and we could see the storms moving through. But yeah, definitely severe thunderstorm, capable of producing a tornado here. Wind 60, 70 miles per hour moving through. But we definitely have some rotation to the north now of New Middletown. We've got definite rotation here, and so we'll continue to watch the storm here. We've got a couple of tornado warnings just behind it. Just behind here, a couple of tornado warnings. We don't see that well defined. We don't see the well defined reds and greens coming together here. But we're still under a tornado warning here, and the same thing just further north, Scottsburg. What seems like forever. You've had a tornado warning going on here. With that 4 minutes left of this, I'm not seeing anything other than straight line winds, very strong straight line winds moving through the area. But the biggest concern right now is just to the east of Corydon. So if you're in the Lanesville area, the Georgetown area, Floyd's Knobs area, you need to be taking shelter right now. Take shelter right now. I'm watching the radar right here. Definite rotation with that storm here, and so you can see it. I just put the radar back up there. The Lanesville situation here. So just to the south and west, if you're in the Lanesville area, you need to be taking shelter right now. You've got a tornado warning in your backyard here. And so get to your shelter, get to the lowest level of the building that you're currently in. If it's not a sturdy building, get out of it quickly and get to your safe place. I know you've got a plan. We've been talking about this all spring long. Make sure you develop your plan for what you're going to do if you become under a tornado warning. Here it is. All right, we're in it. We got to enact that plan right now with that. And so we'll stay with you and follow along with you. So Lanesville, Georgetown area, tornado warning. Take shelter right now. It's important. It's very important that you protect yourselves in that. If you've got a mattress, put a mattress on top of you, or some thick blankets or anything to protect yourself. Put on a helmet. If you've got, the old football helmet or a baseball helmet, if you got a bicycle helmet, protect yourself, protect your family, get everybody protected here. And so if you're in Lanesville, definite rotation in the area here. You need to be taking shelter. Take shelter right away with that. And so monitoring some cameras in the area with that. And so if we're looking at south and west area with that. And so this is actually looking towards Lanesville. Okay, towards Lanesville here with the storms that are moving that direction there. Quite a bit of lightning with it. But this camera is looking directly towards Lanesville. Too bad it wasn't daylight out and we could see a little bit higher. But you see that the very strong winds blowing across right now the interstate. Some very, very strong winds blowing across the interstate there. Very interesting to watch here. Look at that. So a massive storm moving through the Lanesville area right now. See the winds that are blowing that rain right across the road. So the tornado warning does continue. I'll keep you updated, and I'll switch back to the radar if something changes here. But yeah, we're watching this together. We're watching this together here. So this is looking right at Lanesville. All right, right at Lanesville. It's just to the east of Corydon, south and west of New Albany, south and west of Floyd's Knobs. All right, this is Lanesville. And so we're taking a look at a camera from I-64 here, looking right at Lanesville. You're under a tornado warning, and we see some broad rotation on the radar. We see broad rotation here on the radar with that. And so you see the very, very strong winds moving through here. Yeah, and this is live video. This is live video of the storm moving through right now. So luckily, hardly anybody's out on the roads, which is great news. Yes, it's 11:45 Eastern time here. We really shouldn't have a lot of people out and about, but you never know nowadays, right? With this, so people are heeding the warnings here with this. And so if you're in the Lanesville area, north and east of Corydon, you're hearing the tornado sirens going off. But just stay with us here. Stay with us here. Continue to you see these storms go right on through here. It's just it's crazy. It's crazy. So we've had some major storms here. So this is what we're looking at. So here's Lanesville, and here's the camera located on 64 here, and you can definitely see exactly what we're talking about here. So the rain, the winds, the hail blowing out into the Georgetown area, and then here Lanesville. This is where the rotation is. You see the indention, the inflow here, getting into the storm, and so this is where the rotation is happening here in the Lanesville area, and we got the update there. So just north and east of Lanesville, is where this is happening. You can see some very strong winds with this storm here. And so let's go back to the look at this here in this live video here. You see the vehicle moving through there. And it's only going to get worse here as some stronger winds come through. So have that first round, and then a few minutes here we're going to have another round come right through here with this. And so definite rotation, strong winds blowing through here. Keeps going out on me with that. So we'll continue to monitor this storm here. We've got 9 tornado warnings across the United States right now. So we got 9 tornado warnings. Luckily, look at this. This is crazy. Look at those winds blowing right through. Wow. Yeah, visibility is almost non-existent on this camera here. That car seems to be moving through just fine. I would be slowing down if I was it. That's for sure. But dang, look at this. This is live pictures where there's a tornado warning right now. We've got very strong winds here blowing through I-64 here. And it looks like, did we lose the camera? We might have lost the camera. Yep. We just lost the camera here. So there you see it. There's the rotation. Okay, we were just taking a look at the camera there as the storm's moving through. And I'm going to pull it up one more time to see if it's working. It's out. Okay, so that camera's out there with this, and see if we got any other cameras here that might be working with that. And so this isn't showing us too much here, is it? Lots of lightning. We know that there are lots of lightning with this. This camera is going to be too far east here, so we're not going to get that winds like we were just looking at. But dang, quite a bit of lightning going on. We're going to go back to the radar here. We do have a brand new tornado warning. Just on the edge of Indiana here into Ohio, including Liberty. Liberty here under a tornado warning here for another 26 minutes with this here. So we're looking at Union, Fayette counties here in Indiana. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Liberty, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. And so let's take a look at the velocity here with this, and absolutely we can see the rotation here right over Liberty here. So if you're in Liberty and anywhere eastward into Ohio towards the Eaton area, tornado warning, take shelter immediately. Liberty, definite rotation here in the area. There's no doubt about it with what we're seeing there with that. And let me check and see if we've gotten any new reports here. That would be helpful to understand here on what's going on. Whiteland, Indiana, you're at 1.5 inches of rain already with that. All right, don't have anything on that, but yeah. So let's stay here with this for a second. With this, we got an update here, so it doesn't look as bad as it just did moments ago. I'm going to put this in motion here real quick, so you can see the progression from Columbia to Liberty, and it just pops up there right as it gets to Liberty, right? With that, so a little bit of rotation, and then bam. It pops up there. Let's switch it over to the correlation coefficient. This will show us if the radar will pick up some debris in the atmosphere with that, and not seeing that at the moment. So if it touched down, it would touch down very, very briefly. Not seeing that on there yet, but yeah, definitely Liberty getting the brunt of a storm right now. With this, you've got 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and some large hail with this storm here. And so Liberty, tornado warning here. We've had multiple tornado warnings across Indiana this evening. The good news is we didn't have those supercells out in front of the line that would have given us the big, strong, the large, significant tornadoes, the long track tornadoes. So that's a good thing there. Some areas down south, Arkansas, for example, and we saw live here on the air too of a large tornado doing a lot of damage. And so that's the good news is that we didn't see that here in Indiana. That was a possibility, but it wasn't a probability. We've been talking about that all day long today, that we're going to see if those storms could develop or not out ahead of the line. And again, if they did, they would have been in conditions where those things would have spun up very quickly. But luckily, it did not happen, and there's some scientific reasons of why, and we knew that. We were going to watch them through that, and so that was always something that we had on our mind, that storms could fire up in the afternoon and early evening, but luckily that did not happen. And so we just have to deal with this line that's moving through, and we knew this line too would have individual cells within the line that would spin up, and we'd have some indentations in the line. We'd have some brief spin ups like that just happened in Brownsburg and in Carmel, Indiana, some heavily populated areas outside of Indianapolis. And so we had those here, but we're fortunate being under a moderate risk that we didn't have those supercells develop out ahead of this system here, because it'd be a whole different night, and we've had a bad night already, but it could have been a lot worse with that. And so watching the radar here, we still see some rotation just to the north and east of Liberty. Here, we still have some rotation going on. There's another tornado warning, but this is in Ohio. With that, watching some possible rotation north of Batesville with the storm there. With that, so again, something to monitor with the storm here, but some very, very strong wind gusts east of Columbus, just north of Westport, in the Millhausen area, Napoleon area, south of Greensburg. Watching some possible rotation with the storm, 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, probably some what we say there, 3/4 inch size hail with this storm here, and so lots going on here. I didn't forget about you down here in southern Indiana with that, but still definite rotation now just north of New Albany here. Definite rotation here with the storm with that, and some possible rotation still out back behind the storm here. Let's get rid of this. Let's turn the radar back on and get our bearing straight. of what we're looking at. But yeah, some possible rotation right here in the indention, some possible rotation back into even the Lanesville area again with that. And so I'm going to switch the camera. See if the one, nope, stream not available. Stream, that's what we were looking at earlier. So yeah, so quite a bit of the cameras are being knocked out there in southern Indiana. Have to get those repaired here with that. But yeah, definite rain still coming down. Still seeing gusty winds with this. So this is I-64 there, looking towards the west at US 50 here, and so you see the hazard lights on. So difficult driving conditions, obviously, with the wind and the rain. And the hail that's falling here, with them not seeing the strong winds like we just saw a few moments ago as we were looking back towards Lanesville. That was crazy. With that. So yeah, and if you want to put in the chat where you're at, if these storms haven't affected you yet, or if they're heading your direction, put it in the chat there, and we get a moment here, we can take a look and see exactly what we're looking at for your area. We want to make this as personal as possible for you. In that regard. But yeah, we still have some tornado warnings in place, and here's one of them right here, including Floyd's Knob, Sellersburg, just to the south and west of Charlestown, Indiana here. And so we got quite a bit of severe weather here, and you can even see in this radar just some rotation. With that, let's get back to the velocity. Yeah, you can see on the radar. Wouldn't surprise me if we have a tornado just to the south of Sellersburg. Interesting here. It's really spun up here in the last few moments with that. So let's take a look at yeah. I think there was a tornado on the ground just on the north side of New Albany with that, north of Clarksville, south of Sellersburg. With that, and it wouldn't surprise me if there's still a tornado on the ground right now. What are we saying? So it's still saying radar indicated for 3 more minutes. There's no way they're not going to continue this. Seeing if we got some new information here. Reports of trees down, reports of power lines down. Yeah, I would still think there's a tornado that's touched down here north of Louisville with this, and I'm not. That's Kentucky. So I just saw we got a new tornado warning, but that was for Kentucky here. Yeah, with this. Okay. All right, get my bearings straight here. And so, yes, tornado warning for 2 more minutes just north of Louisville. A brand new tornado warning on the south side of Louisville here for 32 minutes. With that, this is radar indicated. I'm just shocked that this tornado warning is not extended here. Let's go back to the velocity. Okay, not seeing it as well as we did earlier, so maybe that's the case. With that, looks like, honestly, it looks like another, just to the west of New Albany, some more rotation, if I could talk, some more rotation here, just to the south and west here. Are they just going to let this expire? Really, this is crazy. With that, and we're almost done here in the Richmond area, so that's good news. So yeah, the worst of the storm is moving into Ohio. So that's good news for us there. And so let's put the radar back on. So let's get this storm out here. That would be helpful for us here. With that, Noblesville, Indianapolis, Franklin. All right, and the all clear All right, Nashville, Bloomington, and the all clear. Bedford, and the all clear. Lagodi, Jasper. Jasper's not yet. No, Lagodi is. Jasper's getting close. Getting close there. All right. So the tornado warning has expired north of Louisville. So New Albany, Sellersburg, you're no longer in a tornado warning right now. With that, we're still seeing some definite rotation with these storms. So if you're south of Sellersburg, if you're in the Charlestown area, wake up. All right, there it is. I was going to say, there's no way they can't continue this morning with this. So here it is. Here it is. So tornado warning till 12:30 Eastern time, till 12:30. So another 30 minutes here. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Jeffersonville, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. 55 miles per hour here. So we've got this storm moving through here. We'll continue to watch this with that. And so I'm trying to didn't send. So quite a bit of rotation that we're taking a look at here. And so if I can pull up maybe pull up a camera here in the south of Sellersburg facing east. Let's see if we can do that. Here's one facing south. Let's see if this shows us anything with that. So the wind's shaking. You can see the rain on top of the bridge there, blowing pretty quickly. You see the semi parked underneath the bridge there. So definitely taking precautions there. It's not a safe place by any means, but it's just trying to protect the vehicle, I assume, from the hail and the wind with that. And so, yeah, so this is I-65, State Road 60 near the Sellersburg area. We're looking south with this picture here. And there it is. Yeah, you can see the wind blowing the rain across the road there. So still definite rotation there. There to the south and east of Sellersburg. You see that there on the radar with that. And yeah, I was just trying to see if there's any other videos here that we could be taking a look at here. So again, this is I-265. Yeah, I-265 there. Here looking and kind of same thing there. Winds are blowing, rain's falling, the lightning's flashing. I assume the thunder is roaring with that. And so, yeah, definitely taking a look at some storms here in the area with this rotation now east of Sellersburg with that. And so, yep. So yeah, moving pretty quickly. It's moving pretty quickly as well. And so let's go back to the radar and take a look at it here. So east of Sellersburg now, we're watching where the reds and the greens come together here. We're watching this area of rotation just to the south of Charlestown, watching this rotation here. It's moving to the north and east very quickly here. And so, so yeah, so we're just north of Louisville here and headed towards the Cincinnati area with that. And so, watching this, and it'll go over the Ohio River here soon, and not be our Indiana problem anymore, right? With that. And so just crossed State Road, was that 62? They're just south of Charleston. We still have some rotation here. And if there is a tornado on the ground, we've been talking about this all night, with this rain, it's going to be rain wrapped. It's going to be rain wrapped here. And as you can see in the video, with this here that's playing, you're not going to see much. It's dark outside. All right, it's raining. You're not going to see much. With that, sorry, been at this for 5.5 hours now. But yeah, we've got this here, and you can see the semi that was parked underneath the bridge there has moved on. So that's good news for that semi. That's good news for us and what we're watching here, that the weather is improving here in this location. So that's great there. So, but yeah, you can definitely still see south of Charlestown, southeast of Charlestown, rotation on the radar here with that. And so, yeah, close to the Indiana-Kentucky border here with that. And let me see if we can see anything, and some cameras on that end there. We're going back and forth here with that. So this would be welcome to Indiana. What can we see in the background here right now? Not a whole lot. There's some lightning there. You got a vehicle moving through the interstate. Luckily, hey, it's midnight. We're not going to have a lot of traffic, luckily and thankfully, with that. And so, yeah, things are moving here. I'm trying to think of things to talk about with this. And so if there's anywhere specific that you want me to check out, don't hesitate to put that in the chat here with that. But this is going to pass over the Ohio River here with that, and not be a problem in Indiana here for much longer with that. And the rotation's still there. It's still there as it's crossing the river here with that. And so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to switch this over here. So we still have some severe thunderstorm warnings, 70-mile-per-hour wind gust with some of these storms here. They're continuing to move through. So we've got this batch now moving through here, and it's going to continue to push to the east here and get into Ohio here in the next half hour or so with that. So there we go. With that, our tornado warning in the Liberty area. If we take a look at the velocity here, that has moved into Ohio with that. So that's into Ohio, and the strongest wind. So the Liberty, your area there, you're out of the strongest part of the storm, if I can get it out there with that. And so yeah, the storms continue to move through Rushville, Greensburg, Batesville, you're next. Milan, you're next with that. Madison, you're getting there right now. So if you're waking up in Madison here and want to know what's going on, yeah, definitely severe storm going through your area there with some hail, winds around 60 miles per hour with that. We've been paying attention to the tornado warning here for the next 22 minutes. The actual rotation has crossed the river into Kentucky, so that's good, and we'll leave it there. We don't want that to bother us a whole lot, do we? With that, and so yeah, very thankful here for not seeing the big strong tornadoes like we might have, or thought we might have earlier today. Those did not develop ahead of the storm there. They did farther south in the high risk area for severe weather. So yeah, those at the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center, they did a great job. They were preparing us for the storm here, and they had us all ready to go. And the high risk area really panned out with that. We currently have 7 total tornado warnings. At one point, we had almost 30 in the country. Tornado warnings there, several in Illinois. I've had several in Indiana, several in Kentucky, Arkansas, Missouri, Tennessee. So we've had several tornado warnings and several confirmed tornadoes. We actually saw, if you were here with us, we actually saw live a tornado warning a large tornado in Arkansas with this. So we're still watching this line of storms here moving through. And so if you're waking up hearing the thunder, hearing the winds, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with these storms here, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And so we've got, probably 30 to 40 minutes left with these storms moving through. And then they'll be in Ohio. So we'll continue to watch them and to monitor the situation here. I'm going to move back down here just real quick and make sure that when I say it's over the river, let's double check here with this storm here. And so, yeah, just over the river, what we're looking at there. So south and east of Charlestown is where the worst of the rotation is. But again, we're just watching this line of storms moving through eastern part of Indiana here, starting to bow out a little bit. With that, let's do a little rundown of what we're looking at here in terms of the velocity. Are we seeing some rotation or whatnot with these storms? And it's hard to see on that one. So very strong winds, very strong Batesville, very strong winds going into Brookville, Connersville, Cambridge City. Some very strong winds with these storms, and that's probably what's waking a lot of people up, because I keep noticing when a severe thunderstorm is issued, our viewer numbers go boom up with that. And so thanks for watching. Thanks for watching here, for all of you watching, and hopefully we'll keep an active here. We'll keep an active here. So let's just reset here. We're watching this line from really Newcastle down to the Ohio River. It's moving through. It's going to move out of the state here in the next 30 minutes or so. If you're watching from Gary, from South Bend, all clear. All clear. You're done. Logansport, Lafayette, Kokomo, Terre Haute, all clear. You're all done. Okay, you're done with this. Evansville area. You still have some rain, some storms around, and you're going to get some flooding. I've got flooding concerns, but as far as the tornadoes, the winds, and the hail, you're in the clear for that. So that's good. That's good there with that. And really, Indianapolis, same thing. Bloomington, same thing. You got that there. So lots of good things here. We've been watching our traffic cams. We've been watching our traffic cams in the area, and so that's one of them here. So things have really calmed down there in southern Indiana that we've been taking a look at. Oops. With that. And so let's go back to the red area, Lovett area, south of North Vernon. The strong line of storms have passed through you. So in terms of what? The tornado threat, the hail threat, the very strong wind threat, you're in the clear of that. All right, this line has passed by you. With that, you're getting some good old-fashioned spring thunderstorms right now. You're going to get a lot of rainfall falling with that, but I think the worst for you has moved through. So that's great news there in the Lovett area, the North Vernon area, Lancaster area. Great news for you. Seymour, kind of same thing. Columbus, same thing. Greensburg, same thing. Salem, same thing with that there. And so that's good news. That line you see there on the just to the right of you, to the east of you there. This line right here has moved through. Okay, and this is the worst of what's left in Indiana right now. So from Newcastle down to the Ohio River, we'll continue to monitor this here. We're looking at wind gusts of 70 miles per hour. 70 miles per hour. Oh no, Sydney, you're out of power there. Let's do it. Let's do a power check with this. Yeah, that's no fun with this storm here. And so let me pull that up here, our power outage screen. And so power outages with that. So yeah, definitely power outages. Lawrence County, Jackson County, Brown County, Morgan County, Hendricks, Marion, Hancock, Madison County, Delaware County, several power outages all across Indiana, Boone County with this. And so, Marion County, about 46,000 people without power right now with that. So a lot of people without power. So that's always tough to deal with and so forth. So I appreciate you checking in with us, and hopefully, we're helping you out and we're helping you get through the storms here. This is entertainment. You're probably not going to sit and watch us. We've been on for 5 hours and 42 minutes now. You're probably not going to sit and watch us for 5 hours and 42 minutes, but what we want to do is when severe weather strikes you or when it affects you, we're here for you. Okay, and you can jump on. So for those of you who jumped out of bed with their cell phone going crazy with the tornado warning alerts and the tornado sirens going off and so forth, you can turn us on and check us out and make sure you know what's going on, then you can stay safe. And then once you're in the all clear, obviously, go do your thing here, because, staring at this radar screen for almost 6 hours now is not fun. I don't expect you to be doing that for 6 hours with that. But we are watching this last line here. Move through Indiana, getting closer here to the Ohio border, and we'll hand it off to Cincinnati and to those in Ohio, right? With this, and we'll be glad to do that. We do have a flood threat behind this. We do have a flooding threat behind this, and so I'm going to show you that real quick. If you're just joining us, I don't want you to let your guard down in terms of the flood concern that we've got over the next few days here with this. We've got a flood watch. It's actually been extended a little bit farther north. I need to update our graphic here. Just haven't had the time to do that here in the last 6 hours with that. So this is not just flash flooding here. We're talking actual flooding. So if you live in an area that floods, if you live in a floodplain, you need to be ready to take action and get to higher ground with this. Because take a look at this next slide here. How much rain are we going to get between now and Sunday? Look at this. Look at this. Evansville, over 10 inches of rain. Louisville, 8 inches of rain. Bloomington, 7 inches of rain. Terre Haute, Indianapolis, 5 inches of rain. Muncie, 4 inches. Lafayette, 4 inches. Fort Wayne, 4 inches. We're going to get a lot of rainfall here starting tonight. But it's going to continue over the next several days. We've got a lot of rain insights. We've been so focused on this area or the storms here for today on this Wednesday here that we really haven't been emphasizing enough this life-threatening situation if you live in a floodplain. So if you're along a lake, a creek, whatnot, river that floods and you're in a floodplain, you need to be paying close attention to the weather here and being ready to seek higher ground if needed there. So that's a big concern that we have coming up, and that's something that we're going to need to focus on our page over the next few days here with that. And so let's go back to the radar here, and I want to point out for Dia here, North Vernon area. Thanks for reaching out here. The line of the severe storms here has moved through. Okay, so that has moved through here. So in North Vernon, the major wind gust, all right, the hail threat, the tornado threat, gone, done, over with. Okay, you're good, North Vernon there. What you're getting right now is some good old spring thunderstorms, some lightning, thunder, some heavy rain. We do have flooding concerns for your area. And so something to pay attention to. Hopefully you don't have to go out tonight, but something to pay attention to in the morning when you go out there. But tornado wise, it's passed by. It's passed by. You're good. And actually you're not even in the tornado watch anymore. It's been canceled for your area with that. So good news. Hopefully that means you can fall asleep now and then have a good night's sleep with that. Hopefully you still have power and everything too. And with this, so glad to help you out anytime. Don't ever hesitate to send us messages on Facebook throughout the day and so forth. We love to help everybody out. And the way I look at it is we just, as an average person, spend so much time looking at weather apps and social media sites and so forth, and we try to do a bunch of research ourselves on what's the weather going to be. And the way I look at it from a weather standpoint is, why don't you just ask us and we can just give you the weather information you're wanting to know. Let us do the work for you in that. And we've got a group of around 15 certified meteorologists. We'll give that to you for free. So never hesitate to reach out to us and send us a message or make a comment on our Facebook page or so forth. And like I said, we can get you that weather information that you're wanting to know. And so you don't have to do all that research and is this right? Is it wrong? Am I reading it right? What does 40% chance of rain actually mean? I just want to know, is it going to rain or not? Right. With that. And so, yeah, we can always help out with that anytime. Just let us know with that. And so, yeah, looking at the radar here, storms are making their way out of Indiana here with this. So these are severe warned. Okay, we've got winds 60, 70 miles per hour. With some of the storms a little bit earlier, we've gotten clocked at over 80 miles per hour wind gust. So it'll be very interesting to see how much damage is out there when we wake up tomorrow morning, daylight comes about, and people can start sharing their pictures and so forth. So that's going to be very, very, very with that. Sorry, I was just reading the comment there from Dia there. Yes, hey, we'll help you out. No, hey, we got all the resources here to help you out no matter where you're at. Again, I didn't mention that, but yeah, if you watch, local forecast, local TV or so forth, they're going to focus on, that areas that are more populated than others. With that and closer to them and closer to their hometown and so forth. And it makes sense. I get it with that. But yeah, we cover all of Indiana, all of it, no matter where you're located. We'll help you out. So yeah, if you just you tell us where you're at, we'll make sure that you get covered all the time with that. So anytime, so moving forward, whether it's the spring, summer, fall, winter, reach out to us. We love to help out with that. So we're watching this line, we're watching this line move through here with that line of severe storms here, 60, 70 mile per hour wind gust. No tornado warnings with these storms right now. We're watching this tornado warning here in southern Indiana with that, but it has went across the river into Kentucky. And so, excuse me. So yeah, so we'll let that go into Kentucky there. But we've got some very strong winds. Look at that, 80 mile per hour winds. 80 mile per hour winds. Let's zoom in. Where are we at here? With this, Manchester, Sparta, Wilmington, Dillsboro, Hartford, East Enterprise, Jacksonville. Holy cow. Look at that. 80 mile per hour winds with this here. So let's look. It says this is a destructive storm for southeast Indiana, southwestern Ohio, and far northern Kentucky. 80 mile per hour wind gust and penny-sized hail. Wow. So 80 mile per hour. 80. So we've been talking a lot about tornado warnings all night long here. These straight line winds can do a lot of damage. All right, 80 mile per hour wind gust in a wide area. Holy cow. So this is something that we'll want to follow up on tomorrow and make sure that everybody's okay here with this. And so, yeah, this is so far eastern Indiana here. Let's get those storms out of here quickly so that we can relax a little bit, right? With that, I'm going to see if see, 74 is going to be too far north, probably, maybe not. So see if we got any cameras here where we got 80 miles per hour winds here. And yeah, let me pull up, let me pull this up here in dot. Got small on us. With that. So strong, look at the rain moving from right to left there horizontally. Holy, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. So some strong winds heading this way. This is I-74, the 163 mile marker. No tornado warnings right now in Indiana. No tornado warnings, but we're watching this last line of storms here. This last line of storms move through here. So it's now east of Milan, east of Batesville, east of Connersville, east of Cambridge City. It's going into Richmond. It's in Liberty right now. It's making its way very close to the Ohio border. And let's get it there to the border, and we can call it a night with this. So coming up on almost 6 hours of coverage, live coverage here on the Facebook page here, keeping all the Hoosiers in the weather know with this. And so we're almost done. We're almost through this here, and can give you the all clear with that. But yeah, watching this line here move through. So this is part of the line that we're watching right now. And you can see the wind and so forth moving through. Yeah, absolutely crazy. So 80 mile per hour wind gust predicted here with this. And so 80 miles per hour. Crazy. So what are we looking at? So the east side there. The east side, you see, get that bigger there. That line of storms moving into Ohio. Get out of here. We've got flash flooding concerns with all the rain behind this line here. With that, flash flooding will continue in some areas throughout the night here. And then we've got additional thunderstorms that are possible at times Thursday all the way through Saturday. Severe storms can't be ruled out with this. So it wouldn't shock me if you saw a severe thunderstorm warning with any of those storms, but we're not expecting widespread warnings like we did tonight. So that's good news there. But man, the atmosphere was primed for severe weather today. It was absolutely primed for severe weather. And it came true with that. And we're so thankful we didn't get those large tornadoes like could have happened if we saw those supercells develop out ahead of this line. So yeah, absolutely crazy here. So the tornado warning, or excuse me, the tornado watches are being pulled back. So that's good news. We just got to get this line here into Ohio. And yeah, I was seeing if we got any wind reports here. I'm getting a lot of flooding reports. I was seeing if we got some wind reports. So predicted to have 80 mile per hour winds with some of these storms here, getting ready to move into the Cincinnati area with that. And so watching some weather cameras as well with that. And I'll pull one of those up here if you want to take a look at this. So this is close to the Ohio border there with what we were just looking at. So we were looking at this storm here, and the camera is focused about right in where my cursor is with that. And so that's what we're watching as the storm rolls through. And it actually looks like most of it rolled through already. Now we're looking east with that. And so the storm's getting into Ohio here. Great news. So the worst of the weather getting through here. So let's just do a quick check from northern Indiana and then down south here. So the rain's over far northern Indiana. Fort Wayne, you're about done with the rain. That's great news for you guys there with that. Noblesville, Carmel, you're done with the rain there. Brownsburg, both of you saw tornadoes today. Tonight, and not just we're under tornado warnings, but legit tornadoes. And we'll know for sure with the National Weather Service when they visit tomorrow to survey the area and let us know exactly what happened there with that. And so
You're good. So Anderson, Muncie, Newcastle, you're just getting the rain. Good old fashioned spring thunderstorm there. The worst of the weather's through you. You're no longer in the tornado watch. That's good news there too. Richmond, you just got to get through the next 10 minutes or so, and you'll be good. This line's moving through here, and once this line's through, the severe threat in Indiana has really diminished with that. Columbus, you're in the all clear from a tornado threat, a hail threat, a wind threat. You're just getting a good old fashioned spring thunderstorm with you right now. Quite a bit of rain here. We do have the flooding concern. We've got flash flooding concern for you for right now, but we also have flood concern. We're in a flood watch, legit flood watch now through Sunday. Because we've got several days of rain coming up and a lot of rain where we get anywhere from like 5 to 10 inches of rain in total come by Sunday. And so when I say we're in the all clear, we're in the all clear in terms of the tornado threat, the damaging hail threat, and the very strong gusty wind threat, but not the flood threat. Okay, that's gonna persist through this weekend here with that. So Columbus, you're in the all clear from the severe storm threat. Seymour, all clear. Salem, Paoli, Jasper, Princeton, Evansville, Terre Haute, you're not in this watch anymore. Attica, Lafayette, I don't know where I mentioned, but yeah, not in the threat anymore. So you're good. Go to bed, relax. If it's still raining outside and hearing some thunder, so forth, just enjoy. It's good old fashioned spring thunderstorm out there, right? With that. So Richmond, let's get through the next few minutes here. You got this. We know you got this. Madison looks like it just went through there for you. So you're good there. Yeah, things are looking much, much better there. This tornado warning storm hopefully will stay a little bit south. I think it will. With that. So yeah, things are looking good here. Things are looking good. We're almost right at no problem, Joni. And anytime you have a question about the weather, don't hesitate to reach out to us. Send us a message on Facebook here, or post a comment on a post. Always here to help you out. Always, always, always. Anytime, anywhere in the state, just let us know. We've got your back there. And so in 15 seconds here, we'll be right at 6 hours that we've been live here. We've had several meteorologists, some on camera, several behind the scenes, helping us out, getting the weather information that you need to know. And we'll continue to build on this. And hopefully you enjoy it. Hopefully you're able to, like I said, if you wake up with your phone going crazy and there's a tornado warning, hey, I can just get on here, Weather Valet Indiana, and just check out to see exactly what's going on, and we can walk you through the storm together there. And like I said, chat anytime, and we can do good things. So I'm going to call it a day here. It's 12:33 in the morning. We've been at it since 6:30, and so right at 6 hours here. And my voice has had enough of this, but we'll do some follow up tomorrow. We'll get prepared for more rain and talk a little bit about the flooding concern. And then we'll also let you know information that the National Weather Service finds out about damage in different areas, including Brownsburg tornado, Carmel tornado, and some other areas as well across the state, from northern Indiana all the way to southern Indiana. National Weather Service is going to be really busy tomorrow, and so we'll get that straightened out. So thanks. I'm calling it a night here. With that, the storms are in Ohio. With that, Richmond, you're almost done. 2 or 3 more minutes, you'll be good. With that, and the same thing, southeastern area, just a few more minutes, and then you're just being the good old-fashioned spring thunderstorms. Thanks for joining us throughout the night here. But yeah, if you're just joining in and wondering what's going on, why am I stopping here? For the most part, you're in the all clear. You're in the all clear from the major weather that went through Indiana throughout tonight. So appreciate it. Have a good one, and get some sleep here and enjoy your Thursday.